Chapter 17. Chunin Exam Finals Part 1. The crowd cheered loudly for the Chunin hopefuls in the Yakumo exam arena. The arena was naturally made of stone, a natural construct that was embedded into the side of the mountain. Rows upon rows of seats of shinobi and civilians alike filled up the stadium. In the center of the circular stadium the tensions were extremely high as the genin stood in single file facing Darui. Nervous tics and looks were abundance, but none more so than the two that Itachi and Yugo were sporting. "Where is he?" asked Yugo as she and Itachi stood next to each other amongst the nervous energy. "He'll be here," said Itachi, giving her a reassuring smile. "Why, you're right, I guess I was just being silly," she said. Yugo had a newly black strapped tanto on her right shoulder. She also now sported fingerless gloves and kanoichi sandals with high heel straps over her ankles and feet. She also wore black three-quarter pants and a white and purple t-shirt. Her armband tied tightly around her left leg and her kunai holster strapped to her right leg over the top of tape. Similarly, Itachi had undergone a change to his attire. He now wore gray pants with tap around his shins. He wore a black high-collar top with the Uchiha clan symbol plastered on his back. He sported a black wristband on his right wrist along with black open-heeled and toed shinobi shoes. His black forehead protector tied tightly around his forehead as two black bangs framed the hidden leaf symbol. His hair was also tied into a low ponytail that was tucked behind the collar. "There is a lot of people here to see me kick Namake's ass in our hot-blooded confrontation," said Atsui as he gripped his sword tightly. "I wouldn't underestimate him," said Yujo. "What do you think, Samui-chan?" she asked, turning the blonde next to her. Samui didn't answer her question verbally, she merely nodded in agreement. Yujo smiled at her and shook her head. "We'll show the world who the strongest village really is," said Katsuchi, eliciting nods of agreement from Deidara and Akatsuchi. Most, if not all Kumogakure shinobi and civilians were present in the stadium along with myriad foreign shinobi from all the hidden villages. Tsunade, Kushina, Jiraiya, Rin and Hiruzen were in the crowd sitting with each other. Sitting in the group of seats next to them was Mikoto Uchiha and a few other prominent members of the Uchiha clan, which included Shisui, Fugaku, Sasuke, and Ayano. Ayano sat on Mikoto's lap as she took in the sights and sounds of this big foreign place. She waved her tiny hands at her oldest brother who appeared on the large Titantron on the opposite side of the arena. Sasuke also cheered on his brother, yelling out, "Go Nii-san," for everyone to hear. There was also a Kage box that overlooked the stadium. Minato sat with four of the Kage, minus the Kazekage who wasn't in attendance due to none of his shinobi passing the second exam. The Kage sat in the row with along with the from the left Satai, the Reikage, Anoki, the Tsuchikage, Minato, the Hokage and finally Mei the new Mizukage. Each Kage had a bodyguard behind them. Gunma stood behind Minato acting as a bodyguard. Beside Anoki stood a tall man with a scraggly goatee. He wore the traditional Iwagakure Jonin attire, absent a sleeve from his left arm showing off his large bicep. Behind I stood the Jonin who served as the proctor for the first exam, C. As Naruto waited for the proctor to begin the third exam, he knew that his own family was missing from the stands. Behind Mei stood a man in a robe with ceiling tag ear rings. He had a covering over his left eye and a blue and black robe that hung loosely over his form. Minato and Kushina had decided to leave Kari, Run and Karen in Konohagakure under the watchful eye of Shizune, safe from any assassination attempts that might occur from these foreign shinobi. However, Kushina was in attendance and cheered proudly for her eldest baby and strong Naruto-chan. "I find it quite disrespectful that your son isn't in attendance. The next generation know not of the importance of punctuality," said Anoki addressing Minato. "How is my boy's attendance any concern to you, old man?" asked Minato in a dangerous tone. He probably feels like you're robbing him of his chance to kill your son. It's too bad, really. I was certain that my ninja were going to do it," said I with a smirk. Men and their egos." Changing the subject, "I am glad that you saw fit to invite me, Reikage Dano, despite being only just appointed as Kage," said Mei in a grateful tone. "Think nothing of it," he said. Konohagakure. Chunin Exam Stadium. Shizune sat in the Kage box with many of the other female clan heads, all of which she considered her friends. Kari sat on her lap who was giggling gleefully as she held a lollipop to her mouth. "Shizune, where is Onii-chan?" she asked. "I don't know, sweetheart, maybe he's just running late," she offered. Kari contemplated this for a moment and nodded her head. "I hope Naruto-kun hasn't inherited Kakashi's tendency to be late," said Chiharu Akimichi with a small smile as her son Choji played by her feet, along with Ren and some of the other clan heirs. "That goofball better show up, otherwise I'll give him a good pounding next time I see him," said Karen as she sat in a chair next to Shizune. "Don't worry," said Ren looking up from his toy cars. "Nissan is gonna show up and totally kick some ninja butt." Shizune giggled at the boy, before looking back to the screen. Kumogakure. Darui crossed his arms and smiled at the young ninja. He flared sharp burst of chakra from the center of the arena, which effectively drew attention to himself, signaling for the exam to begin. The crowd roared in approval. "You nervous?" asked Yugo with a small smile. "You wish," he replied with a small smirk of his own. They all looked up and paid close attention as the eye, who stood up from his seat and stepped forward to the edge of the railing, projecting his voice as he spoke. "Welcome to the third and final Chunin exam held here in Kumogakure," the crowd roared. "These 12 young ninja that stand before you are the cream of crop, the very best of their generation. I have every confidence that they will put on a good show, don't be fooled by their ages. Now, without further wait, Darui, begin the exam," he yelled with a hand swipe for good measure. Darui rubbed the back of his head. "It's a dull decision, but if any of you 12 want to drop out now, then now would be a pretty good time," he offered. Not one of budged, which made him sigh. "Thought as much. Well then let's begin. The first match will be Atsui of Kumogakure fight Naruto Namikaze of Konohagakure. Every one of you exit the arena now," he announced as the crowd broke out into mutters and whispers. "Where is the Namikaze? Man, I traveled all the way from Kirigakure to see him fight. What a rip-off. Since Naruto Namikaze is not here, he's disqualified," said Darui. "The winner is Ots." "No," boomed a commanding voice from the Kage box. I stood back up. "Move on to the next match. If Naruto Namikaze fails to show in 2 matches' time, he will out of my tournament," he said, earning a nod from Darui. "How generous of you," said Minato as he moved his right leg moved over his left thigh. I sat back down next to him and smirked. "I am curious to see how my exam has pushed him," he turned to his rival. "When he falls, he'll fall by my ninja's hands, not because of technicality." Minato squeezed the side of his seat, cracking the stone, which brought a smirk upon his face. "Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, he chuckled back. "Very well, would Kimimaro of Otogakure and Deidara of Iwagakure please step down," said Darui. Atsui appeared next to his sister in the competitor's box. "How disrespectful, that coward never showed up," he yelled. From the corner Itachi scoffed, as did Yugo. "Don't be a fool," said Samui, shocking him. "What are you insinuating?" he asked, offended. "I'm not insinuating anything, I'm merely stating if you act like a fool and underestimate Namikaze, he'll beat you," she said, not taking her eyes of the arena. Yujo smiled and shook her head. "Forever cynical, would it kill you to smile for once?" she asked, leaning against the wall and looking down at the 2 genin. "Exam field. You ready to die in a blaze of glory?" Deidara asked Kimimaro as he held up his palm. A mouth opened up from it and a tongue licked the rim of the mouth. The sound Nin remained unaffected as he simply opted to stare calculatingly at his opponent. The blonde shinobi simply grinned in response as his hands moved to the pouch on his side. "Fight," called Darui as he jumped back. "Are you ready to behold true art? You'll be blown away," he said as Kimimaro raised his brow, confused at his behavior. "Art, huh? Enough talk, have you come to fight or boast about your inferior ninjutsu?" asked Kimimaro as he crouched down. "Art is a bang, it happens in a flash, a mere second of divine beauty captured in a second. Anoki-sensei has taught me many things about your clan, you dead bone pulse doesn't scare me," he declared. After his declaration many adopted shocked looks. He was trained by the great fence-sitter. Up in the Kage box the old man merely smirked. "Taken on a student, huh?" said Mei. He didn't reply, he merely looked down at his pupil. Kimimaro lunged forward with an outstretched bone saber from his palm. Deidara jumped back to the opposite end field as he pumped chakra into his legs. Deidara put his hand in his pouch and fished out a small lump of clay. The hand on his palm appeared to be eating on the clay, he then squeezed both his palms together. "Icky!" exclaimed Carrie as she pouted and shook her head. Deidara smirked. "I'll start with some low-level explosives," he said as he held both his palms out. "Shuriken, shuriken," he said as clay shuriken exploded from his hands. Kimimaro remained calm and dodged them all. He flipped away all the shuriken as they were embedded in the wall. They all exploded, leaving multiple holes in the wall. "That's quite an impressive jutsu, despite its less than appealing nature," observed Kimimaro as the stone behind him smoked from the small craters. "I wouldn't get too relaxed," he shouted. Scurrying from the dirt behind him, clay spiders raced towards him. "It would seem that you're done. Katsu." Deidara made a single hand sign and the round around Kimimaro exploded. When he spoke the spiders lit up and exploded. A burnt log rolled out of the smoke, which made Deidara growl. His eyes widened as he dodged a kunai from his right side by jumping back. "You're quite skittish, aren't you, desperate to create distance between us," said Kimimaro as he now appeared behind Deidara with an outstretched bone saber to the front of his neck. A grin formed on the IWA shinobi's face. "Who says I was trying to create distance?" he said as he formed a hand sign. My true goal was to get you as close as possible, and guess what, you're in range. Deidara melted into a heap of clay. A clay clone, thought Kimimaro as a loud katsu echoed throughout the arena, which was followed by a large explosion that rocked the area. After a few silent moments, Kimimaro jumped out of the smoke. Blood trickled down the side of his face, his clothes were ripped a little, which made Deidara laugh. Look at you, Kage, a mess, you're not match for my arthumph, said Deidara with a cocky grin. Kimimaro's look remained impassive, which served as the catalyst for Deidara's mood shift. Why aren't you fazed? He asked. If you weren't so focused on babbling on about your pathetic art, as you so put it, you would have noticed that I've discovered your weakness. Close combat, he heard a voice from behind him. Kimimaro appeared behind him with his bone saber outstretched. Camellia no May, the sound ninja repeatedly thrusted his bone sword into Deidara's body. He spat up blood as his clothes were ripped apart as the thrust sped up to blinding speeds. His bone sword was afterimages as he continued to push the rock nin all the way to the wall. He stopped when Deidara's body hit the wall, and with one final cough, which forced some more blood from his mouth, he slumped to the floor. The winner, Kimimaro of Otogakure, announced Darui as two medic nin carried him off the arena via stretcher. The Tsuchikage shook his head along with many IWA shinobi. Kimimaro walked up to the competitor's box with a neutral look. Many of the genin looked at him rather quickly, many were impressed with his display but chose to otherwise opted to not acknowledge it out of fear of diminishing their own abilities in comparison. Would the competitors of the next match, Katsuchi from Iwagakure and Samui from Kumogakure please step forward, announced Darui as the crowd applauded their favorite genins. Especially Samui, who was somewhat of a hometown hero. On the field, Samui and Katsuchi looked across from one another. Samui's expression remained completely unreadable for the entirety of the gaze, but Katsuchi's broke out into a smirk. I know that you don't think that you can beat me, she asked daringly. How could you possibly know what I think, she retorted. How could I not, your emotionless face, you're scared aren't you, she mocked. Scared, she repeated. Overconfidence is a shinobi's downfall, said Samui. Oh, I'm not overconfident, I just know that I'm going to beat you, she shrugged. Well, if you're both done then, fight, said Darui as he jumped back. Katsuchi quickly went through some hand signs. Doton, Doriahiki Iso, Samui jumped back to avoid the earth spear that shot up beneath her feet with a graceful back flip. Well, that was cute, said Katsuchi as she jumped over the wall and to Samui channeling chakra to her legs to increase her speed. Samui crouched down a little as Katsuchi tried a roundhouse kick aimed for her side. Samui grabbed her foot and delivered a chakra-enhanced strike to her quadricep. Katsuchi grunted as she then went for a punch to her head. Samui grabbed her forearm and stepped back and spun, gaining momentum. She then delivered a swift knee to her stomach, knocking the wind out of her. Forcing her back, however, she held onto her arm and held her right hand in the ram position. One hand? Questioned Katsuchi with a wince. Suetun, Mizurappa, Katsuchi was launched backward, but she managed an air recovery. She softly landed on the other side of the field, grasping her leg. I shouldn't have underestimated her, she thought as her hand gloved green. Medical ninjutsu, how diverse, thought Swanda as she watched from the stands. Once her leg was fully healed, she stood up to full height. I see you carry a sword, why don't you use it, she asked. No need, she said quickly. Weren't you the one telling me not to be overconfident, she asked. Look where that got you, listening to me, she pointed out. I guess you're right, but what do you say we kick it up a notch? She ran through some hand signs and charged forward. Samui took a defensive stance. Yoton, Yokai no Jutsu, a thick smog erupted from her mouth, which effectively melted the grass beneath them as it raced toward Samui. It wouldn't bode well if I breathed in some of that, she said as she jumped back. Katsuchi suddenly appeared behind her. She's trying to corner me into the smog, thought Samui. Katsuchi kicked Samui into the smog, her figure disappeared into the thick substance. Suddenly, in a burst of lightning, Samui appeared on the other side of the field. The smog then erupted into a torrent of flames. I see, your Kekei Genkai combines fire and earth-based jutsu, which takes on the properties of toxic gases found in volcanic areas, she analyzed from the other side of the field. Katsuchi sucked in toxic gases and then charged forward again. It can do much more than that, she yelled as she ran through a similar set of hand signs. This attack is different, she thought as she went through some hand signs of her own. Katsuchi spat out a large glom of lava from her mouth as Samui finished her hand signs. You're done, she said. Katsuchi went through another set of hand signs. An attack from below won't work, she said as she jumped away. Katsuchi disappeared in a glomp of mud. Whilst the real Kunoichi jumped up from the ground and onto the field. So you're a sensory-type ninja, commented Katsuchi, slightly impressed that she was able to detect her. For the first time in the match, Samui's expression changed slight. The corner of her mouth cocked upward a small bit. This match is over, she said. As she was engulfed in lightning, the torrent reappeared behind Katsuchi in the form of Samui. Raitun, Tenso no Jutsu, she said as she channeled the Raitun chakra to her right leg. She can stream her chakra, thought the IWA ninja as she delivered a kick to the girl's stomach, making her spit up some blood. She skidded backward, hold her gut as Samui suddenly channeled chakra to her legs. Her chakra control is amazing, to be able to change the nature of the same chakra and transfer it to a different part of her body without exerting any is truly remarkable, thought Minato as she watched Samui charge toward Katsuchi, who was shocked at the action. Samui delivered a punch to her face, breaking her nose, then she spun around and delivered a crippling kick to her leg. A sickening crack thudded throughout the stadium as she stopped herself right behind the kunoichi with a kunai resting her throat. Yield, or you die, she said coldly. Katsuchi bit her lip and clenched her fists. She was utterly humiliated, but humbled at the same time. Very well, I surrender, she said begrudgingly. The winner, Samui of Kumogakure. The crowd erupted in applause. That girl is quite strong, commented Hiruzen from his seat. She'll be a troublesome opponent, said Rin, crossing her legs in a ladylike fashion. No way my baby is gonna blow them all away, shouted Kushina. Providing he shows up, I'm afraid Itachi-kun is going to win without any competition at all, said Mikoto from her seat. Kushina growled. Please. Naruto-chan is going to win this thing, she declared. You're delusional, Itachi-kun is going to win, retorted Mikoto as the young mothers got in each other's face. Itachi-kun, shouted Mikoto. Naruto-chan, exclaimed Kushina, and back and forth they went. Itachi-kun. Naruto-chan. Itachi-kun. Naruto-chan. Itachi-kun. Naruto-chan. Itachi-kun. Naruto-chan. Are you two finished? Asked Jiraiya. No, the both shouted, making Jiraiya jump back next to Tsuanda. As cold as ever, said Yujito to her friend, not taking her eyes of the stadium. Sister, that was truly a hot-blooded win. Surely Mother and Rina are happy about it, praised Atsui. Mother had to work overtime because we haven't been going on missions, you know that, and Rina had to stay with her. Don't say such foolish things, idiot. We're here so we can take on higher-ranking missions, not to show off, she said with a scowl, making Atsui look down at the floor, embarrassed and ashamed. You're right, I am sorry, he said with a shake of his head. Kage box. That kunoichi of yours, Raikage Dano, is rather impressive. I'd certainly recommend her for promotion, said Mei. Yes, Samui is a reliable and competent kunoichi. Despite her young age, she has proven that she is able to handle herself, said I, narrowing his eyes at the field. I cannot say the same for any of the IWA shinobi, overconfident, abrash the pair of them, not worthy of the rank of Chunin, said I, taunting Anoki. That may be true, but at least my shinobi present, he retorted. Minato merely shook his head. Must we do this every time we get together, he said. On the field. Would Itachi Uchiha of Konohagakure and Yugo of Otogakure please come down, said Darui as two ninja appeared in shunzins on either side of him. Well, aren't you both eager, he commented. Kick his ass, Itachi, shouted Yugao from the competitor's box. Baby, beat down that overgrown wannabe, yelled Mikoto with a passion. Tsunade, Rin, Hiruzen and Jiraiya all sweat dropped. Go in Ai-san, shouted Sasuke. Oni-ai-chan. Oni-ai-chan, cheered Ayano, waving her hands in her seat next to Mikoto. Back down on the field, Itachi narrowed his eyes at the large boy in front of him. Yugo's stoic expression began to change slowly to a sickening smile as his body began to mutate. Notably his right arm, which changed to a gray color whilst the outside of his forearm morphed into an axe shape. He grew claws and the gray pigment spread across the right side of his face. Fight, said Darui as he jumped back. Itachi activated his Sharingan. Within his vision, spikes of malevolent chakra swirled around the mutated body parts. So, you can increase your strength by altering the structure of your body, commented Itachi in a monotone. You got it, worm, said Yugo. Now you die, he yelled in a fit of blinding rage. His tone changing to a deeper and sinister sound. Yugo thrusted his mutated arm into the dirt and charged at Itachi. Itachi's Sharingan spun as Yugo proceeded to wildly swing his cleaver arm at him. Each time he'd narrowly miss Itachi and create a powerful shockwave that could be felt by everyone present in the area. If he connects, it won't bode well for me, thought Itachi as he back-flipped away. Yugo began laughing manically. What's the matter, Uchiha? He taunted. From her seat, Mikoto had Kushina in a headlock as she screamed and yelled advice to her son. Kushina struggled against her grip as her eyes bulged against her sockets. Fugaku shook his head, obviously embarrassed at his wife's actions. Will those two ever change? Asked Hiruzen. Sadly I think that ship has sailed, said Rin with a giggle. Back on the field Yugo charged Itachi again. He hasn't shown any jutsu, but I wouldn't doubt it if he had some other tricks up his sleeve. I'll test some of his defenses, thought Itachi as Itachi pumped chakra into his legs and jumped back. He swiftly ran through some hand signs. So fast, thought Yugo from her position in the competitor's box. He's quite good at ninjutsu, piped up Chojuro. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Itachi inhaled and exhaled a fireball great in size toward Yugo. Pathetic, he shouted as he jumped to the side away from the torrent on fire. Itachi dug his heel in behind him and flicked his head to the left toward Yugo, who looked shocked at the action. The torrent of flames changed direction, engulfing Yugo in the flames. He can control the direction of the flames. It would be dull if one of Kumo's genin fought him, thought Darui as Yugo jumped out of fire. 3 chakra pumps appeared out of Yugo's back, ripping his shirt as well as 3 on his mutated arm. He let out a shrill battle cry as the chakra pumps ignited, propelling his toward Itachi. The 3 on his arm enhanced his punch. In a blur his fist rocketed toward Itachi, who was barely able to duck to the left. The resulting aftermath of Yugo's strike cracked and dug up the ground around them in a large explosive force. Itachi jumped back. Are you going to run all day? He shouted. I win, he said. You win, you win. Yugo allowed himself to laugh loudly at Itachi's declaration. You haven't landed a single blow, he taunted. When fighting an angry blind man, it's best to just stay out of the way, he said as Yugo's pupils disappeared from his eyes and his mutated limbs reverted back to normal as he slumped to the ground in heap. Genjutsu ha, said Darui as he walked over to Yugo. The winner is Itachi of Konohagakure, announced Darui, making the crowd cheer and applaud the young genin. Yeah. That's my boy, yelled Mikoto as her son's figure appeared on the screen. He only won 1 match, Naruto-chan is going to win it all. I don't know what you're cheering about, said Kushina smugly. He isn't even here yet and Itachi-kun is going to win it all, argued Mikoto. Naruto-chan. Itachi-kun. Naruto-chan. Itachi-kun. Naruto-chan. Itachi-kun. Naruto-chan. Itachi-kun. Naruto-chan. Ladies, piped Shursui. What, what, they both shouted in unison. Shursui sulked back next to Jiraiya in a similar fashion as he did before. In the Kage box Anoki scoffed. Typical Uchiha Prodigy arrogant brat, said Anoki with a huff. Are you ever in a good mood? Asked Minato. No, he retorted. Typical answer from an old geezer, said I. What? He yelled in outrage. Ah, men, said Mei shaking her head. In the competitor's box Yugo tackled Itachi into a hug. You won, albeit you won in a very Uchiha way, but you won, she laughed as she jumped back and punched him in the arm. Thanks very much I think, he said sheepishly rubbing his arm. Is Naruto here yet? He asked hopefully. What do you think? She asked with a huff. A simple no would have sufficed, he said as she walked past her. Wish me luck, she said as she waved at him. Wero, it's your turn, good luck then Yugo-chan, he said. Don't say that, she exclaimed with a blush as she looked back at him angrily. She then proceeded to storm off in a huff. He asked in confusion but quickly dismissed it when Akatsuchi jumped off the railing and onto the ground, cracking the earth beneath his feet. This could be dangerous, thought Itachi. Up in the stands Rin looked eagerly down at her student. I hope you've trained her as well as my student, said Shursui. Actually, they're both my students and fuck yes I have so dropped that smirk kid, she said. Sheesh Rinchan, no need to get hostile, said Shursui. Hostile, I'll show hostile. On the field. This is nothing personal, but you're just a puny girl, said Akatsuchi pointing out Yugo's small frame. And you're just a fat lump, nothing personal, she said. Minato laughed in his seat. Anoki growled at him. Even I and Mei cracked smiles. Atta girl, said Rin with a smile. I was going to go easy on you, but I changed my mind, you're dead, he said. Yugo activated her sensory ability, closing her eyes. Fight, said Darui as he jumped out of the way. Akatsuchi thrusted his large hand into the earth. Yugo jumped back as 3 sizable boulders appeared out from the earth. Akatsuchi punched and kicked each them her way. With her eyes still closed Yugo turned sideways avoiding the first one, she ducked for the second one and then propelled herself up onto the third, jumped into the air. She ran through some hand signs and breathed in. Akatsuchi kicked one more boulder out of the ground and punched it toward Yugo. Suetun Suedan no Jutsu, she called out as she spat a powerful and concentrated blast of streaming water at the boulder. She cut it in half and the water continued toward the large boy who brought his hands in front of him to guard. He grunted in pain as he was pushed right back into the nearby wall. What powerful water-style jutsu, thought Akatsuchi as she brushed himself off. Yugo landed on the ground and drew her tanto. Doton, mud shot, she thrusted her tanto into the dirt-propelled earth in the form of small spherical shapes at Akatsuchi, who jumped to the side a little to avoid the first way. She used the Kage shuriken justu to launch more of these things under the cover of the first wave. Shit, he thought as he was hit with a barrage of mud balls. Akatsuchi shacked off the attack and charged toward Yugo. She took a defensive stance. Akatsuchi swung at her as she flipped around his large arms. She slipped through his legs and cut the tendons in his calves. Bringing him to his knees, she then flipped over him and delivered a fast punch to his stomach, making him spit up a bit. She stepped back and pivoted. She planted her hand on the dirt and kicked Akatsuchi in the temple, effectively knocking him out. She flipped up and redrew her tanto with a smile. The winner, Yugo of Konohagakure, announced Darui. Oh yeah, she fist-pumped. Rin smirked down at her student and stuck her tongue out at Kushina and Minato. Who's to say Yugo-chan isn't going to win? Asked Rin with a shrug. In your dreams, exclaimed Mikoto. Don't get so cocky, kid, said Kushina as she crossed her arms. Naruto isn't even here yet, said Shursui. He'll be here, mumbled Kushina with an annoyed pout. Up in the Kage box, Minato smiled down at his shinobi. Your ninja are quite impressive, Hokage Dano, commented Mei with a friendly smile. Yes, they've all worked extremely hard to improve themselves for these exams, said Minato with a small but proud smile. What's that now, old man? 3 for 3, taunted I with a smirk. Anoki merely grumbled, having no argument. I was correct, his shinobi had all been utterly defeated and embarrassed by the other ninja villages. He had no real hopes for Deidara and Akatsuchi, but his granddaughter, whom he had showered with training and knowledge, had been beaten. It seemed implausible that she would be beaten, albeit it was a good match, but she was outsmarted and outgunned by that other Kumo brat. He let out a sigh. Such is life, he thought. I'm a little disappointed, Hokage Dano. I was looking forward to watching your son's match with Idano's shinobi. Minato merely shook his head at the Mizuki's question. I apologize, but I myself have no clue about Naruto's whereabouts, answered Minato truthfully. Just what I'd expect from your offspring, said Anoki grumpily. Minato merely remained calm, although he didn't show it after this last match. If Naruto didn't show, then he would be disqualified. Every moment that ticked by made him increasingly antsy. In the competitors' box, Chojuro and Yujo heard their respective names being called. Competitors' box. Good luck, Yujo-chan, show them your hot-blooded spirit, encouraged Atsui. Thank you, don't I get a good luck from you, Samui-chan? Asked Yujo, poking her friend's shoulder. Samui brushed her hand away, obviously not liking the contact. As a ninja you should make your own luck, she huffed as she stepped away. Yeah, she waved her friend off and jumped down the railing. Good luck, Chojuro, do your best, said Yugo as she put her hand on the mist ninja's shoulder. Chojuro blushed a deep crimson color. He'll need it for when Yujo-chan wipes the floor with him, yelled Atsui. Oh, I can't wait until Naruto kicks your ass, you hot-blooded freak, she retorted rather loudly. TCH, Samui scowled and looked down to the field. Shut it, shorty, I'm going to beat that tardy, arrogant bastard, said Atsui angrily, pointing toward the object of his anger. Itachi grabbed Yugo as she clawed behind toward Atsui. I'll kill you, she screamed. Won the field. Let's have a good match, Yujo-san, said Chojuro, still sporting his blush from earlier. Of course, but I won't go easy on you just because I respect the fact that you're the only Kiri shinobi in this tournament, she said as she crouched down into her stance. Chojuro looked up to the Kage box to see Mei smiling at him. Lady Mizuki is counting on me, I have to do my best, he thought determinedly. Fight, called Darui. Yujo's fingernails extended as she raced forward toward Chojuro. Chojuro grabbed his sword and deflected an outstretched claw with the flat side of his blade. Yujo spun to the right gracefully, using the momentum to swipe at his legs. Chojuro jumped up, sword in hand, and swiped at her neck. Yujo ducked underneath the sword, her long hair paying the price as one of her bangs was cut a little. Blonde strands fell to the floor as she flipped back, retracting her nails. It took me forever to grow my hair, you jerk, she said, her friendly mood disappearing. I am sorry, Yujo-san, it wasn't my intention, she charged at him and threw multiple shuriken. Chojuro slashed right through the shuriken, once he completed his defensive strike. Yujo appeared on the flat side of his sword in a burst of speed. She then kicked him in the mouth, effectively throwing his figure to the ground. Chojuro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked up at Yujo, who had just finished running through a seat of hand signs. Nezumi Kedama, she yelled as she spat out a single ball of blue fire in the shape of a mouse. Chojuro lifted his blade up to defend himself but wasn't prepared for the attack to burst out into multiple homing fireballs toward him. I can't avoid them, he thought as he grasped both the hilts of his broad blade. Hiramakari Kai, he exclaimed as the bandaging around his blade unwrapped itself of the blade. The blade was transformed into a flat hammer as the energy emitted from the blade created the shape at the tip. Chojuro swung the blade forward, flinging the fire style just back at Yujo, who used a substation with a log to escape. The result though was surprising as the balls of elemental chakra imploded on impact with the wall, leaving holes all over the side of the wall. I'm sure as well not cleaning that up, thought Darui as he looked back to the fight. Chojuro had dropped his sword as Yujo pressed him in a taijutsu fight, which he was clearly losing. He ducked and blocked but scarcely attacked. I see, he's heavily reliant on that sword, she thought as she reached out and grabbed his hand. She then swept his leg, making him stumble back. She went to finish him, but Chojuro watered down into the dirt. A water clone, she thought as she dodged as she lifted her left arm up to avoid a kunai. But attached was a paper bomb. Shit, she inwardly growled as she was engulfed in flames. That's gotta hurt, said Yugo, suppressing a chuckle. What hurts is your hair color, but a wig on, said Atsui. Why are you talking? Asked Itachi, narrowing his eyes at the boy. Atsui stepped back toward Samui, who hadn't taken her eyes of the field. Itachi smiled at Yugo and mouthed, "You're welcome." She shook her head and punched him in the arm, sort of a Yugo thank you. Where did she go? Wondered Chojuro. Doesn't matter, I have to get to my sword, he thought frantically as he ran toward it. In his rush he failed to notice a spike in movement below him. Two hands reached out from the dirt and grabbed his ankles. What? He exclaimed. Doton, Shinjuzanchu no Jutsu, said Yujo, grasping onto Chojuro's ankles. Wah, he looked up to see another Yujo charging for him. It's a clone, he thought in a panic as Yujo connected with a strong right to his jaw. The clone beneath him dispersed and she pressed her attack. She delivered a kick to his shin, throwing him off balance. She planted her hands on the ground and spun around, delivering a kick to the side of his temple. Grasping his jaw and falling backward, she appeared behind him in a burst of speed. He turned around in time for her to drive her knee into his stomach. This resulted in him spitting up blood. She then gave him a back fist to the side of his chin. He fell backward with a thud and cry of pain. Yujo then jumped on him and held a kunai to his throat. So Chojuro, I can either kill you, or you can surrender, she smirked as blood trickled down the boy's nose and from the corner of his mouth. I guess I have no choice, I give up, he said with a sigh. She smiled and jumped up. She then helped him up to his feet, dusting him off. Not bad, for a swordsman, she complimented, sort of. The winner, Yujo of Kumogakure, announced Darui as the crowd cheered. Chojuro looked up at the Mizukichi who, unlike the other Kage, stood up and clapped him with a smile on her face. He blushed the action and smiled. Looks the Mizukichi thinks you did great, said Yujo, gaining his attention. You should keep training, maybe sometime, we could have a rematch. Chojuro-san, asked Yujo. We could, yes, thank you Yujo-san, said Chojuro with a polite bow as he ran to gather his sword. In the Kage box, Mei sat down. You seem awfully proud of that loser, said Anoki. I am proud of Chojuro, with limited time to train with the civil war going on he has done well to make this far, said Mei with a smile. An excellent point, I agree, said Minato. You would, said Anoki. So Minato, 2 for 2 and it's about to be 3 for 2 seeing as your son never showed, which is rather disappointing, said I. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, said Minato. We've waited long enough for your brat to arrive, now either he shows up or he's out of my tournament, yelled I. Kushina was sweating bullets. Naruto-chan. The hell are you, child? Exclaimed the angry mother. Well, looks like I win Kushina-chan, said Mikoto with a smug smile. I wouldn't be so sure, said Hiruzen. Everyone looked at him confused, he merely gestured toward the field. On the field. Suddenly a single leaf fell down into Darui's open palm. Well, it's about time, things were getting dull, he smirked as the wind picked up around the stadium. A smirk appeared on Minato's face as the powerful gust of wind whipped up his hair. Two figures appeared in the middle of stadium using the dancing leaf shadow in front of Darui. When the leaves disappeared, the two figures' features were revealed. Naruto and Kakashi stood back to back and many leaf shinobi and civilians alike roared at their appearance. It became apparent astonishingly fast that Naruto had undergone a transformation of sorts. He had grown an inch or two along with some muscle on his arms and chest. His hair now identically matched his father's in length, reaching just below his chin. He sported the Hiruzen's black gloves, however they were now both outfitted with metal places on the back of his hands. He wore black open-toed and heeled shinobi sandals along with black pants, his shins were covered in white tape. He also had two seals were tightly wrapped around his forearms. He wore a mesh undershirt underneath a white undershirt that was covered by black high-collared jacket that was zipped up enough to reveal the top of half of his white undershirt. He wore a belt around his black pants with a holster on the side of his left leg that held two green and red scrolls tightly together. Over the top he wore a coat similar to his father's, despite the overall color of the jacket being white there were black flames on the bottom. He sported a katana holster that wrapped around the upper half of his body, which fastened orokamanji to his back and over the top of his coat. A large Namikaze symbol proudly displayed on the back was visible for all to see. His hide tightly fastened around his forehead. The look on his face displayed no emotion, but a hidden determination that all the shinobi could see. Naruto's gaze immediately found its way up to the Raikage, who looked directly back at him with a smirk. Up in the competitor's box there were mixed feelings. Naruto's teammates sported happy looks to see him. However, Yugo proceeded to call him a show-off. His entrance only served to increase the tension with the other genin, who were already on edge after the first round over. Atsui clenched his fist at the sight of his opponent. Finally! So you've come to battle me, Namikaze, he exclaimed. That was quite an entrance, said Yujo. Right, Samui-chan, hey, she called. Samui's gaze was fixed on the blonde leaf ninja. Samui had a very strong sensor ability. She was able to see chakra and read many people's thoughts, intentions, nature as well as emotions. In her eyesight Naruto's chakra flared a bright yellow color. This guy's chakra, it's so cool, but it's warm and gentle at the same time, she thought with a slightly shocked expression. Chapter 18. Chunin Exam Finals Part 2. From the middle of the field Kakashi rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. So sorry we're late, but we ran into a bit of trouble, he said with an eye smile. It had better be a good damn excuse, you've shown the people here little respect, said Darui in a slightly annoyed tone. And Naruto isn't disqualified, is he? Asked Kakashi, slightly rattled. No, but we had to delay your match, explained Darui. Well, we've done all we can, Naruto, good luck, he said, placing a hand on his shoulder, earning a slight nod from his student/little brother. Kakashi then disappeared in a shunshin up into the stands. Would Atsui of Kumogakure please step down, said Darui. In the competitor's box Atsui was grinning like a Cheshire cat. He gripped the railing in anticipating, narrowing his eyes at his opponent down on the stadium floor. Good luck, do your best, encouraged Yujo. Oh, don't you worry, Yujito-chan. This tardy fiend cannot extinguish my hot-blooded spirit, he declared with a fist pump. Be careful his chakra, it's. No need to worry, Samui-ne-chan, I'll be back in no time, he cheered, cutting her off. Meanwhile Itachi and Yugo on the opposite end of the railing looked down at Naruto with inquisitive expressions. Yugo furrowed her brow in confusion. There's something different about him, observed Yugo, looking down at Naruto's calm demur. Yes, I'd have to agree, he's calmer, more confident, said Itachi. I wonder what kind of training he's done, he said, activating his Sharingan. A similar reaction had occurred from above in the stands as Kakashi appeared next to Rin. She greeted him with her look. He shrunk and waved his hands in front of him in an attempt to quell her quiet rage. Mama Rinchan, I know what you're thinking, and it was honestly Naruto's fault, he said. Oh, real mature, she scowled. He rubbed the back of his head. No, he's right, it wasn't his fault, it was Naruto-chan's, said Kushina, looking down at her son, showing them her back. Lady Kushina, are you sure? She asked. Yes, I'm sure. Minato-kun gave Kakashi strict orders to be on time for this event. I don't think he'd disobey a direct order on purpose, she explained. Well then, why were you late then, Kakashi? Asked Shursui. Well, it's a funny story, he chuckled. Naruto and Kakashi jumped through the trees in the nearby forest of the hidden cloud village. The pair of them silent as the forest blurred together at their high speeds. How are you feeling? The competition doesn't start for a bit, so you have plenty of time to get yourself right, said Kakashi, jumping up against Naruto, who smiled at him. Yeah, I'm okay, but I know who are my biggest threats in this tournament, said Naruto, jumping over a branch. And who are they? Inquired Kakashi. Itachi and Yugo, of course, he said with a smile. But there's also this girl, her name is Samui, and I can tell she's going to tough to beat, he said honestly. What makes her any different? Pressed the Jonin. The way she carries herself, how cool and confident she is in her ability, as Kunoichi tells me she's really strong, you know. He clenched his gloved fist as he knew Cloak whipped up in the background. You're certain, huh? Naruto nodded. Well, if you trust in your training and do your best, that's all you really can do, that's all really any of these genin can do, said Kakashi. I know, but that doesn't mean that I won't win at all, he said with an ambitious smirk. He tapped his forehead protector with his right hand, softly smiling to himself. You're really fond of that? Why? Asked Kakashi. Because it shows me the way, he said with a smile. Shows you the way? He asked, confused. It shows me the way to becoming Hokage, he jumped ahead. To become Hokage, who knows, Naruto, you may actually do it, thought Kakashi with a small smile of his own, jumping after his student. After a few more jumps Naruto came to a halt on a branch. So you sense that too, eh? Asked Kakashi, landing next to him. Yeah, he said, looking ahead. They both jumped and landed much quietly for a few tree branches. The cloud village in view at this point in the middle of the clearing of trees. 3 boys stood over a frightened girl, she looked to be about 3. I thought you said were gonna help me find my mummy, she whimpered as she was shoved to the ground. The 3 boys were dressed in rain ninja clothing. The little girl was dressed in a floral patterned sun dress. She had proclaimed skin and light blonde hair along with green eyes. She also wore Roman-styled sandals and she had a pin in the corner of her forehead holding her hair off her face that came down just below her shoulders. The boy on the left remained stoic whilst the leader of the group, a boy with thick-rimmed glasses, smirked down at her. I'm sorry for whatever, please don't hurt me, she squeaked. Tell me, did you laugh at how we were humiliated in the exams, how we had to return to Amigakure in shame, asked the stoic boy. She screamed in pain as tears trickled down her face. I suggest you let her go, now, said Naruto. Is that S? Naruto's gloved hand found its way on the boy's wrist as he appeared right in front of the boy. He squeezed and pushed his wrist back, breaking it, signaled by a loud crack. The boy let go of the small girl's hair as he stumbled back to the ground. The frightened and crying toddler scrambled up to her feet and ran over to Naruto. She clung to his pant leg. He put his left hand on her shoulder. Bastard! We'll kill you for that, screamed the girl. Naruto was unfazed by her outburst. The leader pushed his glasses up and cackled obnoxiously and loudly. Why, you must be joking, he laughed. You come here playing hero and you have the gall to wear a headband and call yourself ninja? He asked, laughing again. You tell him, Jin, encouraged the girl. Pathetic, he taunted. Do you know who I am? I've received personal training from Hanzo-sama's personal advisor because I possess the Jutoken Kekei Genkai, which means my chakra doesn't flow, it comes out in large bursts. Meaning that I can exert tremendous amounts of power from any part of my body that I so choose to, he laughed. He crouched down and began pumping chakra to his legs. Look at you, pathetic. Can you even throw a punch? He cackled again as he pushed off from the ground. His companions brought their hands up to cover their facial features from dust. He rocketed past Naruto, taunting and probing his for a reaction. He shot back, bouncing off a tree, leaving an indent in the bark. He zipped above the blonde-haired girl who held onto Naruto even tighter than before. His laughing echoed as he shot back again and again, his figure becoming a blur. Naruto remained impassive as his hair and clothes whipped up at the wind created by the boy, almost touching his figure each time. Now you're finished, die. The boy cackled and pushed off one last time, coming straight toward Naruto's front. Can I throw a punch? Naruto's facial expression turned to rage. Here's your damn punch, he said as the boy came at him with an outstretched kunai. Naruto slammed his fist right into the boy's cheek, which left a blood-red indent in Jin's face. His figure was slammed to ground, which cracked underneath the pressure. The boy was knocked out as his body whiplashed against the ground before settling down into the indent. If I ever see any of you again, the result will be very unpleasant, he said as he gently took the small girl's hand away from his leg. He walked up the Jin and kicked him toward the girl, who struggled to manage his weight, catching him. Wait, who are you? Asked the girl. Naruto turned around, showing her his Namake's clan symbol. The girl gasped. Take a guess. Naruto turned around with a smirk. Just like his father, always playing hero, said Kushina with a small smile. Rin smiled. I should have known. Typical Naruto-kun, guess I owe you an apology, Kakashi. Sorry, she said sincerely. Don't mention it, I'm just glad that he didn't get disqualified, said Kakashi, stuffing his hands in his pockets. Konohagakure. Nissan is so cool, shouted Rin, watching his elder brother appeared on the screen. It wasn't that cool, thought Karen. If anything, he'll lose favor with the other Kage in getting a recommendation for Chunin, she frowned. Oni-chan, cheered Kari. Yes, that's your big brother, cooed Shizune as the little girl on her lap waved her arms in front of her excitedly. He'd better have a good excuse for being late like that, thought Shizune, hiding her own frown. Chunin Exam Stadium. I hope you're ready to feel defeat, said Atsui, looking across from Naruto. Naruto didn't respond as he simply opted to stare calculatingly at Atsui. You owe these people a show, Naruto, better make it a good one, said Darui. I don't owe these people anything, he said. Well, if that's your way of thinking, he sighed. A lot of people traveled far and wide to see you fight, the least you can do is put on a good one, he said. This time Naruto didn't answer him, he merely adopted a foxy grin. Fight, said Darui, jumping back as Atsui drew his sword. Observe my hot blood spirit, roared Atsui as his sword was engulfed in fire. Katana shot, he swung his blade wildly. Elemental fire chakra rocket toward Naruto. You're done now, he declared. The flame shots passed directly through Naruto. The grin never leaving his face. What trickery is this? Said Atsui in an accusing tone. Well, you bastard, you won't get away from me. The flames intensified as veins appeared in his arms and the intensity of his strikes increased. The result was the same. The multi-attack passed right through Naruto like he didn't even notice it. Up in the stands, Kakashi sported a smirk of his own. What kind of jutsu is that? Some sort of transparency technique, said Shisui, activating his Sharingan in an attempt to substantiate his hypothesis. And nothing, he hasn't used any chakra, said Shisui in a confused tone. What is he doing, Kakashi-kun? Asked Rin. It's pure speed, said Jiraiya. Huh? Asked Mikoto. Look at his feet, the ground has been worn out, he isn't transparent, he's just been moving faster than we can see with the naked eye, to attain such speed in only 6 months. Truly the boy is a prodigy, explained Hiruzen with a smile. You haven't seen anything yet, said Kakashi in a knowing tone. Back down on the field, Atsui let out a shrill yell of frustration. Namikaze, your tricks to avoid our battle will only add fuel to my burning spirit, which compels me to beat you, he exclaimed. Naruto's smirk disappeared from his face. Your hot-blooded spirit is no match for my will of fire, said Naruto. TCH, will of fire. Do you even know how to defeat me? He taunted. I'm gonna kick your head off your shoulders. Naruto's gaze intensified as yellow chakra formed a visible circle around his figure on the ground. Atsui planted his foot and went to charge the blonde leaf ninja. The ground around Naruto's feet was completely blown away. Before Atsui could react, Naruto's foot made contact with his face. So fast, I can't. Atsui's face became distorted at the pressure that Naruto's foot was exerting on his facial features. A sickening crack could be heard as Atsui's form was launched right into the wall. He hit the wall with a thud as the stone around his body cracked under the force. He was missing some teeth and his pupils had rolled back into his eyes. His nose was bleeding and broken and blood poured down from his mouth. He fell to the ground in a heap and coughed up blood and gasped. Atsui, exclaimed Samui, losing all of her composure, her exterior mask thrown to the waist side. The winner, Naruto of Konohagakure, said Darui, a little shocked at the outcome. Medical Nin rushed to Atsui's aid. He suffered several facial bones in his face have been broken and he has a concussion, we should get him to the ICU. They both nodded to each other as they carried him off on a stretcher. The competitor's box was silent, they hadn't expected such a swift ending, nobody had. It was Yugo who broke the silence, as usual. That was fucking awesome, she yelled. This would be loud enough and projected enough throughout the stadium to catalyze an eruption of applause. Naruto smiled. That was rather impressive, I didn't expect that, said Yujo. I don't think anyone did, said Samui as she gripped the railing. But Atsui, he's hurt, she said, concern evident in her voice. You know as well as I do that Atsui never stood a chance against Naruto, said Yujo sitting on the railing. You must have seen this coming, Yujo shrugged. I know, it was foolish of to think that he would give up before Namikaze beat him, she sighed. You have to admit though, that was rather impressive, said Yujo with a smile. I guess it was, but my brother is still hurt, she pointed out, making Yujo shrug. Down on the stadium floor, Darui rubbed the back of his head and sighed. Okay then, seeing as we've now come full circle, the second round can begin. After these rounds there will be a day's break so the finalists can rest and recuperate for the upcoming championship bouts. Now the second matches are a little different from your average tournament, so pay attention, and it goes as follows, he announced. You all may have noticed that there is an odd number of genin now still in the tournament. The reason why only 12 were allowed to pass the second exam is specifically for this reason, he explained. A new concept has been introduced into the tournament, a 3-on-3 battle, or a battle royal if you will, he said, rubbing the back of his head. The matches will test the dynamic between ninja, as they may choose to gang up on one and work together, or it may be turn be every shinobi for his or herself. However, only 2 ninja will not progress, which means the first ninja to be deemed by B to be unable to continue will be eliminated, he finished. He gestured upward toward the tournament table of the Titantron. Naruto of Konohagakure vs Kimimaro of Otogakure vs Yujo of Kumogakure. Samui of Kumogakure vs Yugo of Konohagakure vs Itachi of Konohagakure. These matches are simply designed to eliminate one competitor from the standings, leaving only 4 shinobi to advance to the final matches tomorrow. Now would Kimimaro of Otogakure and Yujo of Kumogakure step forward. Naruto, already being down on the floor, remained in his place. Up in the Kage box, Minato couldn't take the grin off his face. So your brat finally arrives and he almost kills my shinobi, how typical, growled I. What did you do to make him so strong? He asked, prying into Naruto's training methods. I believe you have yourself and Naruto's drive to thank for that, said Minato. Myself? Oh, I chuckled to himself. I guess I did help a little, he shook his head. I helped in creating this little monster, thought I with a sigh. In the stands, Kushina's shocked expression turned in a massive grin. "That's my baby," she fist-pumped, laughing to herself. "That was insane speed," said Rin. Tsunade smirked down at her grandson leaning against Jiraiya. "How far along has little Naruto-chan come?" she wondered. "He's certainly done a lot of growing up, hasn't he?" he commented. Kakashi chuckled at Rin's face. She was gaping like a fish. "Pretty cool, huh?" he said. I don't understand, what?" she babbled. "To come so far, in such a short amount of time was implausible," she said. "I wouldn't be so impressed at the moment. Any one of our genin could have beaten that boy with one strike," said Shursui. "I'd have to agree, but even so," said Mikoto. "That was a truly amazing display. I doubt that most people here could follow him," she said, bouncing Ayano up on her lap, earning a giggle from the toddler. In Konoha, the reception was much different initially from everyone sitting of the grass and around the stadium. There was an instant eruption of cheers and shouts for Naruto. Rin, of course, being the loudest and most vocal about how awesome his big brother was. Carrie squirmed and wiggled her arms and legs whilst cheering for Naruto. It was rather adorable. Anything this little girl did was cute in Shizun's eyes. 3-on-3 battles, how innovative, said Hitomi Hyuga. "I'll say, it's no wonder Kumo are hailed throughout the 5 great nations for their exams," said Inora Yamanaka. "The pups have sure got their work cut out for them if any of them are going to win this tournament," said Tsum Inuzuka. "It'll be a challenge," said Karen. "Oniai-chan is gonna win," cheered Carrie. "Go! Ni-san," exclaimed Rin. "So much like Lady Kushina," thought Shizun with a smile and a shake of her head. Back in the examination arena, Kimimaro, Naruto and Yujito stood in a triangle formation with Darui on the middle. Now remember, it isn't the last one standing. There are 2 winners here. The ones who outsurvive the weakest one will advance. The first shinobi deemed unable to battle will be elemented, said Darui, earning nods from the 3 genin. "I think I'll add a few more scares to that pretty face of yours," said Yujito, extending her fingernails. Naruto chuckled and touched Scar his gloved hand. "TCH, come on," said Naruto, motioning with his wrist with his index finger extended to bring it. "This isn't a game, my new village's pride is on the line and will not fail Lord Orochimaru," said Kimimaro as a bone saber appeared in his hand from his ulna. "You've been brainwashed pretty well, haven't you?" said Yujito. "You sad little pawn," said Naruto with a wild smirk. "Pawn," spat Kimimaro. "I am not his pawn, Namikaze," he screamed. "Fight!" Darui jumped back and Kimimaro took off toward Naruto. "You bastard! How dare you!" Naruto jumped back, but Kimimaro kept coming. He roared as he repeatedly swung at Naruto, who back-peeled, avoiding each one of them with a slight twist of his body. "What am I, chopped liver?" said Yujito as she took off after them. Kimimaro's bone structure altered with a burst of chakra. He spun around in the process, discarding the lost robe of the top of his body. His bones stuck out from all angles. "Larch no mai," he shot toward Naruto, who back-flipped to avoiding Kimimaro. He pushed off with his hands and vaulted the incoming genin. "Don't forget about me, boys." Yujito launched a blue fireball toward both of them. Naruto bent his back as it pasted over his face and upper body, narrowly missing his nose. Kimimaro stopped his attack and turned around, only to be met with a fire blast to the stomach, sending him into the wall. "Well, aren't you quick?" said Naruto as he pulled out a kunai, blocking 3 outstretched fingernails from Yujito. "Thank you, a ninja's greatest weapons are stealth and deception." Naruto parried her hand away and jumped up to avoid 2 hands that shot out of the dirt to grab his ankles. He kicked Yujito in the face as the clone beneath his disappeared. Yujito skidding back, wiping the trickle of blood from her cheek. Naruto back-flipped and jumped over a barrage of kunai sent his way from Kimimaro. "I've had enough of you," he shouted as held his fingers out toward Naruto. "Now, Taiju Teshi Sendan," said the boy as Yujito jumped out of his line of fire. Multiple bones from his fingertips, too fast for the naked eye to read, raced toward Naruto. Naruto's perception of movement increased as he tapped into the swift release. A familiar aura appeared around his feet, however this time the yellow energy whipped up his clothing and hair. "Jinsaku no Namikaze mai." Naruto held his right gloved hand out in front of him as he smirked. The bone bullets slowed down to sluggish speeds. Naruto sidestepped the bullets calmly as one passed to either side of him occasionally. To everyone else it looked like Naruto was moving 20 times faster as he weaved in and out of the bullets. Kimimaro growled and increased the output of bones, but it made no difference as Naruto continued to calmly walk toward Kimimaro. He then disappeared in a burst of speed. Kimimaro stopped his onslaught. "Where is he?" wondered Kimimaro uneasily as he felt a gust of wind rush through her hair. "I feel like a bit of a third wheel here, boys," said Yujito, putting her hands on her hips and adopting a pout. Naruto appeared at his feet. He spun on the ground, sliding his hands swiftly in circles. Once he finished his rotation, he kicked Kimimaro right in the chin. The boy was sent skyward into the air as he grunted in pain from the impact. Well, maybe you're just not that interesting, retorted Naruto as he disappeared again. Where is he now? Thought Kimimaro as a similar burst of wind shot right through him. Naruto appeared behind him as they both sailed backward. Naruto then grabbed Kimimaro's shoulder, harshly making him wince. He then spun him toward him and kicked him in the side on the ribs, breaking a few. He then spun over to the Sound Ninja's other side and delivered a backhand to his chest. Kimimaro cried in pain as Naruto then struck him in the chest with another powerful kick. Naruto's figure was then parallel with the dead bone pulse user. Futon, Ikasu Ripusho, Naruto thrusted his palm into Kimimaro's chest. What followed was a sharp blast of wind that knocked him toward the ground. You're done, said Naruto as he disappeared in a burst of speed toward Kimimaro. His fist connected with his chest and then he rotated. Using the momentum and the force of the wind he spun around, driving his right foot into Kimimaro's rib cage. Inuishi Rendan, he yelled as a sickening crack echoed through the stadium, followed by an explosion of dirt. Game over already, wondered Yujito. I wouldn't be so sure, Yugi-chan. It's dull, but Kimimaro is down, but he isn't out, said Darui, pointing toward the dirt. What? Growled Naruto as he struggled. When the smoke cleared, it was clear that his foot was caught in between the bones. I think it's time I rejoin the fight, said Yujito as she raced toward the boys. Naruto growled as he unsealed a kunai from his right wrist. He funneled Futon chakra through it. He can stream his chakra, thought Yujito as she pulled out a kunai of her own, throwing it at him. Naruto then cut his foot loose, making Kimimaro cry out in pain. Naruto then flipped backward and threw his kunai at Yujito's. With the chakra gone from Naruto's kunai, they both deflected off each other. Yujito then kicked Kimimaro in his exposed stomach region, sending him to the ground. Is that all your swift release can do? I'm pretty disappointed, said Yujito with a smile. Alright, fine, I got one more swift trick, but you asked for it, said Naruto, his grin increasing. Here we go, let's hope it works, said Kakashi. What's Naruto going to do? Asked Shursui. Just watch, he managed to get a handle on some of his powers, Kakashi smirked. Just watch, he said, pointing toward his pupil. Back in the stadium, Naruto unclipped the scroll holder on his belt. He grabbed the red scroll that rested on his right leg. He twirled it on top of his finger, he then flicked it up in the air. He then channeled chakra to his finger and grabbed the scroll, unfurling it in midair. In the scroll was a sealing method and in the middle was the kanji for seal. He wrote with his chakra around the kanji. He then began twirling it around his body. This dance is over, he smirked as he threw it up in the air again, the scroll sealing itself. He grabbed it and slammed it into the ground and a summoning seal appeared around it. Uzumaki Wanafuin, a burst of chakra rocketed toward Yujito and Kimimaro. Suddenly sealing method wrapped itself around the two shinobi. The chains then binded them in place, extending into the ground. Naruto's look then turned serious as the air became thick with chakra. He then leaned over and spread his legs apart as he placed his left hand on his knee and his right fist on the ground. Hwah! Naruto began building up chakra. Minato stood to his feet as he watched his son. Second gear, he exclaimed as the yellow aura came into full view around him. Up in the competitor's box, Naruto's teammates were shocked to say the least. Samui stood away from them with a shocked expression on her face. It's so warm, she thought. Naruto then stepped forward and held out his open palm. He cocked his fist back so the front of his hand was facing him. Kimimaro and Yujito's eyes widened. Jinsaku no Suifuto Pistaru, he thrusted his fist forward, turning it as a powerful focus blast of swift aura wiped out Kimimaro and Yujito, sending them into the other side of the arena and into the wall. Naruto then breathed out a sigh as the yellow aura disappeared. That still takes so much out of me, thought Naruto as he panted heavily. It worked, thought Minato with a smile. I knew he could do it. He sat back down in his seat. What was that? Asked Onoki. That was Naruto's swift release, he smirked. Up in the stands, Kakashi smirked and gave a thumbs up. Genius child for the win, he chuckled. What was that? Hiruzen asked. It was a jab, said Kakashi. A jab, repeated Kushina. Yes, exactly, a jab delivered so strongly and fast that the force behind it reaches devastating levels of speed and power, that it extends far behind a regular thrust of one's fist, which is possible by Naruto tapping at his swift release, explained Kakashi. Amazing Naruto-chan, thought Kushina. The dust cleared to reveal Kimimaro battered and beaten, lying on the ground unconscious. Yujito struggled to her feet. She's actually getting up from that, thought Naruto in disbelief. Kitten, I can't funnel any more chakra into your system. Yujito listened to her inner spirit as she finally lost consciousness. Having lost consciousness first, Kimimaro of Otogakure is eliminated. Naruto of Konohagakure and Yujito of Kumogakure will advance to the semifinals. Now would Itachi of Konohagakure, Samui of Kumogakure and Yugo of Konohagakure please come down for the commencement of the second battle royal, said Darui. The medics grabbed Yujito and Kimimaro, taking them to the medical bay. Yugo and Itachi went up to greet Naruto. After a few moments they all bursted out in laughter and Yugo grabbed Naruto in a headlock. It was clear that they were all very close friends. At this point Samui stepped out into the light, sporting a confused expression. What are they doing? She asked herself in confusion at their behavior. Naruto freed himself. Good luck guys, and remember what these exams are about for us, said Naruto smirking. Promotion, said Yugo. Itachi shook his head. To find out who's the strongest, said Naruto clenching his fist. I'll go through you both to surmount my place at the top, he declared. I believe that spot is reserved for me, said Itachi. Don't get ahead of yourselves boys, finished Yugo. Unbeknownst to them their entire conversation was broadcasted on the large screen. Samui shook her head. Don't they take anything seriously, she thought. Naruto gathered himself, giving one last smile to his friends before walking away. Samui was broken out of her thoughts when Naruto passed by her. He mouthed something to her making her gasp. He didn't stop, he merely kept walking up into the box. His figure disappeared, the smile never leaving his face. Down in the stadium the three competitors faced each other in a triangle formation. Remember the rules, the first shinobi to be deemed by myself unable to battle will be eliminated and the other two will advance, fight. He disappeared away from them. Itachi activated his Sharingan and Yugo ran through some hand signs. You're going down, declared Yugo eyeing Samui. Bring it bitch, said Samui as she disappeared to avoid a fireball fired by Itachi. Samui appeared behind Yugo with a fist aimed at the back of her neck. Yugo slammed her palms into the ground. Suetun, Suijin Hiki, a wall of water appeared behind her pushing Samui away drenched. To cast such powerful water-style jutsu, where there is no source of water is truly amazing Yugo-chan, thought Itachi as he drew a kunai and raced toward her. She met Itachi's thrust of his kunai with a block from her tanto. Samui raced forward and drew her sword. A blue blade, thought Naruto up from the competitor's box. That's quite a sword, said Yugo as she back-flipped away pumping chakra into her legs. Samui and Itachi then began to exchange blows. Violent sparks erupted from the connections. Samui sidestepped a swipe and then went to sweep Itachi's legs. Itachi jumped up and came down with an axe kick. Samui grabbed his leg then swung him around throwing him toward Yugo who threw a barrage of shuriken at him. Itachi was hit by them but disappeared, replaced by a log. Yugo's eyes widened when Itachi appeared behind her. He kicked her in the side of the ribs, he heard a few cracks. Samui then raced forward as Itachi planted back onto the ground. She delivered a right hook with her free hand sending Itachi back a few paces. Yugo recovered from the kick. She then placed her right hand over her ribs. It began glowing green as she healed herself. She knows medical ninjutsu, thought Samui. I'll butt her down, she thought as she ran through some hand signs. Yugo then began building up a fair amount of chakra. They're using the same hand signs, damn, thought Itachi as he jumped away flipping up onto the wall. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu / Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, they both exclaimed as violent water vortexes collided with each other. Itachi held his hands up to cover his face from the harsh spray of water. The two attacks cancelled each other out. Yugo couldn't make out another as Samui appeared out of the water. Both girls had used a lot of chakra into those attacks and were feeling the effects. Damn it all, said Yugo as she threw some chakra-infused kunai at Samui. She disappeared in a burst of smoke. A log appeared at her feet, but her eyes widened at the sight of a paper bomb attached to the end. It exploded along with a large quantity of water, which was followed by a scream. Yugo's figure was thrown out of the water wave skidding across the ground. She was bleeding, her clothes torn. Itachi appeared behind her grabbing her body, stopping her momentum. Itachi smiled. You got hasty and did the fighting for me again, he said. Shut up you broody weirdo, she giggled softly before losing consciousness. The water all died down to reveal Samui panting a little. If she had some more chakra, she would have been able to heal herself and go on the attack. I got lucky, I guess. Samui let a small smile creep up on her face. Naruto gathered himself, giving one last smile to his friends before walking away. Samui was broken out of her thoughts when Naruto passed by her. Good luck, Naruto. Rin smiled down at her student, very proud of how far that she has come. Well Rin-chan, I guess it's just Kakashi's student and mine left, said Shursui with a smile. Yeah, but number one, they're all my students, and number two, the main thing is that she did her best, she said, walking away, going to see Yugo in the medic bay. Up in the Kage box I smirked. And then there were four, he chuckled. And then there were four, but in the end there is only going to be one winner, said Minato, sporting a smirk of his own. The famous rivalry of the Yondaime Kage of the Cloud and Leaf certainly lives up to its expectations, said Mai with a giggle. What a farce, said Anoki with a sigh. After approximately 30 minutes Yujo made her way out to join the other finalists. Before Yugo had been collected by the medics, the 4 finalists stood together, all sporting some injures. Samui, Yujo, Itachi and Naruto. The very best genin of their generation stood in a line facing Darui. Ladies and gentlemen, your 4 finalists, declared Darui, making the crowd roar. Tomorrow there will be 2 semi-final matches followed by the last bout to determine the strongest genin of this generation, exclaimed Darui. He pointed up to the large screen as the finalists for names scrambled about on the brackets. When they stopped, a silence fell over the stadium. Yujo of Kumogakure vs Itachi of Konohagakure. Naruto of Konohagakure vs Samui of Kumogakure. Chapter 19. Chunin Exam Finals Part 3. Samui, Yujo, Itachi and Naruto. The very best genin of their generation stood in a line facing Darui. Ladies and gentlemen, your 4 finalists, declared Darui, making the crowd roar. Tomorrow there will be 2 semi-final matches followed by the last bout to determine the strongest genin of this generation, exclaimed Darui. He pointed up to the large screen as the finalists for names scrambled about on the brackets. When they stopped, a silence fell over the stadium. Yujo of Kumogakure vs Itachi of Konohagakure. Naruto of Konohagakure vs Samui of Kumogakure. Samui Nei-chan. Samui walked through the door of her home to be greeted by her little sister. Rina-chan, she smiled a little and patted her on the head. Where's Atsui Oniai-chan, she asked. Well, he's in the hospital, he should be out in a few days, so don't worry. Where's Kaa-san, she asked. She said that she was working late again, explained the toddler. Oh, well, I guess it's just you and me, she tapped her on the nose, eliciting a giggle from the young girl. What would you like for dinner, she asked. The child adopted a cute thinking pose and then cheered. I want spaghetti, she yelped. Okay, Samui picked her up. She walked over to the counter and placed her in her high chair and began rummaging through the empty cabinets for spaghetti. I met a superhero today, she declared. Oh, you did you? She inquired, turning on the stove with 2 nozzles. Yeah, Rudo Namie's. He was super cool, she cheered with a giggle. Samui stopped what she was doing and turned around with a slightly shocked expression. Naruto Namikaze, she asked. Yeah. He saved me from the bad guys and took me home, she giggled again and smiled. He beat him up and Dende ran away scared, she explained excitedly. So he wasn't late because he's tardy, it's because he was saving Rina, she thought. So, what happened when you met Namikaze? Asked Samui. Rina giggled cutely. Well, I met him in the forest and I thought you said we're gonna help me find my mummy, she whimpered as she was shoved to the ground. The 3 boys were dressed in rain ninja clothing. I'm sorry for whatever, please don't hwrt me, she squeaked. Tell me, did you laugh at how we were humiliated in the exams, how we had to return to Amigakure in shame? Asked the stoic boy. She screamed in pain as tears trickled down her face. I suggest you let her go, now, said Naruto. Is that S? Naruto's gloved hand found its way on the boy's wrist as he appeared right in front of the boy. He squeezed and pushed his wrist back, breaking it, signaled by a loud crack. The boy let go of the small girl's hair as he stumbled back to the ground. The frightened and crying toddler scrambled up to her feet and ran over to Naruto. She clung to his pant leg. He put his left hand on her shoulder. Bastard! We'll kill you for that, screamed the girl. Naruto was unfazed by her outburst. The leader pushed his glasses up and cackled obnoxiously and loudly. Why, you must be joking, he laughed. You come here playing hero and you have the gall to wear a headband and call yourself ninja? He asked, laughing again. You tell him, Jin, encouraged the girl. Pathetic, he taunted. Do you know who I am? I've received personal training from Hanzo-sama's personal advisor because I possess the Jutoken Kekei Genkai, which means my chakra doesn't flow, it comes out in large bursts. Meaning that I can exert tremendous amounts of power from any part of my body that I so choose to, he laughed. He crouched down and began pumping chakra to his legs. Look at you, pathetic. Can you even throw a punch? He cackled again as he pushed off from the ground. His companions brought their hands up to cover their facial features from dust. He rocketed past Naruto, taunting and probing his for a reaction. He shot back, bouncing off a tree, leaving an indent in the bark. He zipped above the blonde-haired girl who held onto Naruto even tighter than before. His laughing echoed as he shot back again and again, his figure becoming a blur. Naruto remained impassive as his hair and clothes whipped up at the wind created by the boy, almost touching his figure each time. Now you're finished, die. The boy cackled and pushed off one last time, coming straight toward Naruto's front. Can I throw a punch? Naruto's facial expression turned to rage. Here's your damn punch, he said as the boy came at him with an outstretched kunai. Naruto slammed his fist right into the boy's cheek, which left a blood-red indent in Jin's face. His figure was slammed to ground, which cracked underneath the pressure. The boy was knocked out as his body whiplashed against the ground before settling down into the indent. If I ever see any of you again, the result will be very unpleasant, he said as he gently took the small girl's hand away from his leg. He walked up to Jin and kicked him toward the girl, who struggled to manage his weight, catching him. Wait, who are you? Asked the girl. Naruto turned around, showing her his Namake's clan symbol. The girl gasped. Take a guess. Naruto turned around with a smirk. He saved Rina. He's a foreign ninja. Why? She thought in shock. I met him a while ago, said Samui softly. How cool is he? Are you gonna get married? She asked innocently. Samui struggled to keep her composure as a small tinge of red appeared on her cheeks. No, we are never getting married, she said with a sigh. Okay then, I marry him. He's pretty. Samui shook her head. You shouldn't say such things, she said with a tiny smile. Huh? How come? She asked. 1, because you don't know him, 2, you're 2 years old, and 3, he's a shinobi from Konohagakure, she explained. It wouldn't work out between the two of you, said the elder sister. That's silly, retorted the toddler. Why? She asked. Because dat don't matter, she huffed. You'll understand when you're older. Now you wanted spaghetti, yes? She asked, earning a happy nod from the toddler. Welcome all to Kumogakure's Chunin exam finals, declared Darui from the middle of the field. The crowd roared in approval. The mood in the competitors' box was friendly to say the least. Yujo had taken up conversing with Itachi. To which he found the situation quite perplexing, that his opponent wanted to be friendly with him. But he soon found out that Yujo was just a chatty person. She asked him questions about Konoha and his friends. He answered truthfully. However, Samui stood at the end of the railing looking down at Darui, explained the situation to the crowd. Not one to be left out, Naruto approached her with a lopsided grin on his face, his black and white coat flowing in the wind. Hi there, Samui-chan, he said in a friendly tone and wave. Hello, and do not address me like that, we aren't friends. Not cool, she replied stoically. So, nice day we're having, right? He rubbed the back of his head and chuckled nervously. She merely nodded. Well, good luck today, again I guess, he smiled. Would you stop smiling, it's annoying, she said, not sparing him a glance. You should try it sometime, maybe you wouldn't be so serious, he chuckled. She didn't answer and his chuckling faded up into an embarrassed noise. You're not very good at making small talk, huh? He said. No, she replied quickly. Naruto chuckled nervously again. Phew, gee, is it getting hot in here or is it just me? Trying to make her laugh, but his attempt failed miserably. Thank you, she said. Huh? He asked, not quite hearing her soft reply. I said thank you for saving Rina. I know that you knew that she was my sister and you didn't tell me, or brag about it. Why? She asked. I don't know, he answered. You don't know? She repeated. Yeah, she's safe, so no need to bring it up, you know, he chuckled. Look, I'm grateful to you for saving my little sister, but we aren't going to friends. I have no intention of getting to know you, and as far as I'm concerned you're totally annoying and not cool, she said emotionlessly. Huh, well if that's how it is, I guess if we can't be friends we have to be rivals, said Naruto smiling. You're a persistent weirdo, she commented. And you're unfriendly and cynical, he smirked. She humphed, not giving him a solid reply. I'll see you out there, Samui-chan, he teased as Darui began the introductions. He walked away with a cool wave. Samui almost lost her composure, but her self-control prevailed and she was able to keep her cool. Her eyes followed him as he walked away casually. Would Itachi Uchiha of Konohagakure and Yujo Ni of Kumogakure please step down so we can begin the first semi-final match, he announced. Both Yujo and Itachi reached their starting points facing each other with stoic expressions. The refreshing friendliness disappearing in place a sense of pride and competitiveness. The desire to win evidently burning in their eyes. Up in the Kage box, Minato and I were most on edge as their village's reputation and pride was on the line. I hope you're ready to lose, said I. We'll see, Minato replied coolly. Would you two give it a rest? You're giving me a headache, whined Mei holding her head. No respect, Kage in my day were cordial at least, said Anoki. I scoffed. Oh please, first great ninja war, second, third, did you happen to be taking a nap when these cordial events were happening? He asked sarcastically. Together, as in marriage, thought Mei as her arm rest crumbled under her grip. Minato's sweat dropped. She's as scary as Kushina, he thought. Fight, declared Darui jumping backward. They both threw multiple chakra-infused shuriken at each. With myriad clangs they cancelled each other out. Sparks from the friction of metal on metal became visible as they both rushed toward each other, pumping chakra into their legs. Yujo grunted and pulled out a kunai, swiping at Itachi's head. Itachi's Sharingan spun to life as he sidestepped the attack, grabbing her hand. He spun around, taking her back. Yujo flipped back, taking a higher angle. She delivered a chakra-infused axe kick to Itachi. He brought his hand up to block it. The impact broke apart the ground beneath them. "That all you got?" she asked. Itachi smirked as he disappeared in a murder of crows. "Genjutsu," she commented. "Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu." Yujo heard Itachi's voice as she spun around. She was engulfed in a great fireball, which exploded around her figure. He raised an eyebrow as a chain erupted from the flames from underground. It made its way toward Itachi. He back-flipped and jumped to avoid it, but it managed to wrap itself around his left ankle. "Crap," he thought as the chain whipped to the side, sending him into the ground. He skidded along the dirt and grunted in pain. He heard a feral shout as he was suddenly pulled back in the same direction. "She's strong," he thought as he raced toward her. Yujo cocked her fist back as Itachi came into range. Itachi flipped forward and then blocked her fist with his right knee. He then kicked his leg, wrapping the chain around her free arm. He then threw his body backward, slamming her into the ground. The chain then disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Nezumi Ketama," from the other side of the field, Yujo blew out a single ball of blue fire. "I've seen this before," he thought as his Sharingan spun clockwise. Itachi shoeshined to the side and jumped up the wall. He avoided a barrage of multiple small fireballs as they destroyed the stone on the side of the stadium. Yujo took off after him. She shoeshined in front of him and attempted to strike him in the stomach. He grabbed her fist. She let out a shrill yell as she then punched him with her other hand. He blocked it, but he was forced back. This continued up the wall as Itachi continued to defend himself. Yujo's last strike was predicted by his Sharingan and he jumped backward, planting his hands on the stone. His quads found their way to her hips and he launched her upward. Itachi then pulled out a kunai with a paper bomb attached. He threw it at her. She brought her hands up to protect herself as it exploded. She was sent tumbling down past him. She air recovered and jumped back. The side of her head bleeding and her clothes torn and dirted. Itachi retook a place in front of her as he continued on the attack. He ran through some hand signs and inhaled. "Futon, Kazakiri no Jutsu," he exclaimed as several blades of wind rocketed toward her. Yujo ran through some hand signs and slammed her hands on the ground. "Doton, Doria Hiki," a wall made of earth shot upward from the ground. The wind blades cut through it, making smaller rocks fly upward into the air. Yujo jumped toward them and began kicking them toward Itachi, who dodged the first three. Yujo's fourth rock hit the place in front of him and he was hit in the knee with smaller rock. It cut his pant leg and blood flowed from it, making him growl. She was able to turn defense into attack too quickly, he thought. "I've got him now, Nibi, I need some of your chakra," she said to her inner demon. "I thought we agreed that you'd only use that in emergencies," said the two tails. "I know, but this is a special case. We've fought to a stalemate thus far, but I don't see any other way in beating him," she urged. "Very well, I will allow you access to some of my chakra, but do not waste it. If you draw on too much yokai you will die, kitten." The tailed beast complied with her jailer's request and channeled chakra through her system. Suddenly swirling blue chakra appeared around Yujo. Her features became more feral-looking as the shade of her eyes darkened, changing in slitted pupils. Her nails grew sharpened to a point, her binded hair became undone, swirling around her. She got on all fours and began snarling at Itachi. Up in the stands, Mikoto looked down worriedly as she grasped her youngest tightly. "Ka-san, is Oniai-chan going to be okay?" asked Ayano. "Don't you worry, kiddo," Shursui chimed in cheerily. "Your big bro is ready to take on anything," he smiled. Ayano looked unsure. Mikoto kissed her on the side of the head as she looked down at her eldest child with a worried expression. Next to her, Fugaku remained stoic throughout the match, however inwardly he was worried for his child, as any father would be. Down in the arena, Itachi contemplated his next move as Yujo's chakra output increased. The blue chakra swirled around her. "What kind of chakra is this? Wait, it's just like that day," thought Itachi as his Sharingan perception revealed to him a very large and evil-looking manifestation of yokai. It snarled at him and disappeared in Yujo, igniting her chakra system. "You're finished, Itachi," she let out a feral growl as she swiped both her hands in an X shape, sending a wind blast toward him. Itachi was sent backward. He hair recovered as his Sharingan shot to the left. He avoided a swipe from the two tails Jinchuriki. "She's fast," he thought as Yujo didn't stop her attack. "I can't keep up," he thought in a panic. Yujo punched him in the stomach, making him spit up some blood. She then head-butted him in the face, which was followed by a backhand into the opposing wall. Itachi hit the wall with a thumb as blood began to fall from the side of his face. Yujo appeared in front of him. Itachi was able to narrowly avoid a uppercut. "I need to get some distance," he thought as he ran through some hand signs. He inhaled and faced the ground. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, he fired the jutsu downward. He's trying to distract me, she thought as the flames intensified, making them bright. I can't see, she growled. Itachi flipped away as he threw 2 kunais with paper bombs attached above Yujito. He threw them against the wall and they exploded, creating a rock slide of rubble. Yujito held her hands out to protect herself as she was covered in the debris. Did I get her? Wondered Itachi. Suddenly an explosion rocked the area as Yujito burst forth from the rocks with an exasperated pant. She then took off toward Itachi. He winced and took a defense stance, but Yujito suddenly stopped. Her chakra, he thought as the yokai in her chakra coils began disappearing. A bead of sweat rolled down Yujito's forehead as her chest rose and fell at a high pace. I can keep going. The chakra then completely disappeared and she fell to the ground. Darui appeared next to her. He nodded and then stood up. The winner is Itachi Uchiha of Konohagakure, he announced. Itachi will now fight in the final round against the victor of the next match, declared the Jonin. The crowd cheered at the performance and Itachi fell backward with a sigh. Itachi, you should head to the medical bay, they'll heal you up for your starting round. He nodded and followed Yujito's form being carried away by the resident medics into the stadium medical bay. Would Samui Nakano of Kumogakure and Naruto Namikaze of Konohagakure step down to begin the second semi-final bout, exclaimed Darui. Up in the competitor's box the grin on Naruto's face became very apparent. Samui however remained stoic. The pair of them jumped down to the stadium surprising Darui. Well then, I can see you're both eager to start, he said. Naruto's grin never left his face as he slowly moved his gloved hand up to Orochimaru's hilt. The sword vibrated in anticipation of the upcoming battle. He drew the sword holding it to the side. That blade is beautiful, said Samui. Thank you, it belonged to my ancestor, he said proudly. I can see that you take great pride in your family name, pity I'll have to cut it down. She grabbed the hilt of her sword and held her blade to the opposite side of Naruto. A blue blade, those are also pretty rare, but as for cutting my pride down, he grunted amusedly. You've got a better chance in hell, he smirked. You cannot be serious, said the Kunoichi. You're really that arrogant that you'd boldly stake something like that, she shook her head. Arrogance or not, I'm about to cut you down and afterward my Uchiha friend is next. I'll be taking the title back to Konoha with me, he chuckled. What easy, I wouldn't provoke her, said Darui. And may I ask you, good sir, Samui began, why you carry 3 swords instead of 1? What's your sword style called? Asked Samui. They say it's impolite for a swordsman to ask for another one's style before stating their own, said Naruto. I use white lightning style, said Samui as an electric current rushed through her blade. I see, a variant of the black lightning adapted to Kenjutsu, so you're a genius to said Naruto. Please, we aren't in the same league, she said making Naruto laugh. Now who's arrogant, but to answer your question, my sword style is called Swift Style, which uses the powers of my Kekkai Genkai in relation to sword play. She let a small smile appear on her face. Swift Style? Samui repeated questioningly. That's some kind of uncool joke, she inclined. Naruto chuckled, still sporting his smirk. No, it's nothing like that, I'll show you, but don't blink otherwise you'll miss it, he declared. Fight, yelled Darui as he jumped back. Suddenly a loud clang echoed throughout the stadium. Naruto disappeared and reappeared right above her, at lightning speed slicing downward with Orochimaru. Samui blocked the attack with her blue blade. The force of the clash rocked the area as the ground beneath them cracked and visible shockwave erupted from around them. Minato looked down at them in surprise. Kushina had been teaching Naruto some kenjutsu that he was sure of, but he never knew that he had attained this level. Those two are something else, said Mei. I'd have to agree, both these swordsmen have an incredible amount of destructive power at their fingertips despite their young ages, said Anoki a little shocked. Yes, we can safely assume that this match won't last very and I'm betting on Samui, said I. Minato smirked. I wouldn't bet against my boy Ike, he said. The two adolescences jumped back, preparing to strike one another again. This time however Samui was first to attack as she rushed forward toward Naruto cocking her blade backward. Shiroi Inazuma, Doro. Samui thrusted her blade forward. The resulting sound was reminiscent of shotgun firing as the opposing wall now had a moderately sized hole in it. Naruto bent backward just in time, the force of the attack ruffling the tips of his bangs as it raced over him. Up in the stands Kakashi's narrowed his eyes. Shursui gaped down at the match. Does she have a gun attached to her sword? He asked. No, it was a thrust. I'd never have thought it, but for another genin Naruto-chan's to have reached this level kenjutsu is surprising. This generation is certainly remarkable, said Kushina as she watched her son. Naruto got himself back to a vertical base and gave Samui a defiant smirk. He gripped the hilt of his legendary blade in anticipation. "You're very strong, you almost cut me in half," said Samui, cocking her head to the side. The wall directly behind Samui burst apart. When the smoke cleared, a diagonal slash through the stone became visible. "I'll admit, you're quite skilled," said Naruto, holding his sword casually forward. "It's almost impressive at how damn arrogant you are," said Samui with a smirk. "I'm a ninja who would sooner wallow his own blood." Before his pride, Naruto's look suddenly became hardened. A single leaf floated in the wind above them. It danced in the air current as it slowly descended toward the ground. The leaf lightly touched the grassy plain and both swordsmen charged toward each other. Another loud clang echoed through the stadium as both ninja passed each other. The both pivoted and met each other with another slash. Samui stabbed at Naruto. He responded by stepping on her sword and stomping it into ground. He sidestepped up the sword and kicked her in the face. He backflipped as she skidded away. She charged back at him with a dirt mark on her blemishless face. Again their attacks met. "Shiroi Inazuma, Kakadakina," she thrusted her sword forward again. Naruto blocked her thrust with the flat side of his sword. But she didn't stop there. With a grunt she began repeatedly thrusting her sword at him. He tapped into his swift release and dodged the first stab. A powerful destructive energy rocketed past him, destroy the ground. "Shit," he thought as he jumped back. She continued to thrust her sword at him, creating multiple destructive waves that sailed toward him. Naruto grunted as he backflipped again in between a few condensed strikes of energy. "You won't get away," she declared as she continued her onslaught. "Damn it," he narrowed his eyes as he continued to backflip away. Each strike from Samui narrowly missed him, destroying the ground in front of him. Naruto continued backward. He then began to scale the wall. Samui disappeared and reappeared at the base of the wall. With a mildly angry look she continued her attack. Naruto got halfway up the wall when he spun in midair and pushed off the wall. He channeled wind chakra around his blade. He thrusted the blade behind him, creating a small rock slide. Samui jumped back. She is caught off guard when Naruto appeared in front of her. He slashed horizontally. She quickly blocked the strike as sparks ignited from the friction of the two well-crafted blades. Samui then channeled chakra through her left arm as she blew Naruto's sword away. She went to stab him in the chest. He countered by planting his sword in the ground and vaulting her, taking his sword with him. Samui jumped back and channeled chakra into her legs. Naruto grunted as she jumped toward him. Lightning chakra zipped up her blue blade as his face contorted in concentration. "Shiroi Inazuma, Ryu-O," cried the cloud Kunoichi. Naruto gritted his teeth as he gripped his sword and dashed forward. He also channeled lightning chakra into his sword as he charged toward her. Jinsaku Sutairu, Tsukiru Ingu, Naruto's Orochimanji began to glow yellow. The energy around it formed a shape of a wing as they both slashed forward with battle cries. A few moments passed as they both remained still, unflinching. Silence fell over the stadium and a tense energy erupted throughout the arena. Just then, without warning, a white and yellow wave's energy passed by each of them with a loud noise, reminiscent of a lightning strike. The two waves passed right into the wall, completely destroying a good portion of it on either side. Little Ayano yelped at the noise of destruction as she clung to her mother's figure. Kushina gripped the railing, her knuckles turning a white color and the metal bending and straining under the pressure. "Naruto-chan, look at you, fighting like you're at home in the middle of the battle. It's scary just how much you've grown up right before my very eyes. You're enjoying yourself, aren't you?" she thought with a smirk. "So much strength for one so young," said Hiruzen, taking a puff from his pipe. "She's definitely pushing him," pointed out Kakashi. Down on the arena floor, a cloud of smoke and dust shrouded the two combatants. Both Samui and Naruto raced out of the debris, their clothes torn in numerous places and dirted. The both ran parallel to each other as Samui cocked her sword back. "Shiroi Inazuma, Taiju Rakurai," exclaimed Samui as she tightly gripped the hilt of her sword. She thrusted it toward him in a rapid-fire motion. Naruto grunted and gritted his teeth together as he deflected the multiple streaming white lightning attacks. The white energy's paths hit the wall, destroying some stone. Jinsaku Sutairu, Washi Nami, cried as he made a sideways slash toward Samui. She cartwheeled out of the way as they continued their forward sprint. "At this rate they're going to destroy my stadium," growled I up in the Kage box. The rest of the Kage looked on intently, observing the great match. Genin met at the base of the wall, then continued upward. They then pushed off toward each other as they both channeled chakra into their blades. Naruto's yellow and Samui's white. They both continued up the wall, slashing at each other in a zigzagging pattern until they reached the top. Samui stabbed at Naruto, making him stumble backward. Naruto grunted and channeled chakra into his feet. Thinking quickly, Naruto stabbed his sword into the stone and launched back upward toward the cloud Kunoichi. She blocked a slash from him, creating a small shockwave, almost knocking them both off the wall. Stone crumbled around them as they ran sidewards, sparks emitting from their blades' contact. It's amazing that they both can maintain such chakra control and still be able to fight so furiously, said Meikeen in her observation. Yeah, agreed Anoki. But for how long I wonder? Naruto and Samui flipped back down to the ground intently staring at each other, panting and exhausted. Should I use that? Naruto shook his head. I need to save it for the finals, he smirked. Whilst Naruto was in contemplation, Samui gripped her sword tightly and thrusted it forward at Naruto. An explosion of white lightning obliterated the ground around him. Kushina gasped in shock. Like I said, Samui-chan. Samui's eyes widened in shock as she watched Naruto's figure point his sword at her. I am a ninja who would sooner swallow his blood, before he swallows his pride, so I can't lose here, he said. Suddenly he dashed out of the smoke toward her. Samui panted in exhaustion. That was the last of chakra, I can't counterattack, she thought desperately, trying to think of something. Oro! Naruto brought his sword up to his right eye's level as he raced toward her at high speeds. Ichi, he then moved it down to his left hip. Manji, he finally brought his legendary blade behind his right hip. Samui grunted as she racked her brain trying to think of something. Soringu Doragon Sudareku, he exclaimed as a yellow dragon appeared behind him. She gritted her teeth as Naruto disappeared and reappeared behind her with his sword outstretched. The yellow dragon passed through her, she stood still for a few seconds. The crowd was silent in anticipation. Samui sighed and smiled. She dropped her sword. You're pretty cool, Naruto, she gave him a small smile as she began falling toward the ground unconscious. Naruto quickly sheathed his sword and raced over to her. He skidded across the ground and caught her. You're pretty cool too, you know, he said with a smile. Although she didn't hear him. The winner of this match and moving on to the final round, Naruto Namikaze of Konohagakure, announced Darui, eliciting a roar from the crowd. Naruto picked Samui up carrying her bridal style as the medics approached him with a stretcher. He gently placed her on it, both doctors thanking him. They picked up the stretcher and turned to him. You should come as well, Naruto-san, you need to get healed up for your final bout, explained the male doctor, making Naruto nod. He followed them to the medic bay, where he would be able to regain all of his chakra. A Konoha-filled finals after all, said Anoki with an angry sigh. I find this turn of events quite annoying, not one of my ninja made it to the finals, growled I, making Minato's grin all the more bigger. Yeah, but it isn't like they all did their best, he said, trying to honestly console him. Oh, shut up, you fool, you know very well if I was in your position I would most assuredly let you know about it, said I, sighing. Such a gentleman, said Mei with a small giggle. Such an arrogant brat, more like, said Anoki. You only say that because all of your shinobi were knocked out in the first rounds, she retorted quickly. You're the newest Kage here, show some respect for the most experienced, he yelled. Well, Kushina, looks like Itachi-kun gets to beat Naruto in the finals, said Mikoto from her seat. TCH, if you think your brat is going to beat my boy then you're delusional, said Kushina in a fiery tone. You think Naruto will win? Asked Tsunade. It's hard to separate the two of them, said Jiraiya. It may just come down to who's most lucky, he finished. I have faith that it'll be a good match, said Hiruzen. Shursui and Kakashi had subtle smirks on their faces, making a silent bet with each other. Down on the stadium floor, Naruto and Itachi stood across from each other as the wind picked up in the stadium as the leaves danced above them. Both boys had smirks on their faces as their clothes swayed to a single side. Darui stood in the middle of the two friends. He took a bated breath as the wind slowly died down. Fight! Darui called out as he jumped back, beginning the match. Neither of the boys moved an inch. Itachi's Sharingan flared to life as he analyzed Naruto's form. Waiting for a single slip, a slight movement, anything he could take advantage of. Mummy, why they no move? Asked Ayano. Well, sweetheart, they're waiting, said the young mother. Wha for? She asked. For something to happen, of course, she smiled. The toddler cocked her head to the side, confused, by merely accepted her mother's explanation. The wind finally died as a single leaf twirled toward the ground. The smirks on the boys' faces slowly disintegrated. The leaf was cradled onto the ground and both boys disappeared. Where they go? Asked Ayano. Her question was answered as both boys appeared back to back on top of the leaf. They both planted their back legs and backhanded each other's forearms. Itachi grabbed a kunai from his holster with his free hand and made a stabbing motion toward Naruto. The blonde shinobi grabbed his sword and quickly unsheathed it. He blocked the attack with the flat side of his blade, making sparks fly between them. They both struggled against each other for a few moments before Naruto jumped up with his left hand on Itachi's shoulder. He flipped around and attempted a stab at the Uchiha. Itachi pulled out a second kunai and diverted his strike to the side. He pivoted, creating dust beneath his feet. He then tried to stab Naruto's midsection as he fell to the ground. Naruto channeled chakra to his blade and countered with an upward diagonal strike, slicing the kunai in two. Both then jumped back and began going through a series of hand signs. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu / Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, both boys let out large streams of fire from their mouths. Both attacks met head-on and the sound the fire streams fighting for dominance resonated through the arena as they collided with each other. The entire arena was hit by a strong shockwave of heat and wind. Many bystanders put their hands in front of their faces to cover. The two attacks continued to fight for dominance as neither Naruto nor Itachi let up. Both dug their heels into the ground as the flames emitting from their mouths intensified, turning bright colors. After a few more moments, a loud explosion rocked the area as both attacks canceled each other out. Naruto covered his hands as he jumped backward. The bottom of his coat caught fire and he discarded it, leaving him in his black jacket and tattered pants. Itachi appeared through the flames still with a kunai in hand. Naruto released a wave of shuriken from the seal on his left hand. He then made a cross seal with his fingers, still holding his sword. Taiju Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, he called as a massive barrage of shuriken rocketed toward Itachi. Itachi's Sharingan spun as he got hit a few times, afterward disappearing in a murder of crows. Genjutsu, where did he? Naruto blocked a slash from Itachi, holding his sword backward. Where are they? Asked Shursui. Up there, pointed out Kushina as Itachi pressed Naruto with his kunai. Each time their blades met, a loud noise from the friction made its way to everyone's ears and sparks flew. Naruto channeled chakra into his blade again, kicking away from Itachi. Landing a hit on his face, splitting his lip. Jinsaku Sutairu, Washi Nami, cried Naruto as he made a slash toward his friend. Itachi channeled chakra through his stomach and out his mouth, shooting a stream of fire to the side, propelling him out of harm's way. Naruto's attack dispelled a good portion of smoke as he back-flipped onto the wall behind him. He channeled chakra into his legs, jumped toward Itachi. Itachi suddenly turned his head sharply toward Naruto. Like a whip, the stream of fire raced toward Naruto. He streamed chakra through his blade, cutting it in half. Itachi then appeared in front of him, making his eyes widen. He grabbed his right wrist, extending his arm, and delivered a sharp elbow to his forearm, making the young Namikaze grunt in pain, dropping his cherished blade. Itachi pushed him away, then pulled him back. He delivered a punch to his stomach and a knee to his face. He then finished with another punch to his midface, sending him crashing toward the ground. Naruto skidded on the grassy plain. He recovered by back-flipping onto his feet. Both boys rushed toward each other and engaged in a taijutsu battle, meeting fist for fist and kick for kick. With chakra extending through their strikes, small shockwaves of force could be felt by the audience, many looking on in awe. The ground beneath them was completely destroyed of any semblance of green. They both pulled back chakra-infused fists and both connected simultaneously with each other's cheeks. Both splattered onto the ground as the shock ripped their clothes. After a few seconds, Naruto grunted and flipped back. He placed his right fist on the ground, whilst resting his left hand on his left thigh, crouching down and splitting his legs apart. Wawa, second gear, yellow aura exploded around him as the ground beneath him cracked. Come on, he shouted as he disappeared in burst of speed. Itachi's eyes widened as a fist connected with his face. Itachi was sent back. He flew for a few moments. He grunted in pain as Naruto appeared to his side, with a delivery of a sharp kick propelling him to the right. Naruto disappeared again and appeared above Itachi, delivering an axe kick to his stomach. Itachi spat up blood as Naruto stared at him, only for a brief second. He noticed Itachi's eyes spin and his entire world went blank. Damn, he cursed as he looked around in the darkness. Suddenly he saw Ren running toward him. Ni-san. Ni-san. I. A Fuma shuriken raced behind him. Arien, he called out, holding his gloved hand out. Blood splattered over his face as the image disappeared. He felt a hand on his shoulder and he whipped around to see father, mother and sisters glaring at him. Itachi, stop. You couldn't protect him. I knew you couldn't live up to my name. I thought you loved us, Oniai-chan. Itachi, he growled. Ni-san, I hate you. He heard Ren's voice. You're pathetic, I wish you were dead. Itachi. Naruto yelled as he let off his last yellow aura in an explosive burst of energy. He destroyed the blackness, revealing Itachi, who panted. You broke free just in time for me to build up some chakra, Naruto, he smirked as both his forearms glowed blue. Naruto let out a chuckle as he fell to his knee. He shakily unclipped his scroll holster, retrieving his green scroll. I knew that it was going to come down to me and you know, he smirked. Funny, said Itachi, taking a crouched stance. I thought the very same. He let a smirk of his own appear on his face. What do you say, Itachi, said Naruto, opening his scroll. The sealing formula on the scroll looked complicated as it appeared on the large screen above them. That's medical ninjutsu sealing, said Tsunade looking at Kakashi. Just in case, he explained. They all looked at the field with bated expressions as Naruto placed his right hand with a bit of effort. His entire body was engulfed in a green aura as he began to feel his chakra returning. He then stood up facing Itachi. I've saved this ace in the hole just for you. The ground around them began to shake. Naruto closed his eyes. Second gear, he said as the yellow aura returned. He crouched down similarly to Itachi and went through a set of hand signs. OX, rabbit and monkey. Suddenly lightning erupted from his right palm. Itachi's eyes widened as the energy around him and Naruto intensified. Let's end this, Itachi, exclaimed Naruto as he slammed his hand into the ground and charged toward Itachi who remained in his crouched position. He brought his hand together, clenched as the chakra danced around his hands become more condensed. Naruto jumped at Itachi pulling back his attack. Itachi slammed both of his fisted hands at Naruto. Chidori! Chakra Giga Taiho! Both boys let out a loud battle cry as their attacks clashed against each other. The area around them exploded, destroying a good majority of the field and stone around it. The force knocked many of the civilians out of their seats. Naruto-chan! Itachi-kun! Back in Konoha, Shizun rushed to her feet with Kari in her hands. The youngest Namikaze looked confused at the disappearance of her eldest brother. She gripped Shizun's arm as tears welled up in her eyes. Rin gripped the railing in front of him as tears threatened to fall from his face. Niisan, he yelled at the large screen. Kushina leant over the rail as much as she could searching for her eldest. She bit her lip anxiously, looking for a subtle movement, a shift in the air, anything at all. Mikoto was in no better state, having the sudden urge to jump down into the arena. Sasuke looked down with a concerned expression adorning his face. Similarly to Kari, Ayano had tears welling up in her eyes as she looked for her brother. Fugaku's crossed arms tightened as he gripped his right bicep tightly. The elder shinobi of Konoha remained silent as they searched around for them both. In the box, all the Kage box, Minato was at full stature looking for his boy. Slowly though the cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing two standing figures. Naruto and Itachi stood a few meters away from each other back to back. Both of their chests rose slowly as the wind picked up again. They were both in bad shape, bleeding, clothes torn, dirted and bruised. Everyone in the entire stadium took a bated breath and moved to the edge of their seats. On Itachi and Naruto's formed to happy smiles. Naruto! Itachi wheezed. Another gust of wind swirled up around them, blowing what was left of their clothes and hair around. A leaf gracefully danced downward and landed softly between them. Looks like you won this battle, he chuckled softly as his eyes closed and he fell forward, collapsing on the ground. Darui appeared next to Itachi. He was unconscious as he stood to full stead. The champion of Kumogakure's Chunin exams, Naruto Namikaze, he announced proudly. The crowd erupted in a flurry of applause as Naruto gave his own smile, dropping to the floor in utter exhaustion with a happy smile on his face. Chapter 20. Inner Spirits. Congratulations are in order, Team 7. Your performance in Kumogakure was admirable. A week ago, Konoha took home the Chunin exam championship. You've all done the village proud, Minato smirked as Team 7 stood in front of him in the council chambers. Both Itachi and Naruto were covered in bandages. Since the end of the Chunin exams a few days ago, most of the bruising and small cuts had vanished thanks to Tsunade and a lot of motherly love from Kushina as well as Mikoto. They stayed in Kumo for a couple of days to make sure that the trio was ready to travel. Once they were all confident, they made the trek back to Konoha. His siblings had all been ecstatic about his return, especially Kari, who missed tea parties and cuddles from Naruto. Karen had even started to be a little more open with him, telling him that she had a crush on a boy at school. Naruto had assured her that this was great, having little more to offer her as he himself had not given any of that kind stuff much thought. So he really couldn't give any advice to her, but he was grateful that she shared something that she considered intimate to herself. Around the chamber, myriad members of the Konoha shinobi stood. In their seats the council sat watching, many of them beaming at the potential in front of them. The 3 members of Team 7 were smiling as well, albeit Itachi only lightly. On the other hand, behind them Rin had the largest and proudest smile on her face. She had helped create 3 splendid ninja. Itachi, you displayed excellent control over your Sharingan, your tactical awareness was sound and your ninjutsu arsenal is vast. To top it off, you've got on hell of a right hook, judging from the color of Naruto's face, joked Minato, making many people in the room laugh. Itachi smiled a little. Naruto grumbled and flushed red. Rin up her gloved hand on his head and ruffled his hair. So, with all that being said, you have been recommended to become a Chunin. Minato unsealed one flak jacket from the scroll on his desk and Itachi stepped forward to handle it. Thank you, Hokage-sama, he bowed, taking his step back in line. Now my son, Naruto piped up after hearing his name. Up until these exams your swift release was a mystery to you, but you've worked hard to gain control, although you still have a long way to go. But if it were easy, every Namikaze who ever had it would have been masters. He winked at him, making him smile. During the exam you displayed leadership qualities, you looked after your teammates. You also showed great prophecy in ninjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu and fuinjutsu. For these reasons I promote you to Chunin. Naruto walked up his father as he unsealed another jacket, taking it from him. Thanks old man, he said loudly. You can't address the Hokage like that, many people yelled from within the room. It's quite all right, Minato chuckled. Now last but certainly not least, Yugo. Your training to adapt a weapon into your fighting style in only 6 months is nothing short of remarkable. Your Suiton affinity is as high as any have ever seen, not since Naidame-sama, something you should take great pride in. You also have been training in medical ninjutsu, you have a very diverse range of skills and you are very adaptable in any situation. For these reasons, I promote you to Chunin, he said as Yugo finally stepped forward and received her jacket. Many of the clan heads and shinobi stepped forward to congratulate the 3 new promoted Chunin with well wishes and encouragement. Thanks very much I guess, said Naruto, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Oh, my baby is a Chunin. Kushina scooped his up, having some trouble lifting him off his feet. You're so heavy, maybe I've been feeding you too much, or you've been training too much. She put him down. Naruto's face was a blistering red color. We're proud of you, Yugo. The Uzuki family stepped forward congratulating their eldest. Yugo's little brother gave her a hug and fist bump. Mikoto, Sasuke and Ayano all hugged Itachi, whilst Fugaku stood by with a smile on his face. I know all 3 of you will become splendid shinobi, said Minato. You are all dismissed, he smiled. 1 month later. Naruto's bare footsteps echoed through the Namikaze compound. It was very early in the morning and he was being extra quiet. He slid the shelved orokamanji diagonally across his lower, held to him by his black belt. Naruto now sported an unzipped green Konoha flak jacket over the top of his black jacket, white undershirt and mesh shirt. He walked over to the dinner table and grabbed his black forehead protector. He tied it tightly around his forehead, his blonde locks spilling onto it. His bangs to either side of his face fell to his chin. Ni-san, came a harsh whisper from the top of the stairs. Naruto almost jumped out of his skin. He harshly turned to see his little brother giggling at him from the bottom of the stairs. What are you doing? He whispered back harshly as the first morning ray of the day hit the inside of their house. What are you doing? He quickly retorted. It doesn't matter what I'm doing, he said, tightening his gloves. You're going back to bed before Kaa-chan and Tusan catch us, he growled at him, which had no effect. But I want to do what you're doing, stressed the young redhead. You could do that, if you weren't such a midget, he teased, knowing Ren was extremely sensitive about his height. Hey, why? Naruto appeared in front of him, covering his mouth with a gloved hand. If I take you, you can't tell anyone. I swear to Kami-ren, if anyone finds out I'll blame you and then I'll burn all of your toy cars and your action hero bedsheets. Ren began to sweat a little and nodded. Get dressed and hurry up, he stressed as Ren shot up staircase quietly. Naruto let out a frustrated sigh. On weekends he's up at the crack of dawn to watch cartoons, but on any school day, Kaa-chan has to drag him out of bed, thought Naruto as Ren came racing down the stairs in a red hoodie and blue pants. Naruto left a note, informing their parents of their whereabouts on the kitchen table. Naruto ushered his little brother outside and they were met with a brisk breeze from the morning air. Ren cursed and rubbed his sides trying to get warmth, which made Naruto laugh. What? It's cold, he growled. Stop being such a wimp, he flicked him on the forehead. So Ni-san, where are we going? Asked Ren. You'll have to hop on, he said, gesturing toward his back with his head. I can walk by myself, grunted Ren, rubbing his forehead. Why are you so stubborn? Said Naruto, rubbing his head. Just get on, brat, said Naruto. I'm no. Naruto covered his mouth and slung him over his shoulder. He then disappeared in a burst of speed, leaving a dust cloud behind him. Ni-san. Why did you do that? Ren and Naruto appeared in the hidden leaf forest as the elder sat the ladder on the ground. 1. Because walking with you is too hard, and 2. Your voice gets really loud and annoying sometimes, he chuckled. Yeah, blah blah, come on, yelled Ren as he ran forward and tripped over on a root. Naruto sighed and walked over to him and grabbed him by his jumper and pulled him to his feet. You still have to be quiet, okay? Ren rubbed his face. Oh, okay, he said. Naruto smiled and nodded as he gestured toward his back again. Come on, I know you want to, he smirked, making Ren growl. Maybe. He jumped on Naruto's back and he hoisted him up. Ni-san, where are we going? Asked Ren quietly from Naruto's back as they walked through the forest. We're going to visit some friends, said Naruto. Why would any of your friends be out here in the forest? Asked Ren. You're sharper than I give you credit for. Well, you'll just have to wait and see, huh? He chuckled and Ren pouted. Baka nii-san, he muttered as the sun rays pierced the tree line and began raining down on them. Eventually they reached a very large tree in the center of the forest. Naruto continued to walk upward along the tree. Ren gripped him tighter as the wind blew strongly around them. Relax, said Naruto as they walked above the tree line. You hear that? Asked Naruto as the sun came into view and he got back to a vertical base. Ren, still grasping his shoulders tightly, shook his head. No, what is it? Asked Ren. You have to listen more carefully, said Naruto. Ren took a deep breath. Chirp chirp chirp. Chirping, wondered Ren. Yup, said Naruto as he walked forward. He set Ren on his shoulders as he grasped a tree branch in front of him. He lifted himself up so his arms rested on it. For what little green on the branch present, it held in between two of its branches a nest made out of twigs. A single egg rested in the middle of it. Cute, isn't it? Said Naruto. That's it? Asked Ren. You dragged me out here to see. A loud squawk echoed throughout the forest as strong gust of wind rocketed toward them. Ren covered his eyes and opened them to see a very angry mother bird glaring at him with golden eyes. Hi there, girl, you feeling well today? Asked Naruto. Ren squeezed Naruto much harder as the bird continued to glare at him. Ren, this is Tomiko, Ren, he said happily, unaware of his brother's uncomfortableness. Tomiko angrily squawked at Ren, making Naruto laugh. I met her when I was training here with Kakashi and I, explained Naruto. He moved one hand to stroke Tomiko's beak. She gave a grateful noise in return. See, she's friendly, she's just afraid that you'll hurt her egg, Naruto laughed as he looked at his brother's unsure face. He grabbed the younger Namake's hand and put it where he had only just stroked Tomiko. The mother let out another thankful noise, making Ren smile. She's pretty, he said. She sure is. Now come on, wanna get ramen for breakfast? Asked Naruto. Ren cheered as Naruto jumped down onto the ground floor. With Ren still on his back, Naruto walked back through the way they came. Hey Inai-san, said Naruto. He responded. What does your swift release feel like? Asked Ren inquisitively, finally dropping down from Naruto's back. Well Tusen said that you have to combine two elements. What are they? He asked. It's like this. And how do you move around so quickly? After going Wahwa second gear, exclaimed Ren, taking the same stance Naruto does to activate his Kekkai Genkai. Naruto smirked and flicked him on the forehead, making him fall on his butt. You've got a lot of questions there, he chuckled. It feels like your entire body is on fire, like everything is working at 20 times what it should be, he said as Ren nodded. The swift release works by combining one's own Naruto inner energy with Raitun and Futon chakra, explained Naruto. I move around so quickly because when it's activated, the life energy within my body is increased and stimulates the fast twitch muscle fibers within my body, enabling the body to move at much greater speeds and exert great force when applied to a single point. The reason for the aura is because it's an outward manifestation of the energy surging around my body. The more I draw on energy from inward, the more it will become visible outwardly, he said, holding up his index finger. The reason why it's yellow, well, it's the luck of the draw really. Tusan explained to me that there were all different variants of colors like blue, red, black and purple, depending on the color of your chakra and your inner spirit, said Naruto. What's an inner spirit? Asked Ren, paying full attention. Every living thing on this planet has inner spirit. For some reason, when the swift release becomes active, this inner spirit comes to the surface to protect the user, like it fights with you in the form of a surrounding aura. It's also useful because I'm told that with proper training one can harden a hand or a leg to indestructible proportions. At least that's what Riku Namikaze was able to do, but I've only progressed so little in comparison to him, he sighed. I think you're plenty strong, and Wawa second gear is way cool, shouted Ren, making Naruto smile. Can I see it, Nii-san, please? Asked Ren. Naruto smiled. Sure, since you were quiet, kinda, he chuckled as Ren stood up. Naruto began to crouch down when Ren interrupted his focus. Nisan, why do you have to crouch down? He asked. Well, you see, I can't focus the energy to a single position because I don't have as much control as I'd like, so for now I have to take this stance because it allows me to fully tap into my inner spirit, because it straightens the pathways from my legs and hands, channeling it through my body. Get it? Ren nodded. Does he really get it? He wondered, but shook his head and sighed. Okay, ready? Asked Naruto. Ren nodded again eagerly. Naruto took his stance and balled his right hand into a fist, resting it on the grassy floor. Wah! The ground around him began to tremble slightly as tiny pieces of dirt floated upward. Second gear, shouted Naruto as he was engulfed by his inner spirit. So cool, shouted Ren as he reached out and touched the aura. It's so warm, he smiled as a calming sensation washed over him. Nisan, you're away so? Naruto's eyes widened as his mind was drawn away from his body. He opened his eyes to dark and damp sewer. He stood groggily to his feet, planting his hands in the water below him. A loud rumble followed by a growl made Naruto raise an eyebrow. He followed the source down a dimly lit tunnel as the sounds of his splashing footsteps were the only thing separating this place from the deafening sound of silence. Naruto came to an opening in the sewer. He was greeted by a large Kage, with a sealing formula keeping it sealed. "What's this?" he wondered. "Namikaze," a growl erupted from the cage as a red slitted eye slashed through the darkness. "That, eye? With those eyes and with a chakra stronger in life force than my own, you're the splitting image of Riku Namikaze." Naruto's lip molded into an angry look as he stared into the cage. "Kyubi, you're a lot smaller than I remember," said Naruto as a claw thrusted through the bars at him, almost touching him. "Little wretch," he snapped. "You were able to enter Ren's mindscape by mere luck as you have similar chakra. How annoying," he spat as he bared his fangs. "For some reason I assumed that you would be more friendly," he chuckled nervously. "It pains me to hear you breath," exclaimed Kyubi in a booming voice. "Now, that's not nice. What did I ever do to you?" asked Naruto. "Humans are so incompetent, you know so little but assume so much," he snorted loudly. "Well, up until this point I had no idea that you were competent, but then again you've just made a very sweeping statement," said Naruto, crossing his arms. "I want to eat you," growled Kyubi. "How am I supposed to respond to that?" asked Naruto with a sigh. "I knew that Tusan didn't defeat you. I'm guessing that this is Ren's mindscape." "Funny, the Kyubi sealed into a twerp like Ren," Naruto laughed. It drowned out into a chuckle when Kyubi growled again. "You've got guts talking like that to me, kid. Even if I'm behind these bars, you should take pride in that face. But get out," shouted the kitsune as Naruto was ejected from the Ren's mindscape. "Where did it all go, Nii-san? Hey yo, Naruto, Nii-san, you're so spacey you know," yelled Ren as Naruto looked down from his eye level to Ren's frowning face. "Sorry there buddy," he chuckled and tapped her on the head. "Come on, you want to get ramen yeah?" asked Naruto. Ren nodded eagerly. "That's all the information you need regarding this mission. Do you have any further questions?" asked I, looking at two of his newly promoted Chunin from behind his desk. The clouds behind him moving at peaceful pace, if only the view wasn't blocked by mountains paperwork. "Understood Reikage-sama," said Yujito. "Right Samui-chan," said Yujito. No response. Said Kunoichi was in the process of reminiscing about the Chunin exams. "So, nice day we're having, right?" He rubbed the back of his head and chuckled nervously. She merely nodded. Well, good luck today, again I guess," he smiled. "Would you stop smiling, it's annoying," she said, not sparing him a glance. "You should try it sometime, maybe you wouldn't be so serious," he chuckled. She didn't answer and his chuckling faded up into an embarrassed noise. "You're not very good at making small talk, huh?" he said. "No," she replied quickly. Naruto chuckled nervously again. Phew, gee, is it getting hot in here or is it just me?" trying to make her laugh, but his attempt failed miserably. "Thank you," she said. "Huh?" he asked, not quite hearing her soft reply. "I said thank you for saving Rina. I know that you knew that she was my sister and you didn't tell me, or brag about it. Why?" she asked. "I don't know," he answered. "You don't know?" she repeated. "Yeah, she's safe so, no need to bring it up you know," he chuckled. "Look, I'm grateful to you for saving my little sister, but we aren't going to friends. I have no intention of getting to know you, and as far as I'm concerned you're totally annoying and not cool," she said emotionlessly. "Huh, well if that's how it is I guess if we can't be friends we have to be rivals," said Naruto smiling. "You're a persistent weirdo," she commented. "And you're unfriendly and cynical," he smirked. She humphed, not giving him a solid reply. "I'll see you out there Samui-chan," he teased as Darui began the introductions. He walked away with a cool wave. "Like I said Samui-chan." Samui's eyes widened in shock as she watched Naruto's figure point his sword at her. "I am a ninja who would rather swallow his blood, before he swallows his pride, so I can't lose here," he said. Suddenly he dashed out of the smoke toward her. She gritted her teeth as Naruto disappeared and reappeared behind her with his sword outstretched. The yellow dragon passed through her. She stood still for a few seconds. The crowd was silent in anticipation. Samui sighed and smiled. She dropped her sword. "You're pretty cool, Naruto." She gave him a small smile as she began falling toward the ground unconscious. "Oh ha, sorry my mind was somewhere else," she smiled. "Did Samui just smile?" said I and Yujito in unison. She quickly caught herself and readopted her stoic outlook. "I must say that's a little out of character," said I. "What's brought this on?" he asked. "I don't know what you're saying," she regained her composure. "I bet you were thinking about Naruto-kun," teased Yujito. "Stop being so childish Yujito," said Samui with a scowl. "What makes you think that I was thinking about that blonde idiot?" she humphed, turning her head in a dismissive way. Minato's brat, growled I, slamming his fist into the desk. I will not have my shinobi falling in love with one of his spawn. You are a Kumo shinobi first, Samui, put your feelings aside, exclaimed I with a steely gaze. Samui shook her head. I can assure you, Reikage-sama, we are nothing more than rivals, she said, her stoic tone. Yes, see that it doesn't go any further, he growled, signing another form in front of him. Naruto arrived at Ichiraku Ramen to see Team Guy eating together. There's my favorite customers, shouted Tenchu. Right in front of us, ouch, said Tenten. Don't feel bad, Tenten, we're pretty lovable, said Naruto, lifting Ren onto the seat. I can do it by myself, Nii-san, he stressed. Right, sorry, I forgot at 6 years old you become extremely independent, said Naruto, crossing his arms. Whatever. Ren poked his tongue out. Here you go, Ren-chan, first on is on the house, said Ayam with a giggle as she placed the bowl of miso ramen in front of the young redhead. Thanks, Ayam-chan, he exclaimed as he broke a pair of chopsticks and began inhaling the glorious dish. So how does being Chunin feel? Asked Niji stoically. Well, I feel the same as I did yesterday, said Naruto. But I suppose the jacket is pretty cool, you know, he smiled. You're so far ahead and we have 2 years until we graduate, said Lee, clenching his fist. I'm so far behind of you, Naruto-kun. I must up my training, he declared, making Naruto wave his hands in front of himself. And no, you shouldn't do that, you'll most definitely hurt yourself, said Naruto. Hey, we're still rivals and we aren't even adults yet, so we have plenty of time to develop, he smirked. Naruto sat down next to Ren and Tenten. He ordered a bowl of shrimp ramen for his trouble. What's up, pups? Came a voice from behind them. The woman put her arm around Naruto, roughly making him wince, but he smiled when he realized who it was. Hana, you really shouldn't handle him like that, you'll break his shiny new jacket, said Tenten as Hana chuckled. So Mr. Bigshot Chunin still willing to hang out with your friends even though you're moving up in the world and we're stuck in the academy, she asked teasingly. Not particular is they are going to strangle me, said Naruto with a strained chuckle. Ni-san. More food, said Ren as Naruto dug into his pocket, handing his little brother the money. As he did, Tenchu put his bowl of ramen the table in front of him. Ren then ordered another bowl as Hana let go off him. What are you guys doing at the academy nowadays? Asked Naruto. The lectures are mostly boring, shuriken practice is fun though, said Tenten. Hana sat down next to Niji and scoffed. It's a load of garbage, it's boring as all hell, she said honestly. As blunt as ever I see, said Naruto with a sigh. I really want to ask how Karen-chan is doing though, said Naruto. She's alright, said Hana. She hangs out with a girl called Shiho, who by the way crushes on you hard, blondie. Hana picked her teeth with the chopsticks. Cool I guess, he said with a shrug. Ni-san, what's a crush? Asked Ren. You should ask Kaa-chan, I'm sure she'll explain things to you, said Naruto. He chuckled. How about Anko and Heiei? He asked. They're very well and youthful, said Lee. Both display excellent potential to be shinobi, he smiled. The friends talked for a few more hours and Naruto took Ren back home, after bidding his goodbyes to his friends. Ren's giggling was the very first thing that reached Kushina earshot as her eldest and youngest son came barreling through the front door. The 6-year-old went zipped straight to her mother and wrapped her in a loving hug. Kaa-chan. Kaa-chan. Guess what? I caught Nii-san sneaking around in the morning. Naruto coughed at his fast words. We then played together in the forest and it was really awesome, and then we got ramen and I met some of Nii-san's friends and they are all really cool, he babbled. Kushina raised an eyebrow and sighed. She tried to follow the words that came at her from her son's mouth, but they came out at 100 miles an hour. That's nice, dear, she smiled, rubbing the top of his head. Karen came walking down the stair with a book in her hands and a hand on her heart. Oh, that's so romantic, she sighed. You're 10, you should act like it, said Naruto with a huff. If I have to start beating up academy students I might get demoted, he stressed. TCH, you can talk, you're a fully fledged ninja, she scowled. And you can shut up, lots of girls like you, she retorted. What? Kushina exclaimed, making all of her children jump back. Why, you didn't let me finish, Kekaa-chan. I meant that they all like Naruto's as friends because you raised him so well, Karen laughed, nervously closing her book. Those little harpies won't get their claws into my little Naruto-chan, she announced, grabbing her eldest by the neck. This is becoming a regular occurrence, he thought with a sigh. Carrie came running down the stairs. Kaa-chan, my dowly is swick, she cried. She stopped her crying when Naruto smiled at her. Hi there, Carrie-chan, have a good day, he asked. You big meanie, she pointed. Why did you twake one instead of me, she huffed. Naruto walked over to her and got down to her level. Don't be like that, Ren wouldn't have even come if he hadn't stumbled into the kitchen being naughty, said Naruto, poking her in the stomach, electing a small giggle. Well, I have a mission in a few hours, said Naruto. So I'll be seeing you all in a few days, he winked. You've already packed? Asked Kushina. Naruto pointed to his wrists. Of course, he laughed. By everyone, he yelled as he ran out the front door. Kushina watched her eldest boy run out with a smile on his face, gone as quick as he came. My little boy isn't so little anymore. She looked down to her youngest son who gave her a smile. Luckily I still have my youngest baby boy. She picked him up. Hey! Ka-chan. Let me go. Let me go, he squirmed and struggled. It's no use, she urged with a smile. Chapter 21. Strange Friends, Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto, Gunma and Aoba walked through a forest on the border of the fire country. Naruto had his hands behind his back bringing up the rear, whilst Gunma and Aoba walked in front of him. Aoba-sensei, he said, getting his old academy teacher's attention. Why did you decide that teaching wasn't your thing? I thought that you liked the academy, asked Naruto. Aoba sighed. It was okay for that period of time in my life, Naruto-kun, but now I want to get back in the action. Doing these B-rank missions will help with that, he explained while Naruto huffed. What's your problem, kid? Asked Gunma, chewing on his sanbon. I wanted to go on a mission at least low A rank or higher. These capture B-ranked fugitive missions are a real drag, you know, he said with a pout. Eager to test yourself again, kid? You need to slow down. You just won those exams, didn't you? Asked Aoba. Yes, so, I know that there are heaps of shinobi out there that are stronger than me and I want to fight them. He punched his open palm with a gloved fist. The stronger the better, he chuckled. If I recall the last time you got in over your head you got a scar across your face, said Aoba, ducking underneath a branch. Well, yeah, it's pretty cool, don't you think? I mean, it's a conversation starter and a memory of my first mission outside the village. Hell, we saved a country, he laughed. That you did, said Gunma as he held his hand up, stopping both Aoba and Naruto in their tracks. So you've come for me, why yo? Came a voice from the treetop. Bakuhatsu ono kiku, exclaimed the voice. The leaf ninja jumped back as a figure jumped through the tree line. The presumed fugitive spun in midair and delivered an axe kick where the three ninja once stood. The area around the impact erupted in an explosion. Naruto held his hands in front of him to cover his eyes from the smoke. Hailing from the great land of rivers and streams, a member of the proud Okama clan, he's the man that looks as good as any lady, who uses the Bakuhatsu Ashi, explosive kick, with grace and style. I am the great Totaro-chan, said the voice as the smoke disappeared. As the smoke cleared, a relatively tall male appeared. Okama, as in cross-dresser, wondered Aoba. That's right, why yo, he said, giving them the thumbs up as his appearance was fully revealed through the smoke. Totaro was in fact a cross-dresser. He wore a flamboyant and very bright ballet costume with a pink-rose theme. He wore a red overcoat and blue baggy stockings that were cut to reach just above his knees. He also sported very heavy makeup, including green eyeliner and red lipstick. He also had a very wild grin plastered on his face. His exposed legs were very hairy. His hair was cut into a bowl cut that hung just above his ears and trimmed eyebrows. Hey you, he pointed toward Naruto as he spun around, stepped back twice and spun again. You're the swift blade, Naruto Namikaze, he smirked. Yeah, that's me, you know, said Naruto, pointed toward himself. Who knew that would send such an accomplished ninja after me, he chuckled. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and waved his hand at him. Ah, don't say that, you'll make me blush, he laughed. This is no time to be flattered, yelled Aoba. Okama man, Totaro Wadoyo. You are under arrest for selling forbidden jutsu on the black market. Resistance will only worsen your punishment, exclaimed Gunma, making the crossdresser laugh and poke his tongue out at them. You can't catch me, Yu. He spun around and disappeared in a burst of speed, leaving dust where he stood. Naruto also disappeared. Milliseconds passed and a loud clang echoed around them. Aoba looked around but tensed when he heard shallow breaths behind him. Naruto stood in front of him, blocking a stab with a kunai from Totaro. He held Orochimaji reversed grip with the flat end struggling against the sharp end of the kunai. Both ninja glared at each other as Naruto channeled chakra through his blade. He then parried the kunai away. I've been out of action for too long, my reflexes are too slow. Aoba gritted his teeth, jumping away. Naruto pivoted around and slashed the kunai in half. Totaro stamped his foot behind him and spun around gracefully. He extended his leg, attempting to kick Naruto in the temple. Naruto brought his forearm up, blocking the kick. The impact created a small shockwave, cracking some of the ground beneath them. Not bad, Swift-chan, said Totaro with a jubilant. Not bad yourself, Toto-chan. Naruto grunted and smiled. Aoba was about to jump forward but was stopped by a firm hand on his shoulder. Waganma, Naruto-kun needs our help to beat him. He may be a strange queer but he's a low A-rank shinobi, said Aoba in a hasty tone. Naruto isn't some brat anymore, Aoba. Do you really think he would pick a fight he can't win? plus I don't think he'd much like it if we got involved. You know what Namikaze are like, said Gunma with a cheeky smile. Alright, but the second he's in trouble. He'd never forgive you, just watch, said Gunma. As he finished his sentence, Totaro jumped back, stepping into his fighting stance, which involved him resting his right foot just above his knee. He held one hand at his stomach and the other out to his side. Show me your gutsy dance, Swift-chan, he yelled, moving his hand out in front of him, gesturing him to come forward. Naruto smirked. Gladly, let's dance then, Toto-chan, shouted Naruto in response as they both charged forward. How much longer till we reach Totaro's location? Asked Yujito. Next to her, Samui. Both of them jumped from branch to branch along the border of the lightning country. Samui closed her eyes and held up a ram sign with one hand. A few kilometers. He isn't alone. I can't tell from this far away who they are, but there is a number of chakras converging on one spot. One of them is oddly familiar, but at this point I can't distinguish the identity of this person, but judging from the amount of chakra that they're outputting, I'd say that they are a ninja, she said, opening her light blue eyes. Interesting. Imagine if it was Naruto Kuinai, she teased, making a kissy face. I'm warning you, Tabi, Samui said in a low tone. I'd be careful, Samui-chan, in a few years he'll have girls all over the elemental nation swooning over him and sending him marriage proposals. I'd get in there quickly, she winked. For the last time, you immature loser, it's uncool for you to assume that I like that blonde idiot. She jumped ahead, not wanting to continue the conversation. Why did God bless me with such an evil power? She giggled, jumping after her inwardly embarrassed friend. Bakuhatsu, Rondo Hazu Kiku. Naruto back-flipped into a clearing the small forest as the trees in front of him exploded in a flurry of flames. He landed in the middle of the clearing, whipping a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth onto his cheek with his back hand. Totaro twirled around out of the smoke with a smile on his face. You gotta do better than that, Swift-chan. My Bakuhatsu Kiku is the ultimate form of destructive power and beauty combined into one. He laughed, holding his leg out horizontally at Naruto. Naruto chuckled. Soon it boiled over into full-blown laughter. I'll admit that your Bakuhatsu Kiku is pretty cool, but you're holding back, he smirked. Well, I hope you are too, otherwise you don't deserve to be in that bingo book. Why yo, he laughed. He suddenly turned serious. Bakuhatsu Gyaku Kaiten Kiku, he spun around as he rocketed toward Naruto. A burst of yellow aura erupted around Naruto, quickly disappearing as he held his hand out toward Totaro's form. Jinsaku no Namikaze mai, the sound of the wind rushing through the clearing reached Naruto's ears as the sound of Totaro's leg piercing the stagnant air. Naruto jumped backward as he moved around the crossdresser's leg at blinding speed. After a few steps, he planted his hands to the right as Totaro's leg passed him. He then attempted to deliver a kick to his face. Totaro brought his leg up, blocking it with his knee. The force cracked the ground again beneath them. Naruto rotated his body on his palms, leaving dust behind them. He delivered a kick to the back of the crossdresser's back. He smirked, but he quickly got removed from his face when he disappeared in a cloud of smoke, replaced by a log. Bakuhatsu Gyaku Kaiten Kiku, he appeared next to Naruto again in a burst of speed. To slow Swift-chan, he laughed as he delivered a backwards kick to Naruto's face. He skidded back and was launched through a tree. He recovered by flipping back and up and over the tree line, pushing off a tree trunk. He ran through some hand signs and inhaled. Futon, Renkuden. Naruto launched multiple air bullets at Totaro, who winced. Shit, he held his hands up in front him as he was launched through the air into a tree, similar to how Naruto ended up. That hurt, why yo, said the crossdresser as he jumped up, landing on the tree line, looking over on Naruto on the opposite. What's wrong, Toto-chan? You gotta do better than that, challenged Naruto. I haven't had a good fight in ages. He rested his hand on his chin. It'll be such a shame when I blow your face off, he chuckled. Ha! Not if I cut you in half first, shot back Naruto. From atop of a tree branch overlooking the heated battle, Aoba's mouth was slack. They're both enjoying this, they could die at any moment, and they're enjoying themselves, shouted the newly reinstated field ninja. Genmeside. Makin' friends and gettin' stronger with every battle, he sighed and let a smile appear on his face. Wohu, did you feel that? Asked Yujito as her and Samui closed in on the sources of chakra. Yes, I did, she said, clenching her fist. What's wrong? Feel something you don't like? She asked in a curious tone of voice. No, it's nothing, she said. You're a terrible liar, Samui-chan. Her head suddenly shot up in the direction of the chakra signatures. Damn, another clash. It feels like a serious battle is going on, said Yujito. I wonder. She raised an eyebrow as she felt another wave of chakra hit her. What do you think, Samui-chan? Asked Yujito. I think that we better pick up the pace and hurry before Totaro gets away, she said. If I didn't know better I'd say you were avoiding the question, she said with a cat-like grin. Or I could be wrong and you're acting all secretive for nothing, that's probably it, she giggled with a glint in her eyes. Samui sighed. Why are you so annoying, she asked. You love me, she stuck her tongue out as they closed into the battle being fought. Loud battle cries followed by another explosion rocked the forest as trees flew across the area at a high pace. Totaro flipped out of the tree line, his ballet shoe just stopping before falling off the cliff behind him. The cliff behind him led to a drop into the Fire Valley, a place that marked the border of the Lightning Country and Fire Country. This is not good, Wayo, cried the crossdresser as the trees in front of him were uprooted and thrown toward him. He kicked them away, the bark and foliage falling behind him. Huawei. Second gear, a yellow aura exploded through the tree line as Naruto in a burst of speed charged toward Totaro. W8 Swiftchan, we're gonna fall, Wayo, exclaimed Totaro, but it was too late as they both were sent hurtling off the cliff. Naruto suddenly released and the aura around him disappeared. Naruto, called Aoba from the top of the cliff as he and Gunma appeared. At the same time Samui and Yujito appeared in the tree line opposite the side that Naruto and Totaro fell off from. Naruto. And it's Totaro, exclaimed Yujito in shock. Samui gasped sharply, but no sooner as the sound left her mouth she covered it with both her hands. I guess I got carried away, said Naruto calmly as he and the crossdresser raced toward the ground. Good one, you stupid dumb blonde, cried Totaro as his arms and legs waved about in the air in an attempt to make it to the cliff. What? So I made a mistake. Why don't you can it, you pansy, retorted Naruto. This is no time for name calling, in a few moments we're gonna die, shouted the fugitive. Don't you think I know that? I didn't even get to become Hokage or eat Ichiraku ramen again, cried Naruto. That's all you can think about food, you crazy little. He reached out and grabbed Naruto by the collar, intending to give him a punch to the face. He was cut off as both he and Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto's finger twitched as a warm wind blew through his blonde hair. It was dark, the sun was blocked by a large rock above him. Totaro laid with his head opposite him so they couldn't see each other. Naruto's eyes fluttered open as the rock began to sway from side to side. He reached out to put it back into place. But the rock swatted him away with a jagged edge and then hit him in the face, making him wince. Watch where you put that thing, came a feminine voice. Wah! The rock can talk, maybe we were transported to La La Land, he adopted a thinking pose. I'm not a rock, I'm an eagle, silly human. Naruto received another peck for his trouble. His eyes widened as he shot up straight in the face of two blue eyes, a similar color to his own. Why are you so close? Is this how humans greet each other? Asked the female eagle. The world around him was completely different to the one that he'd had just been sent from. It was spacious, large trees popped up in random locations as birds of all shapes and sizes flew above him. He and Totaro had landed in a clearing obviously, and by some manner of chance this little or not so little bird happened to be in the same area. She came up just below Naruto's waist as she was now eye level with him sitting up. She had a mostly brown with a few streaks of white-colored head, and her tail feathers were a light brown body as were her wings. Her legs and bill were dark yellow. She wore a blue cholo with a white pattern on it and pink goggles with blue lenses. The two straps from her cholo framed her innocent face as she looked happily at the blonde in front of her. What's your name, human? She chirped jubilantly, flapping her wings. Me, he pointed to himself dumbly. Swiftchan Ua, holy, that's a big bird, Wayo. From behind Naruto, Totaro quickly stepped backward. But I'm only a chick, see I still have baby fat if that's what you mean, she asked innocently. Totaro scurried over to Naruto, grabbing him and pulled him back to his original position. What the hell, what did you do, Wayo? He whispered harshly. Don't get testy with me, growled Naruto as Totaro let out a small chuckle. What? He asked. You said testy. Naruto boinked him on top of his head. This isn't the time for that, he shouted angrily. Totaro rubbed his head. Fine, but how do you propose we get home? Asked the crossdresser. Hey! What are you guys whispering about? My daddy says it's rude to keep secrets, you know, shouted the chick angrily, flapping her wings. Oh, we're sorry, you asked for my name earlier and I didn't answer. I'm Naruto Namake's nice. Namake's? You, really? She asked, appearing in his face at a surprisingly speed rate. Naruto's hair whipped a little, as his bangs fell back into place. He chuckled nervously. Yeah, kinda, he scratched the side of his cheek. Then you're the one I've been waiting for, she exclaimed. Me, he squeaked. Of course you, Naruto-kun, she giggled. Why would I be the one you're waiting for? He asked. Come on, we have to go to MT Raiga right now, she urged. Daddy will want to see you. She poked her bill into his chest and flipped him over with surprising ease onto her back. Wait, hey, she flapped her wings as Naruto tightly gripped her neck. She pushed off from the ground with great power, so great that it sent Totaro flying into a nearby tree. Hey, isn't there a safety brief or something? He exclaimed as the young bird climbed above the clouds. Naruto's cheeks flapped backward as his sword clung to his lower back and his Chunin jacket clung to his chest and arms. Likewise his forehead protector refused to let go of him as he and the young bird raced through the skies of this strange land. He managed to gather that they were heading to a place called Mt. Raiga, why and where were questions running through his head. But all the while he couldn't help but let a smile creep up on his face. So this is as fast as you can go? He asked. I can go a little faster, but I don't want to hurt you. Daddy says that human people's bodies aren't used to the wind, she explained. Bet you can't go faster, he challenged. What? I can go way faster, she yelled, obviously insulted by his comment. Prove it, Birdie-chan, he shouted. My name is Misa, she yelled. Well, Misa-chan, show me how fast you are. He almost regretted those words as she took off at high speed sailing through the clouds. Where did he go? Asked Aoba, turning to Genma, who had a confused expression on his face. Relax, he said. How can you be relaxed? Asked Aoba. Naruto might be. Exactly, might be, said Genma as the wind picked up. If he and that weirdo had both died, we would have heard some sort of indication. On top of that, we'd still be able to sense some signature of their chakras, so he isn't dead. My guess he was summoned away and Totaro just happened to be touching him. They both could be anywhere right now, said Genma. What are we gonna tell Hokage-sama? Cried Aoba. I would be more worried about what we're gonna tell Lady Kushina, said Genma as a dark cloud appeared over the both of them. A similar deduction was made by the two cloud kunoichi over the other side of the valley. They cloud be anywhere in the world right now, said Yujito. She didn't notice, but Samui let out a soft sigh from a few steps behind her. So Misa-chan, I'm guess that's Mt. Raiga? Asked Naruto, pointing to the large mountain in the distance. Yeah, that's it, as more and more birds seemed to appear next to them. Misa-wani-chan, said an eagle flying next to him. What are you doing with this Namikaze? Exclaimed the male bird. He had the same coloring as Misa, however he was a little smaller than her. Pretty cool, huh? She exclaimed proudly. Father will want to meet. How did he end up here? He asked. I dunno, ask him, she said. I dunno either, he said with a shrug. Not the sharpest talon is he, pointed out the male bird. But he's really nice, Kaze-chan, she said as the duo flew among the clouds to their home. Naruto had been taken to the top of Mt. Raiga, where he now stood in front of the Eagle King. He was in a large room, only he, Misa and the large eagle in front of him were present. The eagle boss stood with his large wings resting on his sides. The boss summon in front of him was the very definition of gargantuan. He towered over the Hokage building, and if he had to give a rough estimate, he would say that he was definitely the same size, if not a little bigger than his father's and grandfather's summon Gamabunta. He had a dark brown body with lighter shade of brown appearing at random through the coloring. He also had a white feathered head and very long tail feathers. His eyes were golden and piercing, staring down at Naruto, looking over every inch of him keenly. Two magnificent bird baths stood proudly next to him. Hi daddy, shirped Misa. Well, I see you found young Naruto-chan, he said in a prideful and elegant tone. Yup. He's really nice, she commented. Well, that's good to hear, so young chick, I see you made it softly, he said with a smile. I am Tsubasa, introduced himself. You're the one who summoned me? That's kinda rude, you know, he said, almost forgetting who he was talking to. Misa Bill was agape as she hit him over the head with her wing, surprising him with the hardness. Ouch, he whined. To Misa's surprise, her father simply chuckled. It's refreshing to have such a lively young man here after all these years. Tell me, Naruto-chan, do you know what we are? He asked. You're eagles, big eagles, he rubbed the back of his head. But that answer is a bit too simple, he stated sheepishly. Right you are though, we are in fact eagles that have long since bonded with the Namikaze clan for generations, he said, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. Your summons, he stated. You are correct, you are indeed a bright young man. We have known of your existence for the past decade, as we know of every other Namikaze in existence, he said knowingly. So you were spying on me? He asked. You could say that, yes, stated the boss summon bluntly. Daddy. We should make him a summoner, suggested Misa. Tsubasa sweat dropped. I was getting to that, dear, he sighed. Naruto-chan, we have waited for another Namikaze with your potential to appear in the world for a very long time. Would you be interested in becoming the summoner of the Eagle Clan, like your ancestors before you? Asked Tsubasa. Sure, he smirked. I'd love to be a summoner, he chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. Excellent, stated Tsubasa happily. In a puff of smoke a contract appeared in front of him. It unfurled by itself until it reached a blank space. The name before where he were to write his was dulled a little. Riku Namikaze, he gasped. Ah yes, Riku-chan, he was a fine man, but that's a story for another day. please sign your name in blood to complete the contract, explained Tsubasa as Naruto bit his thumb. Misa put her wing on top of Naruto's hand as some of his blood dripped onto the blank space. So that's how it is, daughter, said Tsubasa with an amused tone. How what is? Asked Naruto. Naruto-kun, let's be partners, she chirped happily. You want to be partners with me? He asked. Yeah, she stated simply. So we both sign our names? He asked. No silly, I can't summon myself, we sign your name together, then we make a bond together making me your familiar, she stated. Oh cool, let's do that, said Naruto with a smile unearning a nod from Misa. They both signed their Naruto's name on the blank space down vertically. The contract then refurled and disappeared in a puff of smoke. A sudden rush of power ignited within boy the young eagle chick and Naruto. Naruto held Misa's wing feathers as a yellow aura engulfed them both. Wei, said Naruto as he looked at Misa with a smile. Congratulations, Naruto-chan, you'd best be returning to your world now. You may summon us as you wish, Misa being your first and foremost choice, but if the situation calls for it, you may summon me for the time being as she is only a baby, he stated. I'm not a baby, she yelled. Right, sorry dear, winced the large eagle. The aura around them disappeared as Naruto's clothes returned to their sitting places, as did his hair. Alright Misa-chan, you ready to go? Asked Naruto. Go where? I can reverse summon to you know, right here in fact, she said. Sure, but first we have to go pick up my friend who was summoned here with me, he laughed. That girly man-woman, she asked bluntly. I don't think he likes to be called that, but yes him, see he belongs in my world as well and I couldn't let him become eagle food or a support twig for a nest, he chuckled again making her smile. Sure we can go get him, she looked at her father who nodded at her. You may use the quick exit, he suggested as he looked to the stone wall next to him. The wall opened up to reveal a balcony overlooking the entire land from above some clouds. Let's go Naruto-kun, she chirped as she flipped him onto her back. Be careful with him, warned her father, but she didn't seem to listen as she took off the balcony, diving at breakneck speeds. Naruto's laughter echoed back to him making him sigh. Things are going to get very interesting around here, said the eagle looking out to his dominion with a smile. This isn't funny, Swift-chan got kidnapped and now I'm stuck in the middle of this weird forest, cried Totaro as he was once again blown away into the same tree as before by a gust of wind. He grunted. This is getting old. He gasped as he saw Naruto land with the same bird before, smiling at him. Swift-chan, he exclaimed as he ran over to him and hugged him shaking the poor blonde back and forth. There, Toto-chan, comforted Naruto patting him on his arm. I thought that I was gonna die, he stressed. Well you're obviously not, so, stop crying, he chuckled as he let him go. Misa-chan can transport us back to our world, he smiled. Cool, but if those kunoichi are in the same place that I sense then I can tell I'm in for a fight and I think that I've had enough fun for today, he said honestly tired. Misa-chan could you possibly maybe transport us to a different location, he asked. Sure, but I don't know anywhere else in your world, there's no telling where you'd end up, she said explaining the situation to them. Well how about this, you transport us back and I'll summon you so we can get back, suggested Naruto. Okay, get off and I'll do it, Naruto jumped off her next to Totaro. Misa slammed her hand on the ground and both of them disappeared in a burst of smoke. Naruto and Totaro both appeared in the human world, but in a not-so-far-away place, as they originally thought that they would end up. Misa-chan, shouted Naruto in shock as he and Totaro plummeted to the ground above the Valley of Fire. I'm overfalling. Summon her already please Swift-chan, begged Totaro as the onlookers below watched with bated breaths. Naruto-kun, shouted Aoba. Naruto and Totaro are falling, exclaimed Yujito. Naruto. Samui stood at the edge of the cliff and let out a shout of concern of her own. Both Totaro and Naruto passed down right in front of them. Yujito looked at her with a shocked expression as the wind rocked her long hair around. Naruto bit his thumb and ran through some hand signs in midair as he and Totaro passed the cliff's edge. Kuchios no Jutsu, he yelled as summoning formula appeared beneath his right hand as he thrusted it toward the ground. Misa appeared in a burst of smoke picking the pair of them up. She then quickly climbed above the cliff's edge. With an upward wind she passed Samui and Yujito. Both kunoichi caught a glimpse of Naruto's smiling face and Totaro's tear-stained one, obviously frightened. Woohoo! His voice echoed throughout the valley as he and Totaro disappeared above the clouds. How am I going to explain this to the Hokage, not to mention Lady Kushina, cried Aoba. Good luck with that death trap, said Genma with a small chuckle. Aoba whined and slapped himself in the face out of frustration. Just typical, said Yujito with a shake of her head. I wonder how Isama is going to take this, our target was saved by his mortal enemy's son, oh dear, she sighed. Samui smiled up to sky, Naruto's smiling face still clear in her mind. Idiot, she thought as her smile grew a little from a small quirk to a real one, a real smile, something that she hadn't done for many people, but she couldn't understand why he elicited this response from her every time she thought about him. She dismissed the thoughts quickly as she covered her smile with her hand as the sun began to set in the distance. Well, you see, Isama, Naruto had apparently been fight with Totoro, and then he and Naruto were summoned away and then escaped on some big bird, and well. Yujo giggled as she quirkily scratched the side of her cheek. I growled and threw his desk out of the window behind him. Namikaze, he shouted, everyone hearing him with the radius of his office. Do you have anything to add? He asked, looking at Samui. Samui simply shook her head, struggling to keep her cool. I sighed and dumped himself back in his chair. Don't you have to fill in a form to get your desk replaced? Oh, maybe not, Yujo chuckled as I growled at her. Well, you see, Lady Kushina, Minato-sama, we all found Totoro and Naruto-kun fought him and disappeared, and well. Aoba trailed off as he faced Kushina's intense gaze and Minato's steely look from behind the Hokage's desk. Disappeared? You mean you lost my boy? Asked Minato. Kushina's grip on the desk splintered the wood. You'd had bet. Woohoo! The shinobi in the room looked up out of Minato's window as a gust of wind rushed down from the sky. Naruto appeared standing up with his hands raised as Misa hovered below him. That was awesome, he laughed. Minato sighed. Naruto Namikaze, you are in so much trouble, shouted Kushina as Naruto winced from behind the glass. Chapter 22. Mind Bridge no Jutsu. 2 years later. 2 ships floated on the ocean's dark surface in the dead of night. The land of rice paddies in the distance, the waves rocked calmly, knocked the frigate side to side. The night had just begun to overtake the day, and it was getting darker. The ship that adjourned the Konoha symbol on its white sails was a mess of frantic movement. Many men and women with Konoha headbands sporting Jonin and Chunin attire swiftly ran around the wooden vessel as the other ship floated ominously next to them with no apparent crew or any sort of action at all. The ship sported black sails that were tattered and worn. On the sides of the ship the symbol of the Sound Village was carved proudly into the wood. A young man stood on the Konoha's ship's deck railing, holding on the sail's supporting rope a metal-plated black glove. His heel and toeless black shinobi sandals were tucked into a pair of black pants. He sported long black hooded cloak blocking his attire and facial features from sight, with the expectation being 2 long blonde bangs that were caught up in the wind flowing away from the perimeters of his hood. Suddenly the sound of footsteps from the other ship signified the complete standstill on the Konoha shinobi ship. Many soldiers from within the black-sailed ship adjacent to them began piling out in a slow simultaneous pace. Every warrior was skull-helmed and wore heavy armor. Their skin all resembled snow and the color of their eyes brightly shone a blank yellow in the darkness of the night. Many of them tightly gripped a large array of weaponry, mainly swords and axes. Once they were all stationed out on deck, a choking silence enveloped the area around the 2 vessels. Heeled boots hit the floor of the ship belonging to the Sound Village like a drum beating. The owner of the footsteps appeared up onto the deck from the wooden stairwell. The woman walked through her warriors, grasping a pair of curved dual swords. She sensually slid them along their chests and necks as her features became more clear. She cut her black hair short, the straight locks reaching just below her ears. A few strands of black hair on the left side of her forehead were longer in length. She had proclaimed skin, which glowed menacingly in the moonlight. Her dark eyes made their way to the cloaked figure standing in front of the Konoha shinobi. She sported extremely revealing attire that left very little to be desired. She wore nothing underneath the armor that covered certain parts of her body. Her heeled boots reaching to her knees. She wore a 2-piece armor set that barely clung around her waist and upper thighs. Another small piece of metal hung over her the bottom half of her chest. Cerulean eyes narrowed themselves at the ship as the young man removed his hood covering his facial features. Naruto Namikaze, spoke the woman in an alluring voice. At first glance the stories I've heard about you seem to be over-exaggerated, said the woman reaching the railing on her ship. She licked her lips in anticipation. A small smile made its way onto Naruto's lips as he surveyed the monstrosities before him. His features otherwise remained unchanging. I am Miu, Orochimaru-sama's humble servant, she introduced herself, moving her hands outwardly, showing herself fully to Naruto, whose smile disappeared. Have you nothing to say? She inquired of the young blonde who unclipped the front of his cloak revealing his upper attire. He wore a mesh shirt underneath a white undershirt and a black jacket. Over the top her wore an unzipped Konoha Jonin flak jacket. The Orochimanji strapped to his back, proudly shining in the moonlight. Sometimes silence is the loudest answer one could ever give, he responded stoically as the smile on Miu's face disappeared. A few moments of utter silence passed. The only sound in the background was the wind and the waves hitting the boats, rocking them back and forth. Kill him, she spoke. On cue, the warriors let out a chorus of battle cries as they grabbed the grappling hooks at the edge of their ship. With vigor they tossed them at Konoha's wooden vessel, the sharpened metal digging into the wooden, making it splinter. "Commander, what should we do?" asked a frightened Chunin who along with many other low-ranking ninja had stood still. Naruto didn't take his eyes off the ship. "Wait," he responded calmly. "We're here to eliminate her and her crew. If they want a confrontation, then it only makes our job all the more easier." "Wouldn't you agree?" asked Naruto as the sound crew fired fire-tipped arrows at the main mast. Water jutsu wrapped around the mast protecting it. Many warriors leaped onto the ship as the slammed together, likewise many Konoha shinobi charged onto the sound ship. "Don't worry about a thing." Naruto jumped down from the railing, stabbing a warrior in the skull behind him with his newly drawn weapon. The older Chunin watched in horror as the warrior let out a blood-curdling scream, falling into the ocean. "Protect the sails and the mast and await further orders," said Naruto as he charged behind him. Naruto jumped over some debris, using his left hand to leap over the cargo. He slashed at a warrior who had a shinobi pinned down on the deck. The warrior cried out as Naruto kicked him off his comrade harshly. Another sound warrior screamed and charged at him from his behind. He sidestepped an axe as it embedded came down. It came down hard onto the wooden deck. The warrior cried out as it tried to free the weapon. Naruto gripped his sword and thrust it into the monster's ribcage. It fell next to him. He gave the older man a serious look and ran forward, jumping down into a newly created hole on the decking of the sound ship. He landed in a hall where water had taken into the side of the ship at some point in the early stages of the battle. Naruto ignored the fact that he was now ankle-deep in dirty water and began running through the warrior field hall. A group of 7 monsters screamed bloody murder at him as his form disappeared and reappeared a second later behind the group with a splash. They all turned around but stopped when Naruto turned to them with a neutral look. Suddenly the warriors all began to fall apart into messes on the watery hull. Naruto ran up the stairs to the top deck. On top of the ships was utter carnage. Many shinobi and sound warriors who could do little but scream were battling for supremacy on the 2 vessels. Luckily the main mast of Konoha's ship was still intact. Naruto narrowed his eyes to the helm of the ship where Miu was standing with her swords ready. A painfully annoying smirk edged its way onto her blemishless features, eliciting a groan from Naruto. The young blonde charged up across through the myriad battle with an angry look on his face. As he reached the door to the captain's quarters, before his attempt to the one of 2 stairwells to Miu on the side of the ship, a warrior charged through the door wielding a broadsword with ferocity. Naruto blocked a downward slash. He channeled his chakra through the blade, cutting the large weapon in half, the tip falling harmlessly into the ocean. He sidestepped a grapple attempt from the warrior, slashed at his midsection, causing him to fall into the ocean with a cry of pain. He ran up the steps without a second to waste. He slid across the wet deck as he reached the platform that was connected the helm via a set of wooden stairs. Miu turned to his with on sword outstretched to him. "You will never reach Orochimaru-sama alive," she taunted with a scowl. "For his sake, he'd better hope I don't," said Naruto as he gripped Orochimanji with intensity, walking onto the platform. They charged at each other as Miu's dual blades clanged against Naruto's legendary steel. Sparks emitted from the contact as Naruto pushed her backward, earning a feral screech from the sound servant. She parried off Naruto's blade to the side, making him stumble forward at the loss of an opposing force. She swept his leg, making him fall to the ground. She twirled clockwise and stabbed him in the stomach. However, no sign of death occurred, no blood. Her sword had just gone straight through him. Her eyes widened as Naruto's entire body glowed yellow. The resulting effect was an explosion that rocked the 2 ships, halting the fighting for a second. "Commander," shouted a Konoha shinobi stated on the friendly ship. Miu appeared in a burst of speed atop the main mast of her ship, with a labored expression. "This kid is no joke, he almost killed me," she thought, angry as Naruto appeared behind her with his blade drawn and a calm expression. "You really shouldn't be so cocky," warned Miu as the kanji for seal appeared on the wood below his feet. Naruto remained calm as a cursed genjutsu spread across the visible parts of his body. Miu laughed as she sprinted across the spherical-shaped wood. She delivered 2 punches with the hilts of her swords to his face, making him spit up blood. His cheek turned, blood began to drip from his lip and his eye beginning to bruise from the metal. "That all?" he taunted, turning to her. "Perhaps the stories I've heard about you are exaggerated," he smirked at her as her eyes widened. Suddenly she awoke to a much different reality where she in fact was immobilized by the genjutsu. She screeched and wailed, struggling against the jutsu. "I've studied Orochimaru's genjutsu," stated Naruto as he sheathed his weapon. Miu snarled at him as she struggled to no avail. "Interrogating you would be useless. Orochimaru's genjutsu is strong enough to overcome any form of torture. You'd die before we'd get any information," he held his arm out as magnetic blue lighting began to sparsely dance around his palm. Orochimaru is immortal, she cackled as the lightning stabilized in Naruto's hand as he continued his walk toward her. And with Arrol at his side, you're as good as dead, she smirked as he stopped right in front of her face. His breath warming her skin as the lightning illuminated their features. The clone has a name, asked Naruto rhetorically. Well, he can tell you how powerful he is when I send him to hell after you, he whispered as he stabbed her in the chest, blood trickling down onto the lower deck as he pulled his arm out of her chest cavity. So your mission went well, said Minato as he sat in his office facing his son. Yes, it went as planned, although I did not expect to be chasing her for a week on a ship, Naruto chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Minato smiled and shook his head. I've received reports from your second in command, you handled your first mission as a Jonin quite well. You also led the mission, which is equally impressive, Minato nodded his head as he looked at the numerous papers below him. I'm still shocked that you refused the invitation to join ANBU, Itachi joined, and although Yugo changed her mind she certainly seemed very keen to join up until a few months ago, said Minato leaning backward in his chair. Yugo said the week in the training camp wasn't what she expected, he shrugged. She's happy with being a Jonin like myself, Naruto rubbed his arm and sighed. So what's my next mission, asked Naruto eagerly. Minato raised an eyebrow at his 13-year-old son. Go home, get some rest and tomorrow report at the academy at 0900 hours, Naruto jaw dropped as Minato threw a mission brief at him. He caught it and held it to his thigh. But I'm a Jonin, I shouldn't, that's Chunin work, he shouted. 2. Minato raised an eyebrow eliciting a cough from the adolescent. Hokage-sama, may I ask why I've been given a mission at the academy, asked Naruto professionally. Minato leaned forward and rested his head on his knuckles. You have a very dangerous habit of getting in over your head, son, Naruto winced inwardly at his father's words. You have been gifted with a natural talent that far exceeds my own, he smiled proudly for a second, adopting a serious look moments later. I know that I may be working excessively hard, but I've improved so much, and be that as it may, it isn't healthy for a young boy your age to be taking on missions of such caliber, not to mention the amount that you have taken on. Yes, you've got the necessary skills to cope with the physical and mental stress, but when all is said and done, you're still my 13-year-old boy, he sighed as Naruto looked down at his feet. I'll try less hard. Naruto smiled goofily at his father, who shook his head and laughed. Sometimes the most productive thing you can do is relax. Now go home, son, it's late. I'll see you in the morning. Dismissed, Minato moved back down to the stack of papers piling up on his desk. This effectively ended the conversation as Naruto bowed and disappeared in a burst of speed. Naruto silently unlocked and opened the door to the Namake's compound. He took off his shoes at the door and silently crept through the house. He made it into the living and put his sword on the table. He took off his black-clothed headband and placed it in his right pants pocket. How many times do I have to tell you to stop putting your sword on the table? He heard a whisper from behind him. He visibly winced and almost fell over his own feet. He turned around to see that his mother sitting on the couch reading a book with a makeshift bookmark light. She was dressed in her nightwear underneath a dressing gown, her feet were bare. To be honest, I didn't think you'd be up, he whispered back. I didn't expect you to be waiting for me, he chuckled quietly, rubbing the back of his head. Of course I was waiting for you, I worry for you, Databane, she shouted, making Naruto flinch and Kushina cover her own mouth. She sighed and smiled. He returned the gesture. I take it your mission went well, she inquired with a sheepish grin. You betcha, it was a good first mission for a newly promoted Jonin, you know, he yawned and stretched. I have another mission tomorrow, he announced as his mum growled at him. And not like that actually, he rubbed the back of his head. It's a mission at the academy, he explained as his mother's facial features softened. Oh well, as long as you're not pushing yourself too hard, she stressed as he yawned again. I'm going to bed, good night, he proclaimed, picking up his sword and walking up to his room. That boy, she sighed once he was gone. The next morning Naruto strolled through the streets of the Hidden Leaf village with his usual shinobi attire on. He rested the backs of his hands behind his neck as many of the citizens offered him a friendly hello. The sun coming up from the east had cemented itself in the morning sky as the birds chirped and leaves danced on the wind. The young blonde made his way down an alley with his hands in his pockets. He pulled out a piece of paper with his left gloved hand and silently read the notice on it. How hard can this mission be? I go to the academy, I speak about being a shinobi then leave, he sighed. At least that's what I think I'll be doing, he furrowed his brow in thought. Hiya, why no Kuin? Naruto yelped as a purple blur tackled his into a headlock. Come on Yugo, quit it, he struggled as she roughly rubbed the mop of blonde hair with her free hand. The young kunoichi had not changed much, she was still relatively shorter than Naruto. Her attire now polished off with a Jonin vest over the top of her shirt. Her light purple hair had grown out and now reached down past her shoulder blades, the same hair clip that she wore as a genin still keeping her fringe to the side of her face. "Oh, quit whining, without Itachi to bother I have no fun anymore," she giggled and punched him in the arm. He rubbed the spot she punched and chuckled. "Last I heard you were on some big mission, did you get your ass kicked? Is that why your face is all banged up?" she asked, touching his split lip. He grabbed her wrist and gently pushed her away. "You have no compunction about personal space," he commented with a smile. "But if you must know, I finished it earlier than anticipated and well along the way I got punched in the face, a couple of times," he stressed, rubbing his lip. "Pity they didn't punch your scar off eye," she joked with a laugh. Hey. A lot of girls like it, they think it's cool," he stressed with a pout. "Right, and all of those girls are 10, sweetheart," she mocked, patting him on the cheek gently. "Anyway, your big ego likes the little fan club that's been gathering members." Yugo laughed as Naruto sighed. "Don't remind me about that. I think I'm about to walk into a hornet's nest," he whined, making Yugo raise her eyebrow. "Why were you going?" she asked, noticing the piece of paper in his hand. "Yoink," she took with no resistance from Naruto. After a few seconds she handed it back to him. "Don't." She erupted in a fit of giggles and laughter. A blush crept up on his face and a growl escaped his throat. "Why you, oh my, we're Jonin and you have to help Kurenai tutor her student," she said in between giggles. Naruto let out a surprised noise and snatched the paper back from her. "That's a relief," he said, reading it. "Tusan wasn't real specific. I thought that he had me teaching a class," he sighed, rubbed the back of his head. "Ah, but my blonde friend, if I'm not mistaken, my little brother, your little brother, and Kurenai's student are all in the same class," she smirked evilly. "Which means," she cut him off. "Which means at some point today you're going to have to pull her out of the class," she wrapped her arm around his shoulder. "Now won't that be fun?" she giggled, poking his cheek. "Niisan. Niisan, she mocked as his shoulders slumped depressingly. "Don't you have something better to do, Jonin Yuzuki?" asked Naruto with a frown. As a matter of fact, she clicked her fingers. "I have a mission to the land of birds in a few hours' time," she smiled and poked him again. "You enjoy your day, Naruto-sensei." She flicked his nose and disappeared in a leaf shunshin. Still as weird as ever, he smirked and disappeared in a shunshin of his own. Naruto walked through the entrance to the academy with a neutral look on his face. He crossed the receptionist's desk, who took a second to register who he was. She had brown hair tied up in a bun and sported black-rimmed sunglasses. She also wore a button-up shirt, a small wristwatch. "And Namike-sama," she said loudly. "Hi miss," he greeted with a smile. "Do you know where You made it." Naruto turned around to see Kurenai with a smile on her face. Kurenai had fair-skinned woman of slender build. She had her long black untamed hair reaching her upper back, and very unique eyes that are red in color, with an additional ring in them. She wears makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. Her regular outfit consists of a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. Overall, this was a very broad material which resembles bandages with a pattern on it similar to those of rose thorns. Her hands and upper thighs are also wrapped in bandages, and she wore the Konoha forehead protector and regular shinobi sandals. "Hey Kurenai," he greeted as she walked up to him with a smile. "Thank you for volunteering for this mission." Naruto adopted a fake smile as the words left her mouth. "Yeah, volunteer." He rubbed the back of his neck and chuckled nervously. "Yes, well, both you and Yandame-sama are extremely terrible at lying," she pointed out, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Naruto's eyes darted back and forth. "I can't honestly blame you though, it does get tedious, but it's our job to train the next generation of ninja," said Kurenai, expressing her feelings with a small smile. Naruto raised a questioning eyebrow. "I don't know why you enjoy the academy teaching so much," he stressed. "But now that you mention it," he paused, putting a gloved hand on his chin. "I am a part of the next generation," he stressed, gesturing toward himself. "We can discuss this later," she quipped. "Have you been briefed on the mission?" asked the kunoichi with an inquisitive look. "Actually, Hokage-sama didn't cover much," he scratched the top of his head. "He basically said that you'd have the mission details." Naruto smiled at her, hoping that he wasn't mistaken. "All right," she sighed. "As you know, I've been tutoring a young girl from the Okama Clan." Naruto crossed his arms, adopting a serious look. "She has displayed excellent proficiency in genjutsu and would have made a great shinobi," continued Kurenai as Naruto frowned. "Would have? Isn't she in my brother's and sister's class?" inquired Naruto, cocking his head a little. "You are correct, however there are some complications." Kurenai looked down at her feet. And such Kurenai explained Yakumo's unique situation to Naruto. She had been wrestling with idea on refusing to continue to teach Yakumo, pushing her to seek another path in life. But Yakumo's refusal of this idea had forced Kurenai's hand and she attempted to seal away the girl's power, only to find that she was not yet strong enough to do so. Having been unaware of the Ido, a sentient and malicious personality within Yakumo's mind, which had been generated from the ID part of her psyche. Thus she dubbed this being as ID. She went on further to explain that this personality could control her and use her incredible powers for destructive means, with the destruction of Konohagakure foremost in its mind. The reason being that deep down she truly believes that the Yondaime ordered the destruction of her clan. However, it was the monster who overcame the seal, and cast the illusion of a fire engulfing the Kurama clan's household, which killed Yakumo's parents. So what exactly do you want me to do about this? I'll help any way I can, offered Naruto with a smile. Kurenai smiled at the boy before her. Well, my request is a rather dangerous one, she let out a tired sigh. You must travel into Psyche and destroy this monster, explained Kurenai, earning a skeptical look from Naruto. Well, that's fine, he said nonchalantly. But how do you propose I enter her mind? It sounds dangerous, he stressed, rubbing the back of his head. You're right, it is dangerous. If the ID kills the downloaded version of yourself that travels her subconscious mind, you'll never wake up, she said solemnly. Okay, he said, punching his open fist. Not a problem, consider Yakumo a graduating member of the academy already, he smirked at her, making her shake her head. Just like that, huh? She sighed, raising both her eyebrows. Of course, he chuckled. Alright then, meet me in room 207 floor 4 of the hospital. Make sure that after you exit the academy you knock her out, she explained. Details, he waved. She's in Ren class, so she's just down the hall. See you in a bit. He walked past her, gathering the embarrassed energy back in his stomach unknown to her. He's going to be something when he's older, said the receptionist with a dreamy sigh. Kurenai turned and raised an eyebrow at her. Naruto came up to the correct room and knocked on the door twice. This was followed by a chorus of silence in the classroom as the teacher asked him to enter. Naruto opened the door as every pair of eyes were placed solely on him. Ni-san, he heard from the back of the class. Ren Namikaze stood up and waved excitedly at him. Yugao's little brother looked at him with curious eyes. Naruto, he silently asked, pushing his purple hair out of his eyes. Namikaze-sama? What is Naruto-sama doing here? So he's a Jonin? He looks just like Lord Fourth. Lord Naruto is so cute. Naruto laughed nervously at the comments and began rubbing the back of his head. Hello everyone, he greeted awkwardly. Why me, he wondered desperately. My wicked Nissan of a Jonin has come to tell me that I'm a genin already, announced Ren. Later losers, he waved triumphantly at his class as he began walking down the steps. Ren, sit back down, cursed Irika with a glare. Ren then looked at Naruto with pleading eyes. Sorry Ren-chan, but that's not why I'm here, he explained sheepishly, earning laughs from Ren's classmates. Namikaze-sama, Irika bowed to him. Hi Irika-sensei, I'm here to take Yakumo to her lesson, he said, gesturing to the small girl in the front row. Yakumo possessed long brown hair and light brown eyes. Her hair is straight on one side, but on the other side it is in a braid. In addition, she sported a clip with 2 circular designs. For her outfit she wears a pink kimono held closed by a pink sash with 2 pockets on the front. She also wore violet baggy pants and red mesh armor underneath her kimono and legs, along with sandals that were orange in color. Me, squeaked the brunette, sporting a very obvious blush on her face. Yes you, he smiled. Come on, he gestured with his head cheekily out the door as he turned around. She scrambled and grabbed her belongings on her desk. Wait Namikaze-sama, do you have a note or something, please, said Irika, earning a look from Naruto. You see, I have to explain why she's leaving early each time, and it's quite peculiar that you're the one pulling her out of class, he stressed with a quizzical look. Well, technically all the teachers here are Chunin and I'm sort of a Jonin, so, yeah, he chuckled and ushered Yakumo out of the classroom. When the doors closed, the class erupted in a fit of gossip. That was Naruto-sama. He's so dreamy. I wonder if the stories about him are true. Of course they are, he's amazing. Why isn't Ren as cool as him? That's enough, berated Irika. We're having a surprise quiz on the history of Konohagakure right now, announced the academy teacher, slamming his hand on the chalkboard. A series of followed his outburst. Lord Naruto, how come you're the one pulling me out of class? It's usually Kurenai-sensei who teaches me, asked Yakumo, looking up at Naruto as they walked down the wooden floors of the academy. He returned her look, smiling down at her, causing her to blush crimson. Well Yakumo, I'll be helping you do some special training by request of Kurenai, he explained as he opened the door for her. The pair of them stepping outside into the warm Konoha air. Hey Yakumo, what's that? He asked, pointing upward. She swiftly looked, her eyes darting around. I don't see. Naruto delivered a chop to the back of her neck, effectively knocking her unconscious. He grabbed her by the back of her kimono to prevent her from falling. He picked her up and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. A few awkward conversations later with the medical staff and the presentation of evidence. He was allowed to carry Yakumo into the room that Kurenai had instructed him to bring her to. He opened the door to the room with one hand. Inside, Kurenai sat in between two beds that were parallel to one another. The windows were wide open, letting the refreshing warm breeze into the room. "Place her down on this bed, please, Naruto." The young jonin nodded and did as she asked. He delicately placed Yakumo in the bed closest to the door, making sure to lay her head on the pillow. "Now you lay down on this bed over here." She gestured to the hospital bed closets to the window. He nodded slowly as he plopped himself on the opposing bed, laying down in the same position as Yakumo, on his back. Kurenai held her hand out and Naruto took it gently. She then took hold of Yakumo's limp hand, turning to him. "I'm going to cast a genjutsu that will allow you to enter her mind. Keep in mind that I cannot maintain this jutsu for a very extensive period of time," she explained, earning a nod from the blonde. "I must warn you though. Yakumo is an 8-year-old girl, there's no telling what you'll come across or who or what you'll meet. Since both your minds are gapped, your innermost thoughts, once that run deep in your subconscious, may make an appearance." She looked him in the eye. "But please keep in mind that you're only there to destroy the ID. Once that's done, I'll release the jutsu. If I haven't run out of chakra beforehand. But, there is one other thing," she sighed. "Once I bridge your minds, I cannot help you. It takes all of my concentration to maintain this jutsu. Only call upon me with your chakra once you're ready to leave her mindscape." Naruto nodded in understand. "Alright, good luck," she smiled as she squeezed both of their hands, firmly activating the jutsu. "Maindoburigi no Jutsu," she said softly as Naruto's eyes closed. Once closed, they immediately opened again. However, he found himself floating in midair. He looked at his hands as he looked around. He was surrounded by all manner of colors and shapes. He traveled down a rainbow-colored laneway at a fast pace. Suddenly the entire space turned pitch black and no source of light was present. The absence of light made Naruto strain his eyes as he felt solid ground hit the bottom of his shinobi boots. His eyes blinked. The world around him appeared out of nowhere. He looked around to see that he was in a courtyard. A lavish fountain centered in the middle of the courtyard, complete with a magnificent statue. The hedges were trimmed and proper, and many were garden statues of frightened-looking creatures. He raised an eyebrow, following the path of stone with his eyes up to a large double gate. It fluttered open and shut with an ear-wrenching squeak. Beyond the gate stood a magnificent castle, although the castle looked to be something out of the fairy tales that his mother used to read him as a child. The moon firmly shining down on the landscape, illuminating the dark surroundings of a deep forest that created a square-shaped barrier around the castle and castle grounds. I assumed that her mind would be a little less dark. He rubbed the back of his head confusedly. "Hi," chirped a happy voice from his feet. He looked down to see where the voice had originated from. A small child? She had brown hair and she was dressed in a pair of pink pajamas with princesses adorning the fabric. "Hi. I'm Yakumo," she repeated in a squeaky voice. "Yakumo?" he wondered, cocking his head to the side. This must be what Kurenai was talking about. This is a manifestation of her subconscious mind that she's created, but why is she a toddler? The blonde furrowed his eyebrows as the young Yakumo's eyes fluttered. "Up," she demanded, holding her arms toward him. "Come again?" he asked whilst his voice broke. "Up," she screamed, stopping her foot for good measure. Naruto looked down at her with a confused look. He then thought back again to Kurenai's words. "I must warn you though. Yakumo is an 8-year-old girl, there's no telling what you'll come across or who or what you'll meet," he recalled as her bottom lip quivered. "What fresh hell is this?" he thought frantically as she began to wail. Chapter 23. Unleashed. Twin lightning shiver. "Don't cry, please," he smiled goofily at the young child at his feet. The toddler version of Yakumo didn't respond or cooperated with Naruto's request. The wailing noise that she was emitting only grew louder as Naruto scratched the side of his head. "I guess you'll stop crying if I pick you up, huh?" asked Naruto as the child nodded sadly. She batted her eyelashes at him, silently asking permission. He sighed and knelt down, picking her up from underneath her arms. He lifted her up. Along the way she let out a small giggle, ceasing her crying. The jonin then held her to his right side. She wrapped her arms around his neck tightly. "How do you feel now?" asked Naruto. "Yeah, good," she chirped in reply. "What your name?" she asked cutely. "My name is Naruto, kid," he chuckled as she gave him an angry pout. "I know, kid," she fussed in his arms. "Do you want to go down now?" he asked. "No," she quickly replied, which made Naruto let out a long sigh. After a few moments of silence he swallowed the lump in his throat. "So Yakumo," he paused as he began to walk forward with the child firmly in his grasp. "Where are we?" asked the blonde. He surveyed his surroundings whilst walked along the stone path. Princess World, giggled the child. We have to go to the castle. She released her right hand from Naruto's neck and pointed upward to the castle in front of them. Why do we have to go there? Asked Naruto. I know, she giggled and kicked her legs. You don't know, he sighed as his eyes darted cautiously around him. We gots to be careful, she explained, patting his chest. The monster me is squarey, I ate it. The toddler shook her head and subconsciously gripped in tighter as they came up to the gates. Naruto blinked confusedly as the gates slammed shut in his face. The monster you he said slowly with a knowing look. Where is monster you? Asked Naruto as she pointed to the tallest tower in the castle. Up dear, he asked for clarification, earning a nod from Yakumo. Alright, said Naruto as he raised his left leg. I'm here to make the monster go away, I promise, he said, earning a happy squeak from the toddler. Naruto breathed in and Yakumo looked at his leg questioningly. What, you? Yakumo was cut as Naruto extended his leg swiftly, kicking the gate to the inner castle grounds. The pieces of metal rocketed across the ground making screeching noises. Naughty, she scolded. No do that, it atri us, she stressed, earning a confused look from Naruto. It's alright Yakumo, he laughed as he walked through the open space and up to the large double wooden doors. To either side of him were well-built stone walls with jagged edges. Naruto pushed one of the doors open to be met with a room completely white in color. No other presence of any other shade whatsoever. The tables and portraits on either side of them were all pure white. This is strange, observed Naruto as he surveyed his surroundings. In front of him was large staircase. Yakumo frowned and let go of Naruto's neck, pouting as she held her arms at her sides. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't understand why the little had just gotten so upset. He hadn't yelled or done anything wrong to the child. What's wrong? Asked Naruto with a curious look. Why are you so mad all of a sudden? He pressed, looking her in the eyes. Yakumo blinked and softened her expression, pointing down towards the white floor. Dow, she exclaimed. Well, I understand that, Naruto sighed, placing the toddler back on the floor. Yakumo walked forward a few paces and turned her head. She adopted a grin that didn't belong on the face of a girl her age. You can't hurt her anymore, spoke the girl in a layered voice. Naruto raised an eyebrow and placed his hand on his hip. That's an interesting voice, Naruto chuckled softly as the child took off toward the only other exit. So this is what Kurenai meant, he thought, debating on whether to go after her or not. Hello Naruto, a familiar voice spoke to him from behind. Now I know that you're not here, responded Naruto, turning around to the source of the voice. Well, where else could I be, said the blonde girl stoically. She had her hair cut neatly in a bowl cut that reached her shoulders. She had light blue eyes and wore ninja gear. She looked exactly the same as he remembered her at the Chunin exam finals. Thus he was now a few inches taller than her. A knot formed in his stomach as she gave him a rare smile. I know you're not real, but it's good to see you again, Samui. He gave her a lopsided grin to which she let out a small giggle, covering her mouth quickly. You got taller, she said, walking up to him. Her eye level meeting his chest. So what are you up to these days? Make-believe Samui, he chuckled nervously, earning a sigh from her. Well, I'm a representation of a figure from your past as your memories recall, she said neutrally. Well, you got her personality right, he joked, her facial expression unmoving. I'm sort of am here on a mission, you know. So there's this monster in it. I know, I can read your mind, she responded, walking past him. That's just intrusive, the young blonde followed after her as she walked through the open doors. So are you solid? He asked jokingly. The room they walked into was exactly identical to the one previous. Pure white, the portraits, the flowers, pots and tables. The decorator of this place really should have been fired, said Naruto, observing his surroundings intently. Samui stopped in front of him suddenly. He yelped in surprise, halting his stride. She turned toward him with a small smile. I am a fragment of your memories, Naruto, she gave a small smile. I am neither real nor make-believe, she stressed. Did you just make a joke? He asked, poking her in the forehead softly. You need to work on your acting skills, he said, pushing past her. She bumped him as she ran up into the room in front of them. Hey! Samui! Wait, be careful, you know, he shouted after her and ran to catch the fragment of memory. He took off toward the stairs only to be blown back by an unknown force. He grunted as he hit the cold hard floor with a thud. Samui! He exclaimed in a frantic voice. He got straight to his feet and charged forward, but was abruptly stopped by a flash. His senses were then invaded by a blinding white light. He groaned in pain as he shielded his eye from the pain. That sad little look isn't going to work on me, young lady, said a stern voice. It belonged to a woman. She wore an elegant floral-patterned kimono. Her hair a silky brown, matching the color of her eyes. She placed her hands on her hips and looked down sternly at the toddler by her feet. I know that you lied to before, she continued, her tone strong and assertive. The toddler had a distressed look on her face. Her cheeks heating up as she stood on her toes in defiance. She looked exactly the same as the woman who was scolding her. Mummy, I no lie, immediately argued the small girl. Don't lie to me, Yakumo, cautioned the older woman. The toddler pressed her lips together tightly. She scuffed the front of her foot against the wooden floor sheepishly. She had been caught. The older woman, however, was not about to let the child off with lying. Yakumo Kurama, she pressed with an eyebrow raise. Okay, I lied, murmured Yakumo, bowing her head in shame. Lying is not a nice thing to do, the elder woman informed her daughter with a displeased look. You can't do that, just get your own way. Understand? She scolded, wagging her finger at the young girl. Yeah, mumbled Yakumo with a shameful look. Good girl, she sighed. You can go back and play now if you want, offered the mother, earning a happy squeak from her daughter. What the hell was that? Naruto angrily looked around to see Samui smiling at him. Except she didn't seem all that bothered by, in fact she seemed to be staring at him. She held her hand out, he went to take it, but it was someone else's hand that she grabbed. What the hell? The hand that she grabbed was his own gloved one, but it didn't belong to him. He moved out of the way to see a mirror image of himself grab Samui's hand. Come here, laughed Naruto as he grabbed Samui's other hand. She giggled when Naruto pulled her into him. The pair then began to clumsily dance together, twirling in a fit of laughter. Naruto looked on in shock. What is this? Something my mind conjured up, he wondered with a curious look. His mouth went agape as Samui and himself slowed down. He watched as she rested her head on his chest and they just began to sway back and forth. The image of himself leaned down and tenderly kissed Samui on the forehead as she looked up at him with a happy expression. Naruto shook his head and ran past the pair. He zipped up the staircase and up toward the next level. Once he reached the double doors, he opened one and stepped through, breathing a very heavy sigh. The same room again? The thought had crossed his mind that he was going around in circles, but with a flare of his chakra, disproved that hypothesis. He slumped to the floor to catch his breath. Don't you like what thoughts are crossing your mind? Asked Samui, once again appearing in front of Naruto with a neutral expression. I never had any of those thoughts, or at least I can't recall them, he coughed, sporting an embarrassed blush. You don't have to be afraid, said Samui, reaching her hand out. I'm not afraid of anything, he stated, grabbing her hand gently. To his surprise, she didn't let go. I was created by the memories you have of her. This form is pleasing to you, is it not? She asked, staring at him strongly. It is, I suppose. It's pointless in lying, seeing her again has crossed my mind here and there. To his surprise, the construct giggled and pulled him toward the next staircase. I don't. Naruto. Don't accept what you don't feel about anything or anyone, she told him, letting him take lead as he led her up the final staircase. Oh okay, he sluttered, trying to stick to the thought that she was only created by his memories. A loud growl erupted in the dark space from the lone door ahead of him. This must be the door to Yakumo's inner psyche, said Naruto as they continued their ascent. You have to be careful, said Samui. I was just thinking that. Wait. She smirked at him as he turned around and chuckled. He shook his head as they came to the final door. It was large and wooden. The patterns in the two decorative squares were images of the ID and Yakumo. Two entities, one, which Yakumo created herself, fighting for control of one body. The ID wants to protect Yakumo. But Yakumo wants protection from the ID. Naruto placed his hand on the door and clenched his teeth together. He gasped softly when he felt Samui's tender touch. Her hand rested upon his and they pushed the door open together. The pair swallowed the lumps in their throats as a bright light blinded the pair of them. A scream followed by a splash, then a thud was all that registered from Naruto's senses. He squinted in discomfort as Samui's figure came into view. He let his forearms down to see that he was in a burned room. The bed was charred and unusable. He looked around to see pictures of Yakumo's family barely hanging on the wall. The frames were burnt and the pictures were torn and scratched. The window in front of them served to give whoever was in the room a panoramic view of the castle. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as Samui began to fall backward. Hey, what's wrong, Sa? He caught her and dropped her down to his knee. She was bleeding profusely from her midsection. He let out a desperate noise and held his gloved hand to her cheek. She gave him a small smile as blood trickled down her cheek. Nightmare, subconscious, worst. Naruto looked up to see a huge figure appear. It was dressed in a pink kimono that struggled to hold together under the strain of the creature's budging muscles. It stood on two legs, its appendages clawed and sharp. Two of its bottom lower and upper teeth protruded from its mouth menacingly. It had horns that were pointed at the ends that came out horizontally, finishing in upward tips. The creature laughed at his pain expression when Samui coughed up more blood. And Naruto. Stop. It's fine, she giggled softly and painfully. I'm only make-believe, after all, right? The smile on her face beamed happily up at him. The pain in his chest increased tenfold at seeing her lose color in her face. Tears fell from his eyes, one by one they dripped onto her nose. Samui swiftly moved up with the last of strength and pushed her lips against Naruto's. His eyes widened as the Samui that his subconscious created disappeared slowly in a bright light. Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes. The remnants of her body sparkled in front of him, floating upward and disappearing. Another layered laugh angered him as he looked up with an intense glare. You just crossed the line, now you're gonna pay, you arrogant freak, Naruto warned in a dangerous tone, narrowing his eyes at ID menacingly. He stood up slowly, looking down. Yakumo's split personality chuckled and let out an excited noise. He crouched down and cracked his neck. Kill you, he announced in his layered tone. The pair of them jumped forward. The ID sidestepped a punch from Naruto. It knows how to fight, he thought in shocking revelation. The ID grabbed his wrist, it grabbed his neck and pulled him upward, his feet leaving the ground. Naruto grabbed its hand and kicked it in the stomach with both of his feet. The monster's grip lessened as Naruto channeled chakra to his right fist and feet. He let out a battle cry and leapt forward again. The ID recovered and looked up to the image of Naruto's intense blue eyes. Naruto swung his hand forward and connecting with the ID's face. It grunted in pain but still remained upward. The monster's clawed feet dug into the stone. Wahwa, the blonde channeled more chakra into his fist and followed through. The resulting impact sent the ID sailing through the window like a rocket. The monster broke through a tower and flew into the courtyard, destroying the fountain in the center. Come on, he shouted as glass fell from to the floor. The ID whipped its mouth as blood trickled down his chin. He looked at his palm as blood dripped from its skin and onto the rubble below its feet. It grabbed a lone stone with its clawed hands and crushed it, creating a small dust cloud. Naruto appeared in the courtyard in front of the monster. The ID roared and disappeared from sight. Naruto's eyes widened and ducked a savage swat from the beast. The monster pushed its attack onto Naruto with a deep growl of anger. He weaved in and out of the fists and back flipped to avoid one final swat from the ID. He planted his gloved hands on the ruined stone and delivered a sharp kick to the monster's chin. The ID quickly recovered, narrowing its eyes and grabbed Naruto's leg, squeezing it, eliciting a cry of pain from the blonde. The ID roared in approval of his work and slammed Naruto into the stone. He then swung him to the other side of his body, making the ground crack beneath Naruto's form. The blonde's cries were muffled in the stone as the ID swung his around and tossed him through into the open gates of the castle. The ID laughed and charged after its prey. Naruto rolled over onto his back with a heavy breath. He turned his head to see Yakumo's split personality charging toward him with its left fist cocked back. Naruto ran through a set of hand signs, quickly holding his right hand out toward the rampaging beast. Katan, Kane Funka, a ball of fire engulfed his hand as the ID let out a growl. He launched the small ball of fire at the ID's face. It let out a shrill scream of pain, falling to the ground. Naruto disappeared in a shunshin, teleporting to the outside courtyard. Blood dripped down from the left side of his forehead and his mouth. He narrowed his eyes as the entire bottom half of the castle went up in flames. He covered his eyes as the bright light engulfed the plain. After a few moments the flames settled down to a controlled burn. Narrowing his eyes he surveyed the damaged castle. Another cry echoed across the plain in Yakumo's mind as the monster charged out of the flames. Its face covered in blood and pink kimono torn off. Naruto placed both his hands at his face, his knuckles facing the beast. Taioken, a flash of bright yellow light blinded the beast momentarily as it still charged clumsily toward him, straining its eyes to see. He jumped forward, delivering a knee to its face. He growled when it only skidded backward. Continuing his assault, he continued to knee the beast in the side of the head. The blonde then flipped backward, using wind chakra to stay momentarily in the air. He completed a full circle, kicking the monster in the side of the cranium. The blinded monster skidded into the wall, leaving an indent in the stone. He jumped back and the beast stood up quickly. He chuckled at Naruto and licked the blood off the side of his face. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the action, readying himself, slipping into a fighting stance. The ID charged again. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the beast appeared in front of him in a burst of speed. He flipped over a horizontal strike from the monster. The ID rotated quickly, creating a dust cloud below its feet. It swung at him again with another strike. Naruto brought his left arm up, blocking its swipe with his forearm. The resulting impact destroyed the stones below him. The monster shook its head, recovering from the earlier assault on its mind. Naruto attempted a punch with his free hand to the ID's stomach. The monster grabbed his hand and leaning forward. Naruto growled and moved his foot upward, kicking away the monster's grip. He then delivered an axe kick to the beast's knee. He was disallowed the privilege of crying out in pain as Naruto vaulted its figure. He spun and delivered a sharp kick to the side of the ID's face, sending it flying into the nearby wall. The dust cloud created by the cloud suddenly dispersed as the monster jumped skyward. It jumped over the walls and began running up one of the towers. Naruto's lip cocked up in anger as he disappeared and reappeared a few meters behind the ID on the side of the towering, chasing after it. The ID punched the side of the tower, splitting it in half. The top half of the tower began falling as Naruto halted in his tracks. The ID disappeared and reappeared in a burst of speed behind the falling piece of rubble, continuing its ascension upward. Naruto growled and jumped onto the falling structure. He ran to the top and jumped over the tip of the tower. He grunted and reached out toward the cracked stone of the bottom half of the tower. His gloved hand inches away as the tips of his fingers brushed against the stone. He gasped as he slipped down, falling toward the ground. He turned his head slightly to see the hard ground approaching him very quickly. Naruto ran through a set of hand signs and thrusted his hand underneath him. A puff of smoke engulfed the area. Kushina frowned as she looked down at her unconscious son. When "mission at the academy" was said to her, she had hoped that he'd be demonstrating taijutsu forms or teaching history, but once again, Naruto had gotten himself into another mess. "So he's fighting Yakumo's ID?" she asked, earning a nod from Kurenai, who hadn't moved from her position. "Yes, he's doing well, although he's having a tough time." A bead of sweat rolled down from Kurenai's forehead. "The ID is strong because of Yakumo's negative feelings, judging from Naruto's current state. There are a lot of them." She let out a tired sigh. Kushina stroked her eldest child's cheek tenderly. She then traced the visible scar on his face with a longing look. She gently grabbed his hand and squeezed it softly. "Naruto-kun," said a voice below him. He smiled fondly down at his familiar summoning animal. When the smoke disappeared after a few moments, Misa appeared. In the past 2 years she had grown, her wingspan almost as tall as Naruto. She had also gotten bigger in body and the color of her feathers was now more brown. She still sported her blue chulo with a white pattern on it. Her pink goggles with blue lenses now rested around her neck. He sat down on her back as she hovered in midair. "What are you doing in my dream?" she asked obliviously. "I'll explain later, but right now we have to destroy that thing," he explained, pointing upward to the booming sound of a roar. She squinted her eyes as she laid eyes on the monster standing on a ledge. It laughed and grabbed a pair of statues that rested on the ledges next to it. "What is that?" she squeaked in a frightened tone. "It doesn't matter," he said seriously. "But we're going to beat it into the ground and make sure it doesn't get up." He gripped her feathers, making her nod. "So you're serious about this one?" she asked, earning nod from her partner. She smirked, turning her head slightly. The ID threw one statue after another at them as Misa flapped her wings and took off toward the creature at an expedient pace. She weaved swiftly in and out of the statues as Naruto pulled out 2 kunai from his sealing tags on his wrists. He grasped both of them, infusing them with futon chakra. "Futon, Deburufu no ha." With a grunt he tossed them upward toward the beast. The result left the statues in its hands dust clouds. It looked at its hands before a strong wind blew the clouds away. Naruto appeared mere inches away from its face. Grabbing it harshly, he planted his foot onto the stone and slammed its head into the mortar. He then threw it off the ledge, sending it toward the ground. "Now Misa," he shouted as a loud cry from above reached his ear. He covered his eyes with his forearms as Misa rocketed past the tower that he stood on. She narrowed her eyes down at the falling monster, disappearing in a burst of speed. She reappeared with her sharp beak in its stomach. The beast crashed down into the castle as Misa flapped her wings, hovering above the rubble. Misa's eyes widened as another crashing noise could be heard from below. A piece of rubble flew out of the hole in the low roof, hitting her, sending her flying into a nearby tower. She became embedded in the wall as she let out a miserable cry of pain. "Misa!" yelled Naruto as he jumped off the building toward the young eagle. His descent was interrupted by an explosion behind him. Out of the brick behind him a large clawed hand appeared, grabbing him by the face. He cried in pain as the monster jumped out of the building holding Naruto's face to the brick. He ran across the large building and threw Naruto into one of the lower towers. Luckily Naruto channeled a protective layer of chakra to his face to prevent too much damage. In the dark room Naruto coughed as he removed some wood from his midsection. His clothes were torn and his flak jacket torn to pieces. He threw it to the side and ran behind a fallen part of the roof, breathing heavily. The monster appeared with a crashing entrance in the dark roof. Its body in worse for wear condition, scratched and bloodied all over. His face and midsection were the worst, a sizable dent in it from Misa's beak. "Won't stop. Not until you are dead at my feet," taunted the monster. Its golden eyes darted from side to side searching for Naruto. The young blonde in question sat with behind the rock with his teeth gritted. He clenched his fist and a yellow aura began to engulf his body. The monster turned around when he heard a loud noise, its eyes widened when he came face to face with Naruto's open palm. Its growl was cut off by Naruto. "Jinsaku no Suifuto Pistaru," exclaimed Naruto as he thrusted his fist forward. The impact of the swift jab expanded the hole in the monster's stomach, making it spit up blood. It was sent hurtling down into another hallway adjacent to them. The resulting damage done to the castle pushed it to its last legs. With the bottom support of the lower levels destroyed, the castle began to shake under the weight of its upper levels. Naruto panted as the aura around him disappeared. He looked out to see that the monster had disappeared into the tower. He sensed no movement coming from the monster. Until a few moments later when the brick burst open, revealing the heavily damaged fiend, which was glaring at Naruto from across the open space between them. Its neck heavily mangled, it made quick work of the wound, cracking it back into place with a twisted smile. Naruto's eyes widened as the beast jumped at him. At point-blank range his fastest attack had no effect whatsoever. The beast cried out in some pain but continued to descend on Naruto. Misa appeared before the ID could touch the blonde jonin. Naruto grasped her feathers as the pair ascended away from the beast, who roared in anger at them. He gritted his teeth. The beast still cursed the pair. "What now, Naruto-kun?" asked Misa. A moment of flying passed and Naruto didn't answer her. He grasped her feathers a little tighter, racking his brain on what to do next. He gritted his teeth in frustration and panic. "What are you doing, Naruto-chan Databane?" Naruto's eyes widened in shock. "Mum," he called. "Where are you?" he asked, looking around as the wind whipped his clothes back and forth. "That doesn't matter. No baby of mine is a quitter, nor would they ever lose to that freak," she shouted angrily with fire in her voice. "Kick this freak's ass and wake up now," she more or less ordered, earning smile from her eldest son. The ID jumped up to the tower that Misa and Naruto were climbing up. She increased her speed as the monster sprinted after them on the same piece of stone. Misa got to the top of the tower, looking behind her, catching Naruto's smirked face. "Oh, you're not." He let go of her, falling backward. "Naruto-kun," she cried as she stopped her ascent. Wahwa, his inner spirit began to flare to life. "Come on," shouted Kushina, her violet eyes closed, intently watching the battle unfold in Yakumo's mindscape. "I can't keep this up much longer," said Kurenai, grunting in exhaustion. She gasped when she felt Naruto squeeze her hand back tightly. She smiled when the air in the hospital room became much warmer. She watched as her son's burrow furrowed. "Second gear," he shouted, still unconscious. The aura washed over and the warm sensation covered Kushina's being, bringing a radiant smile to her face. Her hair began to flow behind her. "Go get him, son," encouraged Kushina. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he dived down toward the creature, his shadow racing along the stone underneath him. The creature roared in anticipation as it cocked its fist back. Didn't stop until the creature swung at him, its fist a hair's width away from his face. He disappeared, leaving behind a yellow flash aura. The ID let out a shocked noise and the sound of birds chirping reached its ears. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he dived down toward the creature, his shadow racing along the stone underneath him. The creature roared in anticipation as it cocked its fist back. Didn't stop until the creature swung at him, its fist a hair's width away from his face. He disappeared, leaving behind a yellow flash aura. The ID let out a shocked noise and the sound of birds chirping reached its ears. It twisted its head to see Naruto running up toward him. The young blonde held both of his hands out to either side of him. The aura around him erupting as Kakashi Hataki's signature technique, Raikiri appeared in both of his gloved hands, leaving two streams of lightning behind him. He continued to charge at the beast as the brick disintegrated in his wake. The ID's eyes widened as Naruto disappeared and then reappeared moments later. He hadn't had the time to turn around properly as Naruto crouched down behind him. "Raikiri, Suration," he shouted as he thrusted the Raikiri in his left hand into the monster's back. It was sent skyward with a cry of pain. Naruto disappeared and repeatedly hit the beast with that one Raikiri after another in a zigzag formation into the air, back and forth. The monster spat up some blood as it withstood another strike. It floated in midair awaiting the next strike, but it never came. Its eyes opened at a blue light. Naruto's steely blue eyes met its yellow ones. "Begone," he roared. The monster growled at him, but it was cut short as Naruto came down on it with on last Raikiri impaling its stomach. It was sent down into the castle, with a loud and blue explosion. The structure buckled under the pressure and the bottom levels erupted and the entire castle came crashing down. The aura around Naruto disappeared as he closed his eyes, falling to the ruined castle below. "Wake up, hey, come on." Naruto's blue eyes fluttered open. The pain that he was previously in had all but disappeared and his clothes were in a respectable state. He looked around to see the hospital room. "There you are, silly boy, why do you always have to make me worry?" said a soothing voice. He looked to his right to see his mother with a firm grasp on his hand. "I'm sorry, he said with a weak smile. "You did it," said Kurenai softly, letting out an exasperated sigh. "Yeah, I did, but I don't know who I should scold," shouted Kushina. "You for being such a reckless moron," she shouted, grabbing her son's ear. "Mum, that hurts, she growled in response and looked at Kurenai. "Or you," she glared at Kurenai, who was in no state to argue. "You should have gotten someone else's baby to put in danger and not mine." She pulled him up and out of the room. Hey mum, you do know that I felt every one of those punches." Hey, his protests were ignored as both voices belonging to the mother and son duo disappeared. None of the occupants in the room heard the soft snoring coming from Yakumo. She had a peaceful and content smile on her face. For the first time in a long time she didn't dream of her past, no. She dreamt of her hero, Naruto Namikaze. The goofy boy who rode a magnificent eagle, who saved her from herself and destroyed the negative feelings in her heart with a beautiful lightning strike. Chapter 24. Uchiha Courtesy Call. Konohagakure atop the Kage Monument. 5 months ago. "So this is your first mission without a sensei?" Naruto sat atop the Hokage monument. "You must be excited?" he queried. His younger sister, whom had recently been promoted to Chunin, sat with her legs dangling over the edge of the stone face, belonging to the third Hokage. Karen Uzumaki Namikaze smiled as the wind blew through her ruby-red locks. "Yeah, we're only going to the land of birds, it's just a scroll delivery. In your first mission you took down a daimyo and you're swifty. Naruto waved her off as he sat down next to her. "Well, I got the scar to prove it, and for the love of all that is holy, stop it or I'll throw you off the edge." He tapped his scar with his gloved hand. "Don't get in over your head, I know that sounds a little hypercritical, but yeah, whatever." She punched him in the arm. "I'm trying to look out for you, Spoiled brat," he grumbled, rubbing the spot. "I'll be fine, plus I'm stronger than you." She stood up and walked back a bit. "Think so?" he asked. "When I get back, we'll have a spar and I'll prove it to you." She winked and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. "You're a million years behind to beat me, brat," he chuckled and flicked her nose, making her yelp in surprise. She grabbed it in annoyance, but the truth of his words had unintentionally hit home. It may not have been 100 years, but it was close. She had recently become aware of the gap in strength between them. Not that she never knew it, but she had never been able to fully comprehend Naruto's strength. Where does it come from? Why does he train so hard? Why couldn't she just do that? Namikaze's backyard. 2 months ago. Karen strolled down the stairs of her home with a troubled expression. Her eyes were strained. She found it extremely hard to move her eyes either way. She had been trying really hard to sharpen her senses and increase the range of her sensory abilities, however, she wasn't having any luck at all. At the same age of 13, it was like looking at a seasoned jonin when it came to her brother. He had already traveled so far, met so many people, saved so many people. She had only recently gone on a mission as an equal team member and not with a sensei. Naruto wore a simple t-shirt with long black pants tucked into a pair of open-toed and heeled shinobi sandals. He didn't sport his black gloves like he usually would, only opting to wear his pair of sealing tags on his wrists. A piece of white cloth was tied around his dark blue eyes. 2 separate wires ran up to an unknown location as they flickered in the sunlight. Kushina violet eyes switched from the sink to Naruto, whom she watched out of the window. She thoroughly washed a plate in the warm soapy water, humming a happy tune to herself. "Kaa-chan," Kushina was broken out of her stupor, hearing her eldest daughter's voice. "What is it, Karen-chan?" She turned around to meet her daughter's saddened look. She had grown a little taller and her red hair had grown down, touching her shoulders. She still sported her round glasses, they made her look quite adorable. She wore a yellow t-shirt with a leaf symbol on it and a white miniskirt. She wore heeled boots, showing off her toes. Around her forehead a blue Konoha headband was tightened proudly. "Kaa-chan," she repeated. "Why is Naruto and I-san so strong?" asked the young red-head. "Naruto-chan?" Kushina blinked. "Well, he has a dream and a very strong instinctual desire that he got from me, of course," she giggled fondly. Karen cocked her head confusedly. "It's like this, Karen-chan, who does Naruto-chan look up to the most?" The elder redhead laughed. "To-san," she said quickly. "Right, to surpass his father in strength and skill, to become Hokage. It's been Naruto-chan's dream ever since he was a little boy." Karen nodded in understanding. "Now that he's gotten older and can comprehend his own feelings and the bonds he forms with his friends, he cherishes them and wants to protect those precious to him." She smiled and turned to her adoptive daughter. "Do you understand, Karen-chan?" She nodded in response. "Good, you'll get strong, don't you fret. All you have to is set a goal for yourself. She leant down slightly and kissed her on her forehead. But don't compare yourself to Naruto-chan, okay? Karen giggled and nodded. Her happy expression was short-lived and she gasped and pointed to the backyard through the window. Glancing toward her eldest, Kushina's eyes widened as 4 kunai launchers rigged around the training ground cocked with an audible sound. All 4 set to go off at the cut of the line tying them together. After a few moments Naruto let out a breath, he then tossed 2 kunai forward, breaking the line tying the kunai launchers together. The launchers fired off without mercy, kunai rained down on the young jonin. Naruto's expression never changed and he disappeared in a burst of speed. Dodging the first wave easily by jumping in the air, twisting his body, facing another oncoming barrage. He unsealed 2 kunai from his wrists, canceling the trajectory off a few more sharpened kunai. Coming up to the wall of the compounded, he twisted his body again and pushed off the wall at breakneck speeds, narrowly avoiding another barrage of kunai. Jumping into the air, the final wave surrounded him. Mere inches from his body he completely disappeared in a swift burst of speed, landing back on the grass in a wind tunnel that surrounded him. With kunai littered all over the backyard, Naruto removed his blindfold. Naruto Namikaze, the young blonde, winced as his angry mother stormed out of the house. Keika'a-chan. What have I told you about such reckless training? Just look at this mess, she bellowed, grabbing his ear and yanking it. Ah, come on, I'm a jonin, I should be able to train however I like, he argued. Oh, and by training you mean almost dying. You'll ruin my nice garden if you're not careful, she shouted, scolding the young boy. I've almost died plenty of times. What's a kunai in the shoulder? I need to get stronger, he persisted. You're setting a bad example for your younger brother and sisters. I don't want you doing this kind of training. What if Carrie were to see you do this and attempt it? Or Ren, or Karen, use your head, child. She let go and he grumbled in annoyance. Present time. The next day. Training ground 24. Naruto fell to the ground. The young jonin at 13 sported an angry expression on his face. Damn it all, he shouted and slammed his fist into the dirt, cracking it. Around him there were craters, which smoked from the center. Trees and rocks were broken and debris scattered all over the training field. You need to sharpen your chakra, otherwise you'll never ascend to the next level. Minato stood amongst the tattered training field with a neutral expression on his face, his arms crossed. Why? He yelled and sighed, sitting up. Second gear came so naturally, and I've been at this for months, so why is the next gear so hard to master? He wondered as Konoha's warm wind blew through his tattered clothes and dirty hair. You'd really believe that everything would come naturally to you? Asked Minato. Well, it always has before, said Naruto with a blink. Well, this'll be good for you then, said the fourth fire shadow with a smile. Hard work is something you've done, but you've mastered every jutsu, every seal, every taijutsu form with little difficulty, he chuckled. It's almost like you're cheating a bit, Sochi. Naruto shook his head. The next gear is a bit different from the second. You merely tapped into your inner spirit. The next gear is about using that inner spirit to run wild, he laughed. It sounds exciting, does it not? He asked, earning a confused look from his son. I don't know what to do, said Naruto honestly as his father walked up to him. He placed his hand on top of his head. You'll figure it out. I have to go, he said, standing up to a vertical base. Don't be so hard on yourself, all you can do is your best. He smirked at him and disappeared in a yellow flash. The third gear, said Naruto, clenching his gloved hands in front of him. I'm going to do it. He stood up as the yellow aura began whirling around him again. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of violet eyes watched him from the tree line. Sporting a black top and pants with shinobi sandals, Ren Namikaze eyed his brother with admiration. He had been at this now for about 3 hours. Kushina had explained to him about the Uzumaki genes and how they allowed them to push beyond the limits of a normal ninja. Kushina had taught Ren the Kage Bushin Justu that day. He had suggested it to Naruto when he announced that he was going to train to master more of the swift release today. Sorry, Ren, but that Justu isn't something can help me master this kind of thing. And with a pat on the head he ran off to meet his father for training. Ren frowned at his brother's words. His strongest Justu, and Naruto didn't want to use it. He wasn't overly jealous of Naruto, but he couldn't help but be the tiniest bit envious at his brother's power. He was respected by every ninja in the village. Everyone looked up to him, and he was only 5 years older than him, but he seemed so far out of reach, so grown up. And so much stronger than his little brother. He was going to get stronger too, so he wasn't watching Naruto's back, he was standing by his side. The next night, Hokage-sama. Shursui stood across from Minato, who had his fingers linked together underneath his lips. He sat in his chair, his look serious, which was seldom for the Hokage. Have you made up your mind, Shursui-kun? Asked Minato, closing his eyes for a second. Why, yeah. I want to do this for Itachi and for all the children and the innocent members of our clan, his voice choking and he sniffed. You don't have to do this. This is asking too much of you, to do it by yourself. It doesn't sit with me, said Minato looking apologetically at the young Anbu. Don't worry about it Hokage-sama, I will protect Konoha with my life, he declared. A stray tear rolled down his cheek. But sir, I have 2 requests, please, he fell to his noise eliciting a shocked noise from the Hokage. Please, look after them, when I'm gone. Itachi will want to do it by himself, but he's too stubborn, he'll need his friends' support, especially Naruto's and Yugao's, he shouted with conviction. Lastly, I want Itachi to know the truth. I couldn't die happily knowing that my student hates me, he cried as the tears rolled down his face. You have my word Shisui, the innocent members of your clan, elderly and young will be moved away from the compound so they don't have to be a witness to it. The young Hokage walked over to the young Uchiha and placed a hand on his shoulder. I know this must be hard, but you can bear this burden, Shisui sniffed as Minato placed a hand on his head. Give him this, please sir, asked Shisui pulling a small note from his pocket and giving it to the Hokage. It was an honor to have you as my shinobi, Shisui. Minato moved his hand and adopted a serious look placing the paper in his pants pocket. For what it's worth, I am deeply sorry, he said with a sad look on his face. Gaining an understanding the young Uchiha stood to his feet and placed the lion mask stuck to his hip over his face. It was an honor to serve a Hokage like you, Minato-sama. He then disappeared in a swirl of leaves leaving Minato alone in his office. Night currently fell across the skies of Konoha. The moon and the stars were high in the sky and many shinobi and civilians were at home, or enjoying what Konoha's nightlife had to offer. On the rooftops overlooking the Uchiha clan compound a shadow figure stood. His face covered with a lion mask, his raven hair swaying the wind. He sported standard issue Anbu gear with a tanto strapped to his back. I'll clear the way for the future generation, he said softly. Shisui Uchiha had accepted his fate, he would die a traitor to save his precious people. I'll be leaving you will a burden too Itachi, but I know your friends will be there for you, he thought gaining a small amount of satisfaction. Shaking his head of his stream of whirling thoughts, he narrowed his eyes down at the lit houses in the compound. Drawing his weapon, he disappeared in a shunshin. He ran along the rooftops of the compound, quickly identifying 2 Uchiha nobles walking together below on the dirt road. Did you hear something? Asked the noble on the left. Must just be your imagination, surmised the second noble. Shisui appeared in front of them and stabbed the first noble's head disappearing again. Bastard, shouted the live Uchiha with venom in his voice. The first noble fell to the ground in a pool of blood. Shisui reappeared behind him holding his tanto in a reverse grip to the Uchiha's throat. Traitor, he whispered and in one motion ended his life. Disappearing again in a swirl of leaves leaving the bodies to bleed out. He moved on to his next target. Shisui burst through the window of an illuminated house. A lone Uchiha about to have tea dropped his plate and fell to the ground with a slash mark on his chest. Dust whipped up on his floor, Shisui nowhere to be seen. Shisui continued his assault on the rebels of the Uchiha clan. One by one, he killed them all, every single one. Without mercy, without reprieve, he slaughtered his kin like cattle. As the second hour of morning struck, it was almost finished. Shisui's clothing was drenched in the blood of the Uchiha he had killed. Only one target remained, Fugaku Uchiha. Itachi's father, Sasuke's father, Ayano's father and Mikoto's husband. Shisui disappeared in a burst of speed as he traveled toward Fugaku's house. Not wasting any time Shisui cut the door open. The stray bits of wood falling to the ground as he ran through the house. Up to where Fugaku's chakra signature was located. Fugaku sat in the middle of a room, his hands resting on his thighs, his eyes closed and his breathing calm. So you will not stand with me against Konohagakure's oppression? Asked Fugaku not opening his eyes. The Uchiha are oppressed because our pride blinds us. Letting other people's ignorance isolate us, it's become a cage that you yourself have made your home, said Shisui as blood dripped from him onto the floor. You've made up your mind then, he said with a sigh. I expected an argument or some retort at least, inquired Shisui as Fugaku opened his eyes to the moon outside. You know, I did too, he gave Shisui a small smile. Shisui steeled his nerves and impaled Fugaku through the chest. Blood squirted from the wound and flowed onto the floor as he pulled out the sharp weapon. The police chief let out choked noises. Life leaving his body as he passed into the afterlife, falling to the ground in a heap. Not wanting to be in the room any longer, Shisui walked outside. He looked towards to the moon as 2 figures appeared to the front and back of him. Steadying himself he crouched down with his tanto drawn. Naruto's light snoring filled his room. His covers were thrown off and dangling on the floor, he was sprawled out on the bed, his chest rising and falling. The moonlight peered through his open window. Without warning, a figure sporting ANBU attire burst through the open window. The figure stood next to Naruto's bed and gently shook him, trying to wake him but to no avail. Letting out a groan of frustration, the masked ninja held Naruto's nose. The next time he breathed in he spluttered, awakening. He coughed and with half-lidded eyes peered at the figure. "Oh hey Itachi," he yawned, falling back onto the bed, closing his eyes. "Wake up Naruto, I need your help," he requested, shaking him. "Can't it wait until morning?" He trailed off, being lured into slumber. Itachi groaned and slammed him on the head, causing him to fall out of bed. He rubbed his head and glared up at Itachi. "Naruto, the village has a serious problem. The Uchiha are planning a coup d'etat." Naruto blinked twice as his brain registered what he had just said. "A coup?" Itachi's hand found its way to Naruto's mouth as he quieted down. Naruto looked at the clock. 3 a.m. He frowned and rushed to his closet, dressing in his ninja gear and strapping his sword to his back, tying his forehead protector to his exposed forehead. He followed Itachi out the window, the pair appearing to be blurs in the night. Naruto and Itachi ran along the rooftops of Konoha as quick as they could, as their legs could carry them. "Are you certain of this?" asked Naruto. "It is odd that you come to my house this early in the morning, so you mustn't be lying," said Naruto in a serious tone. "I am afraid I am. I don't know the exact details, or why. But the Uchiha are planning to overthrow your father and take control of the village." He narrowed his eyes as the wind blew on his mask. "How did you find out about this?" asked Naruto. "Sure sway," said Itachi, pulling out a small piece of paper from his pocket and handing it Naruto. The note read, "Itachi, I'm afraid I will not be there to see you reach adulthood, to achieve your dream of becoming a great protector of Konoha. But I can do something that will ensure your safety and the good in our clan. Now this is an SS-class secret, but I'm about to die anyway, so who cares? I want to entrust the truth of our clan to someone I can trust. The Uchiha aren't the proud clan you've been brought up to believe. The Uchiha are unable to evolve because regulation is all we know, is it not? We've become prisoners of our own envy. The Uchiha are planning a coup d'etat. Your father is spearheading this plan. Minato-sama and Hiruzen-sama have tried to open up negotiations with the elders to defuse the hostile situation. But unfortunately our clan has forced the village's hand. I am sorry Itachi, but I will do my duty as a proud son of Konohagakure. The Uchiha will be cut down, which I'd imagine won't do wonders for the innocent ones I've left behind. But it's not all bad. This might be the last time you see me, and you might be the oldest Uchiha male now, and your father is the leader of the coup, but I digress. Itachi, I know you'll redeem our clan. The Uchiha were never a proud clan, but they can be rebuilt from the ground up. You'll do me proud. Thanks for being a cool student. Sure sway. Aha, well this isn't good, said Naruto, handing the note back to Itachi. So what are you planning to do? Asked Naruto. I'm going to sure sway, said Itachi, his Sharingan flared to life. He focused on the signatures ahead of him converging on one stop on a training ground. Are you sure that's what he wants? Asked Naruto. Are you sure that I want my entire clan exterminated? He snapped. Point. But what if the note really is true and your dad is evil? He yawned. Your rhetorical bullshit isn't helping, shouted Itachi as his red eyes scanned ahead. Sorry. Naruto drew his katana and coated it in wind chakra. Shursue's chakra is right there, but he's in trouble. The pair jumped over Konoha's walls in one leap and into the forest. Futon, Kazakiri no Jutsu, exclaimed Naruto as he slashed Orochimaru downward. The trees in the path of the moderately sized sharp gust of wind were blown away. I should be out of the village by now, bastards, Shursui muttered to himself as he leant behind a tree. He panted tiredly, narrowing his Sharingan eyes. He ducked downward as a blade cut right through to the tree, like a hot knife slashing butter. The tree fell to the ground and Shursui jumped away. He winced and held his ribs, blood dripped down underneath his armor. Originating from the stab wound over his left side. If only you'd have come quietly, you've killed so many our men, you could have saved us the pain. Shursui Uchiha-san, a voice spoke to him in a monotone. Shursui faced the man dressed in a jet-black skin-tight suit. He wore shoulder guards, a chest pad and shin guards. A sword attached to his hip. The mask that he sported was pure white. His metal-plated combat boots stood firm on the grass below. It's a shame, I didn't plan on dying yet. I wanted to see my clan redeemed, but it looks like... The two ninja looked to their left as a violent gust of wind blew through the area. The dark Anbu jumped backward, a feat of great reflex. The wind torrent violently smashed into a nearby boulder and sliced it in two. Naruto and Itachi appeared behind Shursui, Itachi looking rather tense. In front of them, they both witnessed Shursui stumble down to one knee, letting out an exhausted sound. Shursui, said Itachi as he stepped forward. The ANBU's fingers twitched as he reached for the hilt of his katana. Naruto reaffirmed the grip on his own and charged forward. The dark ANBU rushed toward Shisui and swung down at him. Time to die, Shisui Uchiha-san. His expression turned to a shocked one when sparks flared in his sight. Naruto blocked his katana with his own, held in a reverse grip. My friend's hurt, so back of he pushed him back and swiped at him horizontally. The dark ninja jumped and Naruto turned toward the Uchiha duo. I'll take care of this guy. He jumped away toward the man. Move. Shisui grabbed Itachi's hand and pulled him back as Itachi drew his tanto. An axe kick from a ninja sporting the same gear as the first one. The ANBU's leg came down into the dirt. Itachi spun around and stabbed him upward through his chin. Blood splattered over him as he pushed the ninja to the side. He narrowed his eyes as myriad dark ANBU appeared around the trees. Itachi. I don't have time, Shisui chuckled weakly and coughed. Blood erupted from his throat, staining the emerald-colored blades of grass below him. I'll fight them. He held his tanto in front of him. Naruto blocked a strike from the Umbu's blade, following up with a vicious punch to his chest, sending him sailing into an opening in the forest. The blonde jumped out of the tree line, narrowing his eyes as a group of more of the same ANBU appeared in the area. His eyes darted to the left and right, ducking a thunderous clothesline. He twisted his body and threw the opposing ninja in front of a stab from another ANBU sword. He pushed the enemy forward with a kick to the kidneys, not before placing a paper bomb on his back. The sword ran him through, which put him to the ground on top of the other ninja. The paper bomb went off, instantly killing the pair as the stench of burnt flesh erupted in the area. The blonde Jonin blocked another strike with his blade and pushed forward. The young Namikaze jumped in the air, flipping off the ANBU's shoulders, making a ram seal with his right hand. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu, he recited as myriad balls of fire raced forward, hitting a few of them. He raced down to the ground as an ANBU threw a kunai at him, with a storage seal attached. With a puff of smoke kunai rained on him, he took a calm breath as the dirt around him whipped up into the air. Jinsaku no Namikaze mai, the kunai harmlessly passed by him as he calmly swayed side to side. When the barrage finished he twisted around as another ANBU attempted a strike at his head. Lightning erupted around his right hand and he thrusted it into the enemy's chest. He funneled more lightning chakra into the man's system, biting back the pain the ANBU struggled against his impaled state. Once Naruto was satisfied with the amount of electricity in the man's chakra system, he threw him back around toward the large group of ANBU. One of the ninja caught him. He instantly regretted it when Naruto made a ram seal and pointed toward him. Ha! He shouted as the man erupted in an electrical discharge, killing himself and all the ninja around him. The ANBU that attacked him before narrowly escaped the electrical human grenade. He crouched down away from Naruto. A stream of blood dripped onto the floor, from underneath his mask. It's over, your internal organs have been singed. You have enough time to leave this world with a clear conscience. He sheathed his sword back on his back. Tell me why you attack Shisui, asked Naruto. The stories about you are true. Jinsaku Yaiba no Naruto-san, coughed the ANBU. A large seal pulsed red on the Umbu's forehead. He screamed in agony as the eyeholes in his mask were completely lit up. His body was engulfed in a white-hot blaze of fire as his body was turned to ashes. Shit, Naruto growled and shook his head. Naruto calmly walked into the middle of the training field as Itachi jumped out of the forest with Shisui on his back. The pair regrouped back in the center, crouching down at Shisui, who Itachi placed gently on the ground. This was followed by a series of flames igniting around them. As the ANBU soldiers were all set alit. Itachi, Naruto, life is funny, he wheezed. He looked stared up at them. You both have grown so much, so I knew that I was leaving the future of the village in good hands. I had planned on meeting with the pair of you after these times were done. Telling you everything, the ANBU Uchiha chuckled softly. These ninja weren't your everyday, run-of-the-mill ANBU. They were soldiers, danzos, he coughed. They came for me and attempted to steal my eyes, he explained. Why do they want your eyes? Asked the Ravenet. Naruto couldn't sense any fluctuating in his heat rate. He was telling them the truth. And by the looks of Itachi he believed every word. Shisui let out a strained breath as his Sharingan blazed back to life and spun into a shuriken pattern. T the Mangekyo, H how? Itachi stumbled over his words in shock. Don't look into it, but don't worry about it. I'm giving them to you, Itachi, said Shisui with a smile. Along with this, he reached into his back pocket and pulled out a jet black scroll. What's this? Asked Itachi. It's our clan summoning contract. Naruto's eyes widened. This was the first he had heard of the Uchiha being able to summon any animal, par the Kyubi. Better you have these eyes and the contact then, Danzo, he smirked. Take my eyes, Itachi. When the time comes for you to seek some new source of light, I can help you, he said as he moved his right hand up to his face. Both ninja watched as Shirsue's hand glowed blue and he gently removed both his eyes. Naruto took them and sealed them into the storage scroll on his wrist. Shirsue coughed violently as blood tears ran down from his empty eye sockets. Well, this is a fine way to go, hey, he chuckled weakly. Shirsue, silent tears ran down Itachi's face. Shirsue's last words. You're gonna lead them into a better tomorrow, so what's a few casualties along the way? I intended to die a traitor, so you could become a hero. I killed our family, but that's a sacrifice, that's what shinobi do. You'll need help, so protect your friends and make sure none of them do anything stupid, or at least they do it with you. Protect our home, he smiled one last time. I'm so proud of you, Itachi. Shirsue filled his lungs with air one last time. Before letting out one last breath, before slowly passing away peacefully. Itachi let out an angry sob and punched the dirt next to him. Why, the tears came freely now. Why, you selfish, why didn't you tell me? You didn't have to bear this burden by yourself, I could've. Naruto silenced him by placing a hand on his shoulder. Don't do that. Shirsue died protecting the village, he entrusted the secrets of your clan and its safety to you. As he spoke, Itachi gripped the contract in his hand. You can redeem them all, every person who's died tonight, and I'll help you, Yuga will help you, Rin-sensei, our friends, everyone, reassured as a few tears escaped from his own cerulean orbs. As he let a few more silent tears stream down his face, Itachi suddenly scrunched his face up and held his eyes as they began to feel like they were burning. Naruto adopted a shocked expression as Itachi snapped toward him. His Sharingan changing into a tri-sided pinwheel. Itachi, Naruto eyed the shape in shock. Itachi took a kunai out from his back pocket, using the flat edge as a mirror. The Mangeki Sharingan. The forbidden level of Uchiha. Itachi closed his eyes and opened them, returning them back to normal. Keep these eyes a secret, said the teen, earning a sound nod from his blonde friend. I don't think I'll be divulging much about this night for a long time, if I have my way. He rubbed the back of his head, trying to lighten the mood. Sealing the deceased Uchiha's body in a storage scroll. Naruto looked at Itachi's bloodied form with a look of sorrow. Itachi. Yeah. I'm sorry, he bit his lip. I am too. They both silently watched as the remains of the bodies burnt. Illuminating the early morning, the wind washed over the area, blowing away the sins of this night. Chapter 25. My beloved little sister. 2 years later. Forest. Hai no Kuni. A team of 3 ran through a forest at high speeds. 2 Chunin ran in front and Karen Uzumaki Namikaze brought up the rear. Her left hand in holding the ram position as her ruby-red eyes darted back and forth scanning for enemies and threats. You enjoying yourself back there, kid? Asked the Chunin on the left without faltering in his step. I'm having a fantastic time, running through a dense forest at the dead of night with 2 strangers with the shadow of imminent death hovering over my head, she scowled. Great, just fucking great, the redhead shot back. You know, for a chick whose parents are rich as hell, you're pretty down to earth, chuckled the Chunin on the right. You are coming with me. The team stopped in their tracks, forming a triangular formation. Karen, can you? The Chunin's eyes widened in shock as he fell to the ground, followed by his compatriot. Wah! Karen felt her whole body tingle, a faint black energy washed over her. This feels like familiar. She hit the forest floor with a thud, her glasses falling in front of her. The last thing she saw was an extremely large boot. She squinted as her vision blurred due to the absence over her glasses. I can't, even, damn it. If only I was strong like you, then, I'd kick his ass, Nissan. She let the darkness take her. Good luck on your mission, Karen-chan. Naruto's voice was the last thing she heard before her senses were completely gone. The Raikage looked over a page in the bingo book. He sat behind his large desk, narrowing his eyes at the person portrayed in front of him. Name, Naruto Riku Namikaze. Moniker, Jinsaku Yaiba Naruto, Swift Blade Naruto. Village of origin, Konohagakure. Age, 14 to 15. Gender, male. Shinobi rank, Jonin. Caliber rank, A. Known clan affiliation, Namikaze Clan, Uzumaki Clan. Known element affinities, Futon, Raiton, Katon. Skill list. Taijutsu, 4. Ninjutsu, 4. Genjutsu, 3. Intelligence, 4. Strength, 3.5. Speed, 4. Stamina, 4.5. Hand seals, 3. Weapons, legendary sword, Orochimanji. Black sheath with golden hilt guard and Namikaze Clan symbol present on hilt. Physical description of target. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Hair, golden blonde, spiky, bangs framing his face. Eye color, dark cerulean blue. Special abilities, Kekkei Genkai, the swift release, skilled in Fuinjutsu, Kage level chakra reserves. Known family, Minato Namikaze, Yondaime Hokage, Kiroi Senku, Kushina Uzumaki, Benihime, Tsunade Senju, Slug Princess, Jiraiya Namikaze, the Toad Sage. Other information, is known to have killed Dodo Kazahana, ex-daimyo of Snow Country after invading the country's capital with only a small team of 4 shinobi at the age of 7. Champion of the biggest Chunin exam in history, hosted in Kumogakure. Bounty, 25 million Ryo, dead stationed by Iwagakure. Bounty, 17 million Ryo, dead or alive stationed by Otogakure. The next generation is already making waves in the world, Naruto Namikaze. His eyes scanned over the page quickly before closing it and leaning back into his seat. Of course he'd be your son, he sighed. Reikage-sama, he heard a knock at his door and called for them to enter. The Reikage's assistant, Mabui, stepped forward, pushing her glasses up to the top of her small nose. What is it, Mabui? He asked gruffly. Forgive my intrusion, Ai-sama, she bowed respectfully. Jay and the scouting squad have returned from their mission. Jay's report has confirmed your suspicions. Orochimaru did in fact have a base off the coast in Kaminari no Kuni. However, it was long since abandoned. He walked over to his desk and placed some worse-for-wear bundled pieces of paper. I grabbed the papers. His facial expression growing more and more enraged with each one he read. That freak, he exclaimed and brought his fist down like a hammer onto his desk. The wood split in half. The hulking man growled and clenched his fist. How could this have happened? The Leaf Village should have dealt with him. Now he's becoming a problem for the entire shinobi world. If something isn't done soon he could threaten the cloud as well. He sighed angrily and sat back down. Not mention that now he has an Uzumaki, this doesn't bode well. He adopted a thinking pose, but his train of thought was abruptly interrupted. That's the 4th one this week, honestly sir. Mabui ran her hand through her hair and blew a stray strand of her locks out of her eyes. A flurry of ki burst forth from the Hokage building. The 2 Chunin that stood in the Hokage's office fainted. Minato's grip on the wooden desk caused the wood to splinter under the pressure. I am sorry, Minato-kun, you suffer now because of my soft-heartedness. If I had only been a stronger Kage, Hiruzen apologized from the couch with a sorrowful look on his face. I don't blame you, said Minato, gritted his teeth. Asking of you to kill your student is cruel. But I can't promise you that I'll show him the same mercy. The fire in Minato's calm blue eyes were testament to the truth of his words. What Orochimaru wants with my daughter is unclear, but I do have a few hypotheses. He rested his hands beneath his chin. What are you going to do, Minato-kun? Asked Hiruzen. The kidnapping of a nation's Jinchuriki is a crime feasible for a war, Minato sighed. However, Kairin's status as half of Kyuubi's vessel isn't common knowledge. To justify a full-scale invasion of the Sound, I'd have to reveal this fact to the general populace of Konoha. She wouldn't have a chance at a normal life. He slammed his fist against his desk. Worst of all, she's my little girl. A tear streaked down the father of 4's face. Naruto clenched his fists as he looked at himself in the mirror. The Namikaze household was quiet, which was extremely rare. The only thing that occasionally broke the silence was his mother's muffled sobs and his father's comforting reassurances. They had sent search parties out for Karin, yet Naruto knew in his gut who had taken her. He looked himself in the eye and touched the crystal necklace that Tsunade had given him. You were all heroes, maybe one day I could measure up. He turned away sharply and grabbed his sword and holster off his dresser. He then walked over and opened his closet door. He grabbed his black jacket and zipped it up, creating a V shape at the front. He tied his sword up over the top. He grabbed his scroll belt from the compartment in his dresser. He clipped it up around his waist. He pulled out 2 scrolls and placed both of them in the holder of his left thigh. The blonde walked to his dresser and pulled out his metal-plated gloves. He then grabbed his forehead protector and tied it around his forehead tightly. Then finally he pulled out a large drawer of his dresser. The only piece of clothing in the drawer was his large white cloak with black flames at the bottom. Nissan, too. Carrie's eyes widened when she saw her brother swiftly move an arm into the piece of clothing. The kanji for fire proudly displayed in black on the back of his cloak. Nissan, what are you doing? The 10-year-old girl looked up at her brother with confused eyes. Naruto turned around with his ninja gear fastened to his body. He walked up to her and crouched down, placing both his hands on her small shoulders. Listen, Carrie-chan, he smiled at her. I have to go. No, she cried and grabbed a hold of him as tight as she could. She sobbed and Naruto frowned for a second. She was afraid of losing him, like Karin. I don't want you to go away too, she squeaked from his chest. He rubbed her back soothingly. I'm going to bring back Karin-chan. Then we can all be together again, you, me, Karin, Ren, Tusan and Kaa-chan. He smirked at her as she looked up at him. But what if? You can't live your life wondering about what if, he chuckled. Karen needs her big brother, so I have to go. I know you're still little and you don't quite get it, he wiped the tears from her eyes. But I can't live my life wondering about what if I could have saved her. Now don't look so sad, he reassured and kissed her forehead. But I need you too, she sobbed. I'll be back soon, so don't worry about it. Look after Ren, okay? I love you, he smiled and sent a jolt of chakra through her system, knocking her out. He picked her up gently and placed her on the bed. He took a few moments to smile down at her, before opening the window and leaping out into the night. After sneaking by Izumo and Kotisu, Naruto walked through the hidden leaf forest with a look of neutrality on his face. The warm breeze made the trees at either side of the path he was taking sway in the moonlight. So you're set on taking this course of action? Naruto adopted a smirk as Itachi appeared in a swirl of leaves in front of him, blocking his path. Itachi also sported his ninja equipment and his headband proudly displayed on his forehead. Are you here to stop me? Asked Naruto. What you're doing is breaking the law. You'll be marked as a missing ninja and put up for execution for leaving the village without permission, said Itachi looking down at his boots. He sighed and silence fell on the area for a few moments, not before he looked up at his best friend with a grin. Itachi, Naruto was at a loss for words. Don't thank me, you can after we rescue Karen. Naruto's smirk grew larger as he felt another presence enter the area. In between the two appeared Yugo with a smile on her face. Yugo Yuzuki reporting for ass-kicking duty, she giggled and pulled both of them into headlocks. You really think that you're going to charge to your deaths without me? You wouldn't last a second. The purple-haired Kunoichi let both of them go. Naruto stepped back and looked at the pair. He felt a tear escape his right eye and he quickly wiped it away. Something in my eye, he hiccuped and sniffed. It's okay big guy, Yugo patted him on the back. Itachi held his pinky out. Isn't this is what we're supposed to do now? He asked sheepishly. Team 7, shouted Yugo joining fingers with him. You guys, he sniffed. Naruto wiped some more tears from his eyes and joined up with them with a beaming smile. Oh, I did call for some help, foreseeing this circumstance, said Yugo with a smirk. Suddenly as 6 more chakra signatures entered the area, making Naruto's eyes widen. Naruto-kun, a green blur tackled him in a hug making him stumble back. Lee, he said in shock as his friend cried. I'm with you all the way, no matter what. To the bitter end for you my sibling disciple, declared Lee as Hana and Neji pulled him off of Naruto. Hey-8 coughed in the background. What Lee is trying to say is, started Hana. Is that, we're behind you no matter what, finished Tenten. I don't want you risking your lives for me, stated Naruto turning his back. It's too dangerous, he pressed gritting his teeth. Idiot, Yugo boinked him over the head. We aren't doing this just because you're our friend, it's for that scared little girl who's all alone. And well, for the future of Konoha, she scowled and crossed her arms. We need someone to lead our generation through these times. We couldn't think of a better person to do that you, Naruto, said Neji placing a hand on his shoulder. Me, squeaked the blonde. Naruto looked as Neji's mouth crept up into a smile. This could mean the end of your ninja careers. You could all become criminals, Naruto pleaded. Hey-8 coughed again. It's been a good run, he chuckled nonchalantly. Naruto, our minds are made up, said Itachi. The only thing you should be thinking about is what we'll do next, the Uchiha chuckled at his shocked expression. So lead us, said Yugo. Yeah Naruto, what should we do? Asked Hana. Burning spirit, shouted Lee to the heavens. Naruto sighed and walked forward looking up at the moonlight. I swear we're destined to go down as the most foolish generation Konohagakure has even seen, he chuckled and turned back to them with a wicked grin. It's a good thing that I'm the king of fools then isn't it? He laughed cheerfully making them all smile. 4 hours later. The news had reached Kumogakure, the gossip vine was abuzz. The Hokage's daughter was taken by Orochimaru. Many had differing opinions of the situation, sticking a blow to the Leaf Village brought a smile to many seasoned shinobi's faces. Young mothers and fathers empathized with the family, the pain of losing a child is the worst thing any parent could endure. One Kunoichi was rushing over the mountain tops toward. The buxom blonde arrived at a small house. She didn't bother knocking and she burst through the house breathless. She wore a pair of gray pants and black Kunoichi-heeled boots, showing off her red-painted toenails. She wore fingerless gloves and a purple and blue t-shirt with a cloud design over her sizable bust. Her long blonde hair tied together in a braid behind her and the cloud hit displayed proudly on her forehead. Samui-chan, she burst through the creaky door. Looking through the empty rooms, she growled in frustration when she felt someone walk from the living room slowly. What is it? Asked the Kunoichi in question. She has blue eyes and straight, blonde hair framing her face cut in an asymmetrical bob style with the front bangs reaching her shoulders. She wore a very low-cut outfit which displayed her developing cleavage, with mesh armor underneath, a short skirt. She also sported a modified Kumogakure Jonin flak jacket that covers her stomach only. She wore strapping over the bottom half of her calves. She placed her hand on her hip and faced the Nibi Jinchuriki. "We have to go," she insisted, grabbing her hand. "Go where exactly?" she asked. "You can't be that far out of the loop. Orochimaru's kidnapped an Uzumaki." She pulled her toward the door. "And Uzumaki wa wait," she pulled her hand away. "What's this got to do with us?" she asked. "It's Naruto's sister, you big dummy," she shouted. "For a censor you aren't so good at this." Nibi picked up on a small force moving rapidly through rice country. She felt it going toward the Kyuubi's chakra. "Don't you get it?" she roared. "Naruto's going to rescue his sister and we have to help," she yelled in frustration. Samui blinked twice. "And Naruto?" She looked down. "That fool is going to fight an entire country, with a small band of ninja. Whining is an impossibility." The blonde Jonin shook her head. "That idiot," she shouted. "Look, I know you want to save your boyfriend, but we need a plan. We can't catch up with them by just running," stated Yujito. Samui rushed upstairs and grabbed her ninja gear. She ran past Yujito, who took a second to register what Samui had just done. "Hey, wait," she chased after her. "How do you plan on getting there?" she asked. "I have a plan," she shouted back, strapping her sword to her back. She then fastened her gloves to her hands. "That reckless moron!" Kushina snapped in the Hokage office. Her husband sighed and slumped back in his chair. "Kaa-chan." Ren held his arm out as if he wanted to say something, but his words died in his throat from behind his mother. "I can't say I'm surprised." Minato chuckled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. "This is all your fault." She grabbed him by the collar. "Filling his head with your tales of grandeur and heroics. You're an even bigger moron than he is. Our son is exactly like you, acting like a hero." "Minato, what do heroes do?" She didn't wait for a reply. "They save the ones they care about and stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves. My daughter is out there scared and alone, my little boy is chasing after her, not to mention all of his friends are off to help them, and you won't do anything? Why?" Tears streamed down her face, her lips mere inches from his as she leant over his desk. "You don't have to worry yourself, Kushina-chan," he spoke calmly to her. "Because he is our son, and he'll bring her back." He rubbed soothing circles on her back. "As the situation stands, my hands are tied. We've almost recovered from the last war and I can't risk the village's security." He sighed and closed his eyes, hugging her close. "It's in Naruto's hands now, we just have to trust our boy, he's never let us down before." He chuckled half-heartedly. The redhead looked up at him. He gave her a lopsided grin and wiped away the tears that fell from her eyes. "We all have to believe in him," he reassured. The small team from Konoha jumped through the forest in the dead of night. "Niji, do you see it?" asked Naruto. "I'm not quite sure as to what I'm looking at. The chakras are malevolent and twisted," he answered. "And there's a lot of them, all converging on one spot. In and around some citadel." Yugo raised an eyebrow. "How could have he built a small empire and none of the ninja villages were aware?" she voiced. "That's just it, isn't it?" Itachi narrowed his eyes as his Sharingan blazed to life. "He shouldn't have been able to." His tone spun anti-clockwise. "Everybody jump back," shouted Niji. As a large fist came mere inches away from Naruto's face. His expression remained neutral as he and the rest of the Konoha team jumped to the forest floor. The same punch was responsible for the destruction and moderate-sized crater in and around the area. The team stood on the edge as the dust cleared. The creature responsible came into view. It roared at them, whipping their clothes up behind them. The creature in question was a gigantic golem. Massive flesh golems are comprised of the remains of fallen warriors. Tattered bloody bandages hold the abomination together where alchemy cannot. The giant is attired with armor and carry iron headgear on their heads. Despite its patchwork appearance, the golem's chakra felt quite powerful. The golem roared again and jumped toward the group with its fist cocked. "You're in my way, move it," said Naruto, narrowing his eyes. The golem responded with an angry roar. Moments later Naruto clenched his right fist. "Third gear," shouted the blonde. The group's eyes widened as the night was coated in a golden yellow. They blinked in confusion. In an instant the golem was sent sailing into the forest, destroying the trees it plowed through. "What the hell was that?" shouted Yugo. "Don't worry about it." The yellow color died down and he turned to them with a serious look. "Let's just keep moving," said Naruto as he took off, followed by the rest of the Konoha team. I sighed and leaned forward. Two of his strongest kunoichi held bated breaths in front of his desk. "This little plan of yours is quite innovative," he growled. "But do you really expect me to approve you charging off by yourselves? To back up a bunch of Konohagakure shinobi?" he roared. "Orochimaru will become our problem too, eventually." Samui swallowed. Wouldn't a small war be best than involving the entire village? She asked nervously. What's your point? He asked. We can beat them, she said softly. Raikage-sama, you worry too much. As protector of Kumo shinobi and the village, I request to accompany Samui on this mission, she giggled. To eliminate Orochimaru and bring peace to the shinobi world, the blonde dramatically posed. Idiot, the Raikage grumbled as Yujito sweat dropped. Ouch, she pouted and crossed her arms. Look, are you gonna let us go help out a friend and possibly Samui's future husband? Yujito, snapped Samui, her face flushing. Raikage-sama, just let them go. Mabui stepped into the room with a smile on her face. Although the Cloud has no business in dealing with Konoha's problems. If you gave them a mission to aid in the destruction of a possible threat to the village's security, it would be a different story. Different to them gallivanting off to some battlefield to die. She walked over and placed a hand on either of their shoulders. If there's any trouble, I can use my teleportation jutsu to bring them back, she reassured. I'm aware of your talent in that jutsu, Mabui. But it's used to transport objects back and forth, not for people, he sighed. What am I going to do with you both? He said, begrudgingly slamming his fist into his chair. It shook a little. The three kunoichi leaned forward, not wavered but the outburst of anger. Fine, he bellowed. But at the first sign of trouble, you both will send a signal through the chakra transmitters Mabui gives you. You will both teleport back here and give your report on what transpired, said I, narrowing his eyes. Do you understand, girls? He asked. You are to not engage the enemy in combat under any circumstances, he ordered. Of course, Raikage-sama, we promise, said Yujito, crossing his gloved fingers behind her back. Very well, Mabui. Prepare the transporter. Samui, lock onto the coordinates with your sensor abilities. You'd both had better come back alive, he growled, waving them off. Now get out of my office, brats, he dismissed. Love you to pops, Yujito giggled. Oh. The group of Konoha shinobi stopped at the edge of their objective. At the edge of the northern coast of Rice Country. The sea pounded against the rocks on the shoreline. Two large poles engraved with the symbol for sound stood proudly adjacent to each other. They marked the start of a bridge that led outside the bay into the visible citadel in front of them. There were traps all over the bridge that would set off kunai, paper bombs, and all manner of things that would do anyone harm. Judging from the angry seals displayed on the stone. The bridge was supported by stone pillars that were erected every 10 meters, up from the ocean. Niji, what do you see? Asked Lee as Niji's Byakugan flared to life. Out in the distance, two large buildings were visible. The first being one behind a very large gate in the shape of the Rashomon summoning wall. Around the island was a large stone wall with sentries armed with rifles scanning in the distance. The first rectangular building that stood, slightly smaller than the large one in the further distance. Around these two towering structures were what looked to be abandoned buildings, judging from their condition. A few very big problems. He scanned the island. My best guess is that they're keeping Karen in the tallest skyscraper, which appears to be the most heavily guarded, he surmised. What would Orochimaru want with a little girl, wondered Yugo. That doesn't matter, said Itachi. She's a shinobi of Konoha. Whatever Orochimaru wants with her does not concern us, merely her safety is our top priority. He scanned the fortifications himself. Naruto clenched his fist. He took a step the bridge, instantly regretting his decision. The entire bridge was illuminated in a red color that outlined the structure. The ground beneath them shook, and from either side of group the earth split apart. After a few moments, stairs appeared and myriad feral battle cries reached their ears. Everyone drew their weapons as the chorus of a rampant stamped made many of them narrow their eyes. Here we go, said Naruto, drawing Orochimanji. All manner of monsters, creations of Orochimaru's, charged out of the two exit points. The intent to kill evident in their bloodthirsty cries. At the top of the tower, farthest from the entrance to the citadel, the snake Sannin sat down in the candlelit room. The room was damp and musty. The windows were boarded up and the only things in the room was his seat, a table in front of it, and candles that dripped wax onto the stone floor. He had taken this old war outpost from the Third Great Shinobi War. Having been abandoned by Iwagakure when their assault on Yuzu proved to be fruitful. The citadel had seen a great battle and many deaths had occurred on and around the island. Abandoned until a few months ago. Orochimaru had taken it upon himself to take the once great fortress for himself. Using it as a vantage point to steal experiment test subjects from the surrounding nations. Taking only one at a time and a few months apart from different nations, raised little suspicion. He used the island to conduct his body enhancement experiments, using the blueprints for animals and fusing them with live test subjects bore great results. He had used these enhancements to improve the fighting capabilities of the 10-foot figure that stood in the corner of the room. The sound of shackles scratching against the floor reached his ears, chuckling at his captive. who sat on the floor struggling against her bonds. The metal dug into her wrists and blood ran down her wrists from how tight they were fastened, yet she persisted. I trust you're enjoying your stay, my dear Karen-chan. She stopped at his taunt. Go fuck yourself, she struggled angrily. Such language unbecoming of such a lovely young lady. He shook his head and rested his hand on his cheek. You're gonna be sorry, my brother is gonna smash your face in, she shouted, her cry echoing through the empty halls. Orochimaru sighed and stood up. Although your brother may be very strong, he isn't very clever. Challenging an entire nation with naught but a band of ninja, such pride in his own abilities, he cackled and crouched down and stroked her cheek. Suddenly she became very afraid. Oh look, you're shaking, he said gleefully. You don't have to afraid, my dear friend Danzo ensured that you were looked after nicely. My, you've grown since that time I saw you in Kusagakure, he chuckled at her shocked expression. Why you? That's right, you were never meant to be a Konoha shinobi, you were never meant to be adopted by the Hokage. Accepted as one of their own. That Kushina-chan, she saw it, like I have. You are very special, my dear, he chuckled as she squirmed away. Sweetheart, you don't have to be afraid, he stood up. I am going to use your power, you will become a part of me, he licked his lips. You will bring me one more step to achieving my dream, his golden eyes burning holes into her red ones. He then stood up, his hand leaving her cheek. I'll show the world. He walked over to the far corner of the room. Another dusty table was suddenly illuminated in the dark as a few candles lit themselves. On the table was a moderately sized droid. A large, high-tech camera replaced the typical spot for a head. Its body was rectangular and a mess of buttons and switches. It had no legs and its arms were cut off by the mid-forearm. From them on downward lights in the form of cylinders were present. He pushed a button in the middle of the droid, it disappeared in a flash of white light. Orochimaru then walked over to his desk and pushed a button underneath the rotting wood. A screen emerged from the roof behind him. The image of Naruto appeared cutting down numerous of the Sound Leader's experiments. I'll broadcast it to the world, he said with a far-off look. Where my ambitions will be made clear to every man, woman and child. He looked right at her but her attention was on the screen. Karen's bottom lip quivered, she bit back tears as the chains dug into her wrists uncomfortably. He came for me, Ni-san, she cried. Chapter 26. Invasion of Mars Citadel. Manaka was having a terrible day. First he left the stove on in the morning so he had to rush home to turn it off. He now had to work overtime, sweeping out the Chunin exams arena. That stadium was huge. Manoka was a small man and a housekeeper by trade. His company hired him out to all the shinobi, seeing as they really didn't have much of a pension or the time for cleaning. He wore a cleaning robe, with a blue obi and wooden sandals. He stood in a far corner of the empty examination stadium, pushing a thick bristled brush through the dust on the stone floors. He wiped some of the sweat that trickled down his brow. Stupid boss, stupid stove, stupid. His rant was cut short as the large screen opposite him flared to life without warning. As far as he was concerned, he was the only person present in the stadium, likely the cause of an electrical surge. However, the person on the screen caught his attention. He blinked twice, then once more. No, he wasn't losing his mind, was he? Namike-sama, he asked himself. He watched as Naruto stabbed something in the cranium. It hunched over, allowing him to roll over its back as it fell to the ground. Then the Uchiha heir appeared, using a powerful Katan jutsu to incinerate a large group of mutants, for the lack of the better term. He dropped his broom in shock, it hit the ground with a thud, which echoed through the empty stadium. HHH Hokage-sama, he roared to the heavens, dashing from his spot. Hana growled as she sliced open another of them with her serrated claws. Her and Yugo fell back to back as the pair traded places to strike, each covering the other's blind spots. Duck, shouted Hana in a feral tone. Yugo quickly did as she was told and bent down. Okami Fugarapu, she outstretched her hands bearing his claws. The experiments began to close from all sides, her claws began to glow blue and she began spinning. Quickly her form disappeared in a torrent of blue-colored wind, blowing away all of the experiments in the vicinity. Yugo watched in amazement, her light purple hair coming out of place. She held her hairpin in place. The torrent of wind launched all the dead experiments in the forest behind. She stopped her rotating, appearing in the same position as she started. Her claws were dyed red, from the blood hundreds of those things. Her silted eyes sharp with intensity as another wave poured out of another bunker. Clearly their tactic was to overwhelm them, which was compensation for their vitality but lack of skill. A battle of quantity versus quality. I can't let you have all the fun now, can I? Yugo ran through some hand signs ending with the snake sign. She pushed her legs apart in a sumo stance, her body began to glow blue. Chikyu Gantoretto, the purple-haired Kunoichi then held her hands up in the air. The chakra began to form around them, the earth around her began to crack. Bits of debris gravitated toward her hands, forming large gloves around them. She slammed them together to test their dexterity and strength. Pleased with the result just as another wave of those experiments reached them. The female ninja jumped into the air with the right gauntlet outstretched. With a loud battle cry she rocketed toward the ground, slamming her earth-covered hand into the dirt. The group of oncoming monsters were hit by a wave of visible blue force. She lifted the gauntlet out the earth with a grin. "You guys are in the way," she shouted, narrowing her eyes. Her and Hana charged into another group of incoming monsters. "Oh, Hakurokujion show." Niji slid down into his favorite stance as a group of monsters surrounded him. His Byukigen flared to life angrily. Without warning he disappeared in a burst of speed. He appeared behind them group and attacked from the rear, his hands a blur of blinding speed. He twisted his body through the small spaces in the group, attacking the chakra points of the experiments. His eyes scanning their next move, predicting the outcome of their strikes, their counterattacks. His analysis was incredible. He ending the onslaught with a crushing final palm to a monster's face, killing it instantly. His eyes blared with intensity, which was quickly overcome by a small smile. A large hand ripped out from the earth beneath him. Sensing the danger before the preemptive strike, he jumped, flipping out of the line of fire. Similar to their trek over her, a golem appeared, identical to the first one. It stepped onto solid ground by stabilizing itself onto the dirt below, crushing many of his fellow creations beneath its hulking frame. "Your large body makes you slow, I've already calculated your demise," slipping back into his stance. Before he could react, a gust of wind raced through the area. A green blur zipped past him like a flash of lightning. "Lee," he asked. "Dynamiku en Tori." Rock Lee appeared with his foot embedded in the golem's face. He forceful began to push, if the original force wasn't enough. The ground beneath the golem's feet dug up the earth in resistance. Lee let out a primitive battle cry as he put more force into the attack. The result was an outward manifestation of power that crushed the ground beneath them. The bones in the golem's cranial cavity, the resounding crack enough to make even the stoic Hyuga wince. The gargantuan monster was then launched into the shoreline of a small island adjacent to Orochimaru's citadel. Lee landed on his feet and thrusted his hands in the air. As fast as lightning and loud as thunder. "I am Rock Lee, the Leaf Village's handsome devil," holding his hand out and resting the other behind his back. Another wave of mutants charges wildly at them as another bunker opened. Niji calmly stepped beside Lee, retaking his earlier stance. "My score is 76, how many have you taken out?" asked Lee, showing his enjoyment. 128, said Niji, sporting a small smile. Slightly enjoying the fire that appeared in Lee's eyes. "Oh, that is it. I will not lose here, my flames of youth burn as bright as the sun," he declared before charging into the horde of monsters in front of him. He was followed very closely by Niji, whose palms shone a blue color. "Oh man, I might have bit off more than I can chew here," Tenten breathed heavily as she held her large scroll in front of herself. She was surrounded by a horde of those infernal beasts. Stamina wasn't her strong point, nor was close combat. This really wasn't a place for her. If she could link up with one of the others, she could support them from afar, giving them cover. She let out a breath as she ducked under a club swing from behind. She rolled back and used both her feet in a kick to the face of the monstrosity. She rolled forward, reaching a vertical base, dodging a stop from another experiment. She unsealed a small scythe from the scroll. It spun in her hand before she stabbed the creation in the thoracic cavity. The creature dropped to the floor and she jumped high into the air to avoid a dog pile on attempt from the large group. She made the ram sign. Beams of light shot through the gaps of the pile until it exploded, scattering bodies everywhere. She landed on the ground and sighed. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. "Oh man, too much dango," she breathed in exhaustion. She turned around to see three blurs approaching her. A few more battle cries brought her back to the other direction. More creations charged at her with the intent to kill. She looked back and forth, unsure on what to do next. A loud cough caught her attention. Before she knew it, the blurs seemed to pass through all the creatures like ghosts. After the entire group of monsters suddenly stopped in their tracks. "Mikazuki no Mai," boomed a voice followed by a cough. Two of the blurring trails ended with puffs of smoke. The third appeared behind them group. Once the ninja responsible came to a standstill, he sheathed his sword and coughed again. The resounding affect was felt by the entire group. They fell apart, literally. They were cut to pieces, merely body parts on the floor. "Hey 8, said Tenten gratefully. "You look tired, take a break and assist me from range if you'd like." He smiled at her, earning a nod from the kunoichi. "Thanks, you know you handle that sword pretty well," she warmly complimented. "Thank you," he chuckled and ran off into another group of oncoming creations. "Oh." Naruto calmly walked through a barrage of shuriken. As he closed in on the bridge, a large gate appeared, blocking his path. I'm betting that water has something wrong with it. But then again, he disappeared in a burst of speed behind the shuriken launchers and the monsters that fired them, letting them all fall to pieces. He ducked and weaved in between another 2 mutants, grabbing both their wrists, twisting his body, sending them flying into separate groups of Orochimaru's monsters. He walked forward as another monstrosity attempted a stab with a sword, aiming for his head. He calmly sidestepped the blade. The experiment's eyes widened. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed, appearing behind the creature, delivering a swift chop to its neck. Before the creature hit the floor, Naruto grabbed its arm, channeling chakra to his index finger. He wrote 2 small seals on its arm. Then he quickly made the ram sign. The unconscious mutant lifted up off the ground. The second seal began to glow an orange color, flying off into a large group of experiments. The resounding explosion was felt all over the battlefield, taking a large number of the creatures belonging to Orochimaru. It might be safer than the bridge, he figured, gazing up at the large gate that stood between him and his baby sister. You working on a plan to get past that, asked Itachi, appeared behind him with the creature's face in hand. He threw it to the side, not before crushing its skull. I was just going to use some paper bombs to conserve chakra. You got a better idea? Asked Naruto, not taking his eyes off the gate. Another monster charged at the pair, aiming a punch at the side of Naruto's abdomen. Naruto ignored him and unleashed a powerful gust of wind that blew him away into more of his fellow experiments. As a matter of fact, I have an idea that'll conserve chakra, destroy the primary defenses and try out a new flashy jutsu. Naruto raised an eyebrow at his friend's words. A ring of fire erupted around them along the ground, which made Naruto smirk. You sure you don't need my help? He asked, gleaming as the fire illuminated both their features. The sounds of fighting in the background still a blaring contrast to the normally peaceful plain. Positive, you'd only get in my way anyway. Itachi stepped forward, the flames following him. The fire gathered around his left hand, swirling around it like moths to light. The streams of flame became one and his entire hand began covered. Itachi planted a foot behind him, cracking the earth underneath. He took a deep breath as the flames intensified tenfold. He then clenched his fist. Moments later he thrusted his left fist forward. Heiken, like a switch, the flames burst forth from around his hand. Traveling at blinding speeds, the flames didn't incinerate their primary target at all. There was enough force behind the torrent to melt the metal gates like butter. Naruto put his hand on his forehead and whistled. Once the metal cooled down to a temperature that didn't blind the occupants of the space around it. Itachi's fire fist had taken out numerous booby traps and Fuinjutsu-type destructive tags. That was flashy, he said to his friend. Itachi turned around and smiled, his Sharingan glowing in the firelight. But how exactly did you just conserve chakra? He asked, earning an amused noise from Itachi. I have such a strong affinity for Katon-type jutsu that it barely uses any chakra unless I put more power into it, he explained as though it was normalcy. Naruto was about to say something until the ground started shake beneath. That an earthquake? Asked Naruto, changing his sentence. Yes, replied Itachi, blowing a strand of hair from his eyes. Yuga? Naruto inquired with a small smile. Out of my way. I'll smash you all to pieces, came a very angry voice, followed by another large shockwave. Many creatures sent up in the air in a flurry of bodies. Yugo finished the Uchiha air with a sigh, seeing his former teammate emerge from a horde of beasts. Another large Violate group was sent flying in all directions as she finished with all of the monsters in this area. Throwing her gauntlets down on the group and cheering at her triumph brought smiles to the other members of the former Team 7. I'm on a roll, let's push forward, find that creepy bastard and smash his freak face in, she roared, punching an open palm as she walked up to the 2 clan heirs. She strode forward between the pair, only to be stopped by 2 hands holding her back on each shoulder. She shook them off quickly, clearly annoyed. What's wrong now? She bellowed, earning a sigh from Naruto. We don't know what's out there, he voiced, crossing his arms. My guess is that as soon as we touch that bridge again, more of those things will flood the bridge, he hummed and clicked his gloved fingers. I have a plan, I'll go on ahead. I can move fast enough to make it seem like there isn't any weight of the bridge, he nodded, looking Yugo, who raised an eyebrow. Well, if we're all going to get across, it's going to be a problem regardless. She turned around to the stone bridge, quickly turning back to them. Oh, that's a bad look, said Naruto with a sigh. We could use a battery ram, that way we'd conserve chakra and deal with those things simultaneously. We need some that's mobile and durable, she surmised with a proud smile. The sounds of fighting still raged on in the background, yet the trio remained unaffected. I have faith that you'll figure it out, I have no time to waste here. Naruto then without warning disappeared in a burst of speed. Dust kicked up in the spot where he stood, blowing the two Konoha ninjas' attire around slightly. I hate it when he does that, commented Yugo, earning a nod from Itachi. I wish I could just run right across that bridge, but I know I'll trigger whatever traps are out there, she huffed, blowing a strand of purple hair out of her eyes. Itachi's eyes widened, a small grin appearing on his face. That's probably the smartest thing I've ever heard someone say. He let a small chuckle escape his mouth, earning a confused and slightly irked look from Yugo. What do you have in mind then, smart boy? She asked, raising a skeptical eyebrow. So much chakra was being thrown around that the very ground was being damaged. The pressure from the output of energy was something to behold, not just from the Konoha shinobi, but the genetically modified warriors that Orochimaru had given vitality that would rival a high-ranking jonin. The amount being funneled through their biology was a feat of engineering, but their lack of ability was a stark comparison. However, the sheer number of them made them a threat. Orochimaru's own army. Near the edge of the plain, Orochimaru's spy droid focused its camera with a shuffling sound. It focused on Itachi and Yugo conversing, then back to the different fights occurring in the crowded area in front of it. Konoha Stadium. The citizens of Konoha piled into the stadium. The seats were all full, many were stuck outside. Those that could afford television or had the luxury could watch it in their own homes. Word had gotten out that Jinsaku no Yaiba had deserted the village to fight Orochimaru. Like wildfire, the news traveled fast, all over the village. Amongst those that deserted were also some of the major clan heirs and heiresses, shocking the village higher-ups of Konoha. Up in the Hokage box gathered the clan heads with involved children. Yugo's parents were out of place, her father only being a high-ranking Chunin at his best. Tsume, Mikoto, Hayashi, Kushina, as well as Jiraiya, Tsunade, Run, and Kari. They all stood up around the seated Minato and Hiruzen. They're doing quite well, commented Jiraiya. Albeit their reasoning is a little insane. He crossed his arms, leaning against the wall. Yes, I'd have to agree, said Hiruzen. Mars Citadel hasn't been used since the Third Great Ninja War, he hummed in curiousness, observing the fights. My pup is the strongest, Tsume declared with a feral grin. I don't think you understand the seriousness of the situation. They're now all criminals, wanted by the law for deserting the village. They can never return, Hayashi growled in frustration. I don't care about some stupid law, my babies are out there. Kushina looked down at her feet. Minato's comforting hand on her own brought her out of her stupor. Hokage-sama, why can't we just go and retrieve them? Asked Mikoto restlessly. Such a thing would be a declaration of war, said Minato with a sigh. With a small force of deserting ninja, who have cut their ties with Konoha, is the perfect cover. His free hand exerted so much pressure on the armrest the stone cracked. They're on their own then, said Tsunade, narrowing her eyes. I'm afraid so, Tsunade-chan. Hiruzen shifted in his chair, his sight fixated on the ensuing battle royale between the Konoha upstarts and Orochimaru's manufactured army. This might be a good thing. Everyone's heads turned to the stairs leading up to the box. Rin and Kakashi appeared hand in hand. Well, look who's here, Tsume laughed. Konoha's wholesome answer to Jiraiya-sama's porn books. She scratched her head. What did you say, Rin-chan? Asked Minato, his students stepping closer to him, letting go of each other's hands. Orochimaru's growing in power. By the looks of things, if he's left alone for a few more years, he'll be a major threat to village security. For whatever reason he's taken Karen, he's certainly caused problems. She looked up to the screen, observing the ensuing battle. He's baited us into attacking him. A fourth great ninja war would weaken Konoha, having to divert manpower. Fighting on two fronts would leave the village vulnerable, thus leaving us open to attack. If he's broadcasting this, which from what I gather isn't really his style, he's trapped us. Maybe their crazy has saved us from a war. Limiting it to only a small island is genius. She looked back at Minato. Kushina squeezed his hand. Why does it have to be our children? She asked, sniffing slightly. Because they are our children. He gave her a reassuring smile, but deep down he feared for his children's lives. For all of their lives, Naruto reminded him so much of himself, but his latest actions were Kushina all over. It would seem your brother has already made it into the city. Orochimaru walked up one of his boarded-up windows, peering through a small gap in between the wood. I'll have to send out more drones to capture all the action now, won't I? He chuckled slightly. He's certainly not making it easy for us, is he? The snake Sannin turned to her, his golden irises glowing in the darkness of the large room. This is just some sick game to you, isn't? Playing with people's lives is funny, huh? Orochimaru began to chuckle. Did I miss the joke? She growled, only fueling the fire. His laughter grew in volume. I must have, because I'm not laughing. You sick fuck, she screamed, struggling against her metal bonds. Now Karen-chan, words hurt, you know. She gritted her teeth. He was openly mocking Naruto and her mother. What? You didn't get that one, sweetheart? He walked to the front of his desk, leaning back on it. What the hell do you want? She asked looking down at the stone floor. Orochimaru let out an amused noise. What do I want? He hummed and adopted a thinking pose. I want everything, yes, everything, control, power, immortality to be uninhibited by my mortal existence. He looked into her eyes. I want the world, he grinned at her frightened features. I have so much to show you, Karen-chan, open your mind to possibilities of perfection. He leaned forward, his voice booming. Karen shivered, she was truly afraid for the world if Orochimaru got his way. I have to hurry, said Naruto softly as he dashed across the stone bridge. The sound of Naruto's form cutting the wind that blew across the stone structure was extremely audible. Naruto arrived on the other side. The sounds of fighting disappearing in favor of the waves hitting the rocks on the side of the small island. The strong wind picking up, the bay he was in was large, the ocean stretched far from either side. The rundown buildings in front of him certainly had seen their fair share of battles. Naruto caught the eye of some decayed bodies, unnerving him slightly. However, a ninja never shows his enemies his weaknesses. Taking a deep breath, he took off through the city, jumping on top of the buildings. The architecture of the small city rather plain, built for easy access and a strong foundation. They were largely rectangular, with windows at differing positions on the four sides. Many a lifeless gray color due to the decay, the roofs in which the experiments stood weren't stable either. However, they were stationary, which Naruto surmised as they must have built separate platforms from the ground up. Easy to build but not very efficient if they were having to dodge and defend themselves properly. He narrowed his eyes at the differing guards on the tops of the buildings. The Jonin grabbed the hilt of his blade, slightly taking it out of his sheath. Jinsaku no Quickestepu, Naruto disappeared from sight. In succession, Naruto would reappear in front of a guard on differing buildings. His blade shimmering off the rays of the sun, sliced through the monsters efficiently and swiftly, killing them with a single blow. These experiments were largely different from the previous foot soldiers, who merely took on the form of a disfigured human, and the golems, which were sewn together and giant in size. The sentries had protruding eye sockets protruded slightly, they were of slimmer build and large in stature. After having disposed of all the guards within the collection of buildings, Naruto turned his attention to the large skyscraper in the distance. Hold tight, Karen-chan, just a bit longer and I'll get you home, he said solemnly, still utilizing his swift release to jump across the buildings quickly. Where do you think you're going, brother? Spoke a layered voice. Naruto's eyes widened as a large chakra presence appeared in front of him mid-jump. Chapter 28. Biomechanics. Did you enjoy biology class at the academy, Karen-chan? Orochimaru asked the young Uzumaki. Night had fallen on the citadel. He sat down in his chair with a small smile gracing his pale features. The two candles providing some light in the damp room, among the rays of moonlight peering through the boarded-up windows behind him. The screen above his desk was split into two separate screens, one of Naruto and the other Leaf Ninja at the main gate. She growled in discomfort and irritation, turning her head to the side in rebellion, which merely caused the snake Sannin to chuckle. He rested his head on his knuckle, using the arm rest for support, clearly enjoying his mental game. It's amazing, isn't what one could accomplish by manipulating biology, he put forth, earning another bout of silence from the young redhead. Has Kushina-chan told you the difference between normal shinobi and the Nameki's? He asked, again no response. What, cat got your tongue? He probed with faint chuckle. I have no interest in talking to you, she bit back intensely, struggling against her chains. Oh, you found your voice again, how precious, he attempted to get a rise out of her. With sharp red eyes, Karen gave a slight huff. I bet you've hatched another brilliant plan with that hungry little brain of yours, she taunted, slightly shocked at her statement. The snake Sannin regained his composure. Why else would I have lured your brother to this island? He asked. Like a mirror force, the feeling of shock traveled back to her. Lured? I thought you needed me, she asked in confusion. Ah, don't be jealous now. I couldn't very well get your father to come, no, he's much too powerful for his own good. He leaned back in his chair, his golden orbs narrowing. Why do you think I'd show the world? If Konoha were to invade, IWA would jump at the chance to declare war, he smirked devilishly at her. So what then, you're going to kidnap my brother, using me as bait, or maybe you're... His cackling interrupted her probe. I'm going to use the power of Nameki's to destroy the Hidden Leaf Village, he declared with seriousness and vigor. That's either genius or insanity, she in a low tone. It's amazing how often those two are often confused for one another. He stood up from his chair, walking over to the side of the room, running his hand across the stone. Naruto was never an ordinary child, was he? Ever wonder why he excelled at everything in the shinobi arts? He asked with a glimmer of glee. Can't say I've ever looked into it, she replied, clearly unimpressed. It's in his DNA, the genetic makeup that molds our very being. Passed down to him from the great fourth fire shadow, he hummed in satisfaction, turning to her, holding in his hand a moderately sized spider that he had snatched off the wall. Who's to say that Renkuin, or Kari-chan aren't special as well? She shook her head. Quiet an advantage, isn't it? With a smile he held out his hand. The clan of Namikaze, I've done quite the study into their genealogy, he admitted. The spider scurried around his hand, frantically trying to escape. That's rather unnerving, she admitted, looking him in the eye. Throughout history they've evolved as warrior clan, equipping themselves for excellence. He turned his hand around and the spider merely stuck to his palm. Every time they fight, they become stronger, he chuckled. Death is truly their friend. He moved his hand upward, the spider biting in his skin repeatedly. His long tongue snaked out of his mouth and wrapped around the spider, pulling it into his mouth. You're a freak, she shouted in protest to the disgusting act. Words hurt Karen-chan, he sighed, walking up to her and sitting down in front of the Chunin. She tried her best to move as far away from her as possible. I've tried to duplicate them, a perfect army of my own. One that truly embodies the word dominance, he chuckled. But they've all been failures. He picked up some pieces of stone on the floor that had fallen off the wall. His breath stung her senses as she tried her hardest to compose herself. He dropped a stone on the floor. Single, he paused, and another. One, he paused, and another. I sensed it, the person that captured me, it has similar chakra to Naruto, she said, gripping her bindings. I'm guessing it's a failure as well, he laughed at her comment. Reading his facial expression, her features adopt a look of shock. You don't know yet, do you? That's why you brought Naruto here, to test if your little experiment was a success, she bellowed, angrily kicking out at him. He sat inches away from her reach. Such a smart girl, he grinned. With Naruto's stamp of approval, the destruction of the Great Five will begin, starting with the leaf, she chuckled back, earning a look of confusion. What a load of garbage, she screeched in his face. Your master plan? World domination? All a load of self-righteous bullshit, she spat, irked at his presence. Details and other self-righteous bullshit, he replied in a mocking tone. Then why do you need me then? She asked with a head shake. Another matter entirely, my dear, he shrugged. Sure, I always invest in a good insurance policy, if they somehow manage to get that far. But you, my dear, have something very valuable, something I can use as a gift to complete my initiation into the Akatsuchi, he explained, earning a look of confusion. I assume you're talking about the Biju, she asked, earning a nod from the snake man. And what is Akatsuchi? Inquired the girl with a confused look. If I were to put all my cards on the table at once, I wouldn't be a very good player. He reached out to stroke her cheek and she bit his hand, sinking her teeth into his skin as hard as she could, drawing blood. Would I, sweetie? She let go as it had little to no effect. Suddenly he reached back and palmed her across the face, sending her crashing into the stone floor below. Why don't you be a good girl and take a nap? I won't be long. He strode out the room, leaving the screen on so she could watch the ensuing battles. Hold tight, Karen-chan, just a bit longer and I'll get you home, he said solemnly, still utilizing his swift release to jump across the buildings quickly. Where do you think you're going, brother? Spoke a layered voice. Naruto's eyes widened as a large chakra presence appeared in front of him mid-jump. What are? Naruto was cut short when he received a shockingly powerful punch to the face. He was sent sailing to the ground below the skyline, skidding across the dirt. He back-flipped onto his feet, his coat flapping in the wind behind him, narrowing his eyes as the figure appeared without the sun's blinding rays blocking out its features. The humanoid that stood in the street in front of the blonde, approximately 12 feet tall, had well-developed muscles, 2 pairs of 4-fingered arms, and red skin. A black stripe traveled from his chin to his lower lip, and he has 4 eyes, a main pair, and a smaller pair below them. He sported body armor that enveloped the entirety of the trunk of his body, black pants, and fingerless gloves. 4 long swords were strapped to his back, 2 above each shoulder, running diagonally opposite down its back. Oh, you are just wrong in every sense of the word, said Naruto in a disgusted tone. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Jin. It's a pleasure to meet you, my sibling. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the humanoid's greeting. Sibling? Inquired the blonde. The 4-armed monster chuckled faintly. From behind him a loud squelching sound erupted suddenly. Out of the monster's back a long tail appeared. It was black and green in color. At the end of the tail was a stinger. Well, that's creepy. You're a little more disturbing than the other ones that I've fought, commented Naruto, crossing his arms. Ah yes, unlike those beggars, I am purely biomechanical. A living embodiment of our ancestors' power, Naruto chuckled. So they were humans at one point? Asked Naruto. Yes, just as human as you, Naruto, replied the monster with a smirk. And you're, what a clone of me. Jin chuckled. No, I'm an improvement, the first step in the biomechanical warfare effort, he declared proudly. Naruto made the ram sign with one hand very quickly. The wind in the area picked up, particularly behind him. The powerful gust ripped through the area, slicing off two of the monster's arms. He squealed in agony. That's less than impressive. Now while you pick yourself up off the floor, I'll be leaving. Naruto's stride was halted when the red being screamed bloody murder at him. With a green ooze, two new arms appeared out of the sockets of the old ones. Perfectly new. This couldn't get any more disgusting. Naruto's features weren't so impressed. Scared yet? Asked Jin, breathing heavily. So what now? Asked Naruto sharply. You're going to stop me? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Jin grabbed all four of his swords simultaneously with a grin. He crouched down in a very familiar stance. Second gear, called out the humanoid. Naruto's features sharpened angrily. He felt violated. His ability, unique to him, up until now was being used by something else. The creature was enveloped in a yellow aura, which made Naruto's lip twitch. Impressed yet, brother? Asked Jin, cracking his wrists. I see what you mean by that now. The ground around Naruto cracked under the chakra pressure. Is that a problem? Asked Jin, slightly amused. He put his two upper arms forward, dislocating his wrists with a sickening crack. His blades began to spin anti-clockwise and clockwise respectively. He began to walk forward, toward Naruto's stationary form. You have no idea, Naruto spoke in a dangerous tone as let a small smirk appear on his features. He unsheathed Orochimaru from his back slowly as Jin closed in on him. Naruto let out a long breath, his gloved hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. The wind around the blades that Jin spun around kicked up the dirt beneath his feet. The blonde Jonin held his ground with a sharp look. The four-armed monster closed in on him, his swords making his clothes whip up in the air. He thrusted his sword forward in a stabbing motion, stopping the rotation. The resulting impact made sparks fly and a small shockwave erupted from the connection. So, borrowed Kekkei Genkai? How's that working for you? Asked Naruto as he held his sword in between the large blades of the red monster. The ground beneath the creature's feet buckled under the pressure as Naruto continued to hold his sword with a single hand. I don't have time to waste here, if you're done let me pass, said Naruto with a slight smile. Not yet, growled the monster as he moved the blades back away from the struggle. Naruto's blade jerked forward as Jin made use of his two other arms, swinging them both inward from either side of Naruto. With a reverse grip, Naruto held his sword forward, blocking the blades and stopping them in an X shape. I'll give you one last chance. If I were you, I wouldn't waste it. Jin's swords withered away. The shards fell to the ground below, shocking the monster. He stepped back, throwing all the swords upon the dirt. He growled as the yellow aura around him intensified. Naruto sheathed his blade with an audible clink. The red beast then disappeared from sight, reappearing in front of Naruto. Cocking his upper right fist back, he slammed it into his face, bringing a smirk to his grotesque features. Naruto's form didn't move, blood trickled down his chin. Jin's eyes widened and he moved back. His tail swung around and stiffened with his stinger poised. In rapid succession he attempted to stab Naruto in the cranium. The Jonin moved his head back and forth as Jin let out shouts of frustration. A smirk formed on Naruto's lips. What's so funny? Roared Jin as he continued his efforts. Dear God, get it together, mocked Naruto, still dodging. The creature growled and retracted the appendage. I have to admit, you're stronger than I expect, brother. Naruto smirked as the aura around Jin disappeared. But you'll soon be dead and Orochimaru-sama will reward me handsomely. He breathed heavily whilst grinning. You talk a lot of shit for a copy, said Naruto in an amused tone. Well, to be fair, Naruto, I am your copy, retorted the creature with a chuckle. Oh, that's the closest thing you've done to damage since I got here, taunted the blonde, earning a growl from the creature. Let's fix that, shall we? Jin roared as the yellow aura appeared around him again. Tightening his four fists, the ground began to shake. The then cocked his right arms back, holding out his two left in a familiar position. Jinsaku no Dabaru Suifudo Pistaru, the creature thrusted both his arms forward. Naruto was engulfed by the force, his figure disappearing in the separate blasts. Ah? Yujo growled in impatience. Her and Samui moved through space together, the bright lights and random patterns flashing around them. Are we there yet? She asked impatiently. Samui's eyebrow twitched as she held her glove's hand out in front of her. It'll be faster when we travel back, she snapped back in a stoic tone. Come on, the fighting has already started. Are you making me wait on purpose? Naruto's gonna be there and he's... Yujo. Stop it, said Samui in a low tone. He probably doesn't even remember me, she said, her tone changing slightly. Oh, don't say that, he'll definitely remember. He probably won't recognize you though, you know, on the count of these puppies. Yujo grabbed Samui's breasts roughly, a shade of red appearing on the blonde's face. Unable to move her arms on account of losing her concentration, the young blonde growled. How is this normal? She questioned as Yujo stopped her playful ministrations. You have no compunction about personal space, protested Samui. We're best friends, you've got boobs, I've got boobs, albeit yours are a little bigger and… Yujo. Stop it, she responded flustered in warning. She sighed, regaining her composure. That fight with Naruto, in the Chunin exam finals, really opened my eyes. I hadn't been that happy, since that time, her stoic tone overtaking her happy one. It's been my goal ever since to surpass him, to be able to beat him one day, but I see him as nothing else, she drove home, narrowing her cold blue eyes. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yujo examined her gloved hands. Anyway, should we talk tactics and stuff? Asked the biju holder, changing the subject. I mean, I'm in the greatest shape of my life, but what about you training hard? Don't they call you Shiroi and Azuma Samui? Do you think that's a good moniker? Samui raised an eyebrow as her friend had yet to take a breath. Yujo. I'm sorry, I'm just really excited to be here, she explained, rubbing the back of her head. You're a fool, said Samui dismissively. TCH, you're so mean. I wonder how much Itachi has changed. He was cute with a capital C when we were 10, bet he's real yummy now, she bumbled happily. Don't you think you have enough men chasing after you? Asked Samui, slightly irked. No, I have not, she put her hands on her hips. Are you trying to say I'm some sort man-eater? The Jinchuriki grinned, pointing her index upward. Can we not do this now? Asked Samui, raising her voice. Well, since you bought it up, why can't we talk about the fact that no man will come near you? You scare the living shit out of them. I mean, would it kill you to smile? Samui's eyebrow twitched. Sheesh, Yujo waved down her friend. I have high standards and I don't just smile for anything, she responded handily. Does Naruto-kun fit those standards? She asked, receiving a few moments of silence. I hate you, replied Samui stoically and swiftly. Bitch, you love me, said Yujo, examining her gloved hands. I'm just teasing you, relax, you're so uptight, the blonde sighed, blowing a strand of hair out of her face. We're here, said Samui, completely changing the relaxed air around the pair. So you know how to land? Asked the Jinchuriki with a look of trust. No, replied the stoic blonde with a slight change in the target of her eyes. Favorably looking down to the right away from Yujo. I see, wouldn't that be something you'd, I dunno, figured out before we were launched across space at the speed of sound? Yujo held her hands out. There was no time, responded Samui. Oh, this should be a delight then. Yujo's sarcasm really hit home in her tone. Just make sure you don't land on your head, you need all the brain cells you can muster, mumbled Samui, preparing to stop. Hurtful. That's it, I killed him. Jin breathed out a sigh of relief as the smoke began to clear. Naruto's form slowly appeared from within the smoke. After a few moments his less than impressed features met Jin's frustrated ones. How are you this strong? Asked Jin, stepped back slightly. I train really hard, said Naruto, letting a grin appear on his face. Bastard, just die. Jin slammed his tail into the ground, digging up the soft dirt. You know, as fun as this is, I did come here to save my sister. Naruto disappeared in a burst and appeared in front of the mutant. In a fluent movement he slammed his fist into the creature's abdomen, eliciting a spittle of blood from Jin's mouth. I will end you, he struggled for breath, screaming at Naruto. The blonde Jonin disappeared again, delivering a chop to the back of his head. Jin was sent sailing through a building into an opposing street. Naruto reappeared on the other side. Jin was nowhere to be seen. Now if I were a disgusting mutated man, where would I be? Naruto asked himself as the wind picked up in front of him. He backflipped away from the source. Surprise, the ground beneath him broke apart as Jin reached out and grabbed his leg, leaving Naruto suspended in midair. Looky what I caught, the inferior version of me. Jin's tail reached around him. It lurched out at Naruto, trying to stab him, only for the Namake's heir to cock his head to the side and catch it in between his torso, tricep and bicep. Looky what I caught, taunted Naruto as the stinger struggled to touch him. The venom from the tip dripping down on the dirt below. What do you do with this thing? Asked Naruto in an amused tone. I drink people, responded Jin, struggling against Naruto's vice grip. Were you trying to drink me? Asked Naruto mockingly. No, I wasn't. Naruto's free arm cocked back and rocketed into Jin's stomach again. Naruto let go of the appendage and the creature fell forward, being stopped by Naruto's hand. You feel that? He asked. Jin groaned in pain. That's disappointment. Naruto kicked him back through the building. The rusty structure's ground level blew out on all sides. The battle-ridden slab collapsed, dusty covered the entire area as debris crashed all around the area. After a few moments Jin appeared, throwing off a large slab from his body. He breathed heavily and coughed. He tried to stand, but he fell to one knee. His body was riddled with scars and some blood ran down his left arms and his forehead. He was reeling, not prepared for the strength Naruto had displayed. Jin looked up to see Naruto standing on top another building. He held his hands in the horse sign and he breathed in. "And no please. I don't want to die." Katan, Goka Mikyaku, a small stream of fire erupted from Naruto's mouth. Jin turned around with a frightened yell. He scampered up the numerous pieces of stone frantically. The thin stream of fire shot out in all directions, enveloping numerous city blocks. Jin tried to jump away, however he was enveloped in the large torrent of fire. His screams of pain were silenced. Naruto's face contorted back to normality and the overwhelming attack dispersed. The flames disappeared and the area silent, not for the wind that blew away Jin's ashes into the remains of the building. "I've wasted enough time here," said Naruto turning back to his objective. The large skyscraper that dominated the skyline of the island. Naruto rocketed off, disappearing from sight toward his sister. From the shadows another droid, identical to the first focused on Naruto's form jumping away. The Konoha Stadium was abuzz with what they had just witnessed. Against all odds they were really pushing Orochimaru's forces. However, there were two members of the audience that were so aroused by the notion of daring heroics. Ren and Carrie both held onto opposite sides of Kushina's dress, scrunching their fingers up in the fabric if it were a lifeline, and they were stranded in the middle of the ocean. Carrie had her head buried into Kushina's leg. The little girl was so upset. The tears had dried up a while ago, now she just wanted comfort. Her Nissan and Wani-chan weren't here anymore. The concept was new to the 8-year-old. Karen and Naruto went on missions regular, sure. But they had always promised her that they'd be back. There was no promise this time. Did that mean she'd never see them again? Ren was a different story. He felt powerless, completely vulnerable and angry. The little redhead had been training at the academy, taking regular lessons from Kushina and Minato when he found the time. He had improved his skills, worked his fingers to the bone. He strove for acknowledgement from his elder brother and to be seen as his equal. His violet eyes blared up at the screen, just having witnessed Naruto pick apart a creature with ease. Every time Naruto engaged in any sort of fight, Ren wanted to be there to help fight with him. Maybe he could help, if only he were stronger? "That boy has got a real arrogant streak, reminds me a lot like you Jiraiya," said Sarutobi taking a puff of his pipe. "Me?" cried Jiraiya. "Hey, grandfather," he pointed to himself. "Father," he pointed to Minato who looked up at him. "I'm not arrogant." A series of chuckles rained down on the fourth fire shadow. "What? I'm not," he declared adamantly. "I will end this army in a flash," recited Rin with a pointed finger. What? Minato eyed his former student. "You? Fight me? Come back after you've trained for 100 years, said Tsunade with a mocking smile. "I am the fourth Hokage, the strongest ninja in this village, as such you have no chance against me." Sarutobi smiled as Minato's jaw dropped. "Okay, so maybe I have a small streak but..." "Naruto, pride as a warrior is something we Namikes live by," said Kushina, shocking everyone. She gave her husband a small smile. Minato softened immensely after that. Even if it was by his own misery, at least she smiled. "So maybe I'm a little arrogant. Naruto has plenty of other role models in his life," insisted the Hokage. "I'm going to be just like my Tusen one day. He's the strongest, smartest, bravest ninja in the entire world." Rin's last comment made a rain cloud appear of the Hokage's head. "I fear that his recklessness will end in tragedy," stated Hisashi, not above whisper. His voice went unheard by everyone in the vicinity, everyone save Jiraiya, who had been hiding his anxiety well. Unbeknownst to them, every Kage was watching the events that transpired. Some, like the Kazekage and Mizukage, were interested in the strength of Konoha's next generation. Others, like the Tsuchikage and Reikage, were purely watching for amusement. However, both had underlining motives. The Tsuchikage's vice grip splintered his chair every time Naruto's face appeared on the screen above his office door. Those features were hauntingly recognizable. He'd have to raise the brat's bounty at this rate. He was surpassing his expectations. Moreover, anybody who opposes Konoha really piques his interest. He knew better than to meddle in the affairs of other villages, but the prospect of revenge was still fresh in his mind after all these years. The Reikage, well, he was keeping an eye for his shinobi. However, another worry of his was that by sending the pair of able Kunoichi, the other villages might mistake it for an alliance, which wasn't his intention. Orochimaru was threatening the world. By sending two of his ninja, he was merely driving home the stake in that snake's coffin, or at least that's how he's rationalized it. "Oh, that's your big plan?" asked Yugo skeptically. "That's what you've come up with. I'm impressed at the fact that can do that, but really," she stressed, placing her hands on her hips. Yes, replied the Uchiha heir with a slight smile. The fighting behind them had intensified and did look like ending for quite some time. Itachi had deduced that they were all in fact at one point human. By manipulation of the cellular structure by unknown means, Orochimaru had succeeded in bending these once ninjas to slaves with no cognition. To be honest, it was an engineering breakthrough, although it was an affront to humanity. Ready? Asked Itachi, biting his left thumb. An explosion suddenly rocked the area. Taking advantage of the momentary lapse in judgment, some of the creatures made a break for Itachi and Yugo. I've only done this a couple of times, cover me. Putting the wrong amount of chakra into the jutsu is not a pleasant experience, warned Itachi as Yugo turned toward the small group charging creatures. Don't worry, as usual, I am to save you, Uchiha, joked the Kunoichi, forming the ram sign with both hands. Taking a deep breath and focusing her chakra. Ashi, Saru, Ju, Na, I, Tori, Ashi, Uma, Tori, Na, Tora, Inu, Tora, Mi, Ashi, Hitsuji, Mi, I, Hitsuji, Na. She then began to speed up, the next syllable blending into the next. Jin, Saru, Tori, Tatsu, Tori, Ashi, Uma, Hitsuji, Tora, Mi, Na, Saru, Ju, I, Tatsu, Hitsuji, Na, Ashi, Saru, Tori, Jin, Na, I, Torai. She held out both her hands out in a water sign. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, 2 water dragons sprung up from either side of the bridge. They both roared and twisted majestically, sailing outward, not before slamming from the group from either side. That was a little excessive, said Lee, turning around from his position, using the back of his wrist to wipe some blood from the bottom of his lip. I will not be outdone, he declared. You really need to chill out. A gloved hand found its way to his shoulder. He grabbed it, pivoting on his opposite foot, attempting a backhand fist. The attack was again blocked, having been given a close-up of the ninja. Lee's eyes widened. Kumo ninja, he jumped back, dropping into his fighting stance. We will not let you get your hands on Naruto-kun, he roared, earning a sigh from the woman in front of him. I'm a friend and the name's Yujo. She held her hands up in surrender. Why, you're that girl from the Chunin exams, said Lee, dropping his guard. Another loud explosion rocked the area. Yup, your name is Rock Lee, said the boy with a thumbs up, his smile sparkling. Riveting. Listen, my friend Samui, where is she? She looked around, spotting her over by Yugo and Itachi. Oh well, it's been fun, Lee. I like your eyebrows, she waved, jogging off to meet the others. She likes my eyebrows, he cried, tears of joy running down from his circular eyes. 64 palms, he ducked as a chakra-covered palm disabled a creature in front of him. Niji retracted his hand, smirking. Similar to Lee, he was covered in cuts and a little blood. Don't let it go to your head, said the Jonin, disappearing in a burst of speed. I was merely expressing my happiness, he shouted, disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Oh. Your help is welcome, said Itachi as he addressed Samui's presence. Get on with it, said Yugo, crossing her arms. It wouldn't be a problem if you'd stop nagging me, said the Uchiha with a rare display of anger. You can raise your voice, she asked in amusement. Yujo stopped her advance next to Samui, waving at the 2-leaf ninja. What's up? She greeted. Hey, Yugo waved. What brings you here? Asked Yujo. Oh my god, really? Samui huffed, crossing her arms over her developing bust. I thought you were getting on with it, she asked, raising an eyebrow. Kuchios no Jutsu, the Uchiha heir slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning seals appeared below the point of impact. A large explosion of smoke erupted from the summoning tag, engulfing a large portion of the area. Cool, said Yujo, holding her hand above her eyes. A loud roar erupted from the innards of the smokescreen. Chapter 28. Road to the third gear. Entai, said Itachi with a smirk. Entai, murmured Yujo. A summoning animal? She inquired as the smoke around them began to disappear. The Uchiha have a summoning animal? Asked Yugo, turning to her former teammate. They do, finished Itachi as a loud roar blew away the remaining smoke. The proud-looking lion looked down at them with golden silted eyes. He was almost as big as a boss summon, not quite the size of Manda or Gamabunta, but large nonetheless. His proud mane protruding from his neck. His golden coat silky and well-groomed. His tail swished behind him as his front claws dug into the stone bridge. The prideful lion's large teeth gave him quite an intimidating look. MHM, Itachi, W. What's the deal, MHM, mumbled the beast, totally in contrast to his appearance. How many times have I told you to speak clearly, scolded the Uchiha as he jumped up onto his head. I am sorry, you know I can't help it, MHM, I'm excited, I is all, he chuckled and roared again. He's so cute, droned Yujo as she jumped up next to Itachi, joined by Yugo and Samui. She rubbed behind his ear, making cooing sounds, Her ministrations had an outward effect as his leg began to move wildly, knocking back a few of Orochimaru's creatures. "Thank you," he said gratefully. "Nti, focus now, we need to get to that building," said Itachi in a commanding tone, whilst pointing to the largest building in the distance. "You can count on me, MHM, he declared, pushing off on his rear paws. The wind picked up around the ninja on top of the great lion as he took off, his statue seemingly just squeezing into the parameters of the bridge. Numerous seals began to activate, stone wall appeared in plumes of smoke. Nti roared again in response, barreling through the defenses on his way to the island. "Cool," observed Samui with a small smile as the lion roared again. "Just think, Samui-chan, we're almost there, Naruto-kun." Samui let a slightly audible growl escape her lips, glaring at Yujo as the wind blew through their hair separately. "Sheesh, if looks could kill, lighten up. Wait, Naruto, you like Naruto?" asked Yuga with a point and a laugh. "You two are just as annoying as each other." Samui scowled and crossed her arms over her developing bust. "Man, you'd better hurry, he's been getting more marriage proposals than a real prince lately," she joked with chuckle. Samui bit her lip in favor of insulting the loud Kunoichi. Lady Kushina would never allow Naruto to marry like that. "But could we please get back on track because they're shooting at us," cried Itachi as they approached the main island. Arrows sailed through the air from launchers on the shore on the main island. Samui ran through a set of hand signs extremely quickly. "Fast," thought Yuga as the Kumonine held her hands out toward either side of her. "Shiroi Inazuma, Ikazu Kadama," she then clasped her hands together as white lightning coated around the pair. The white lightning intensified as her hands disappeared in the shade. Multiple lightning strikes erupted from their source to meet the arrows, blowing away the arrows one by one. Yuga whistled as she put her hand above her brow and chuckled. "Not bad, girlie, you're a lot tougher than you look," she praised as Nti made it over the bridge. "I'm also a lot cooler than you because of the way I look," she hummed, releasing her hands. "Well, aren't you fucking clever," scoffed Yuga as they approached a series of buildings blocking their path. Creatures jeered and screeched bloody murder from atop them. The leaf Kunoichi ran through a set of hand signs ending with the snake sign. She then let her right hand slip to her side, as it began to glow green. "Doton, Kazan no Bakuhatsu," she swiftly thrusted her hand up with her index finger and middle finger upward. The buildings in front of Nti disappeared into the earth with gigantic explosion. The Uchiha summoned jump over the rubble, continuing his charge. "Cool enough," boasted Yuga. "Wow," scowled Yujo, placing her hands on her hips, her long braided hair whipping up behind her. "I didn't realize we were having a pissing contest," chuckled mockingly. Another side of buildings appeared, which brought a smile to the buxom blonde's face. "I mean, not that I don't mind," she said as she held her left hand out. A blue flaming aura appeared around her appendage. Her silted pupils glowing slightly, pulsing with power. She jumped up and slashed sideward, the resulting wave of chakra-powered energy sliced the buildings to pieces. They crumbled down onto the dirt, crushing many of Orochimaru's creatures. She landed back in her position with a flick of her hair. "That was actually pretty cool," said Yuga, earning an agreeable nod from Samui. "Nti, roar," shouted Itachi as they were ambushed from either sides above them. Experiments rained down on them like wildfire, screaming bloody murder. Nti summoned chakra from his belly, letting a blood-curdling roar forth from his jaws. An explosive force erupted around them, blowing away the creatures with violent force. Nti continued his charge as the buildings around them collapsed. "We'll work on that," said Itachi with a smile. "You did great," he praised, earning another happy roar from the adolescent lion. Thank you," responded the summoning animal as they closed in on the large skyscraper in the distance. The Hidden Leaf Village's eyes were solely glued on the events transpiring on the coast. However, one shinobi wasn't so endorsed or anxious by the teen's effort. Guy had recently arrived, tensely watching as everyone else did. The Toad Sannin had a neutral look on his face. He leaned on the wall behind Minato and his former sensei. His arms crossed against his chest, fingernails digging into his skin from behind the barrier of his GI. The Sannin's lip twitched slightly, his eyebrows raising as he closed his eyes in contemplation and mediation. "What's wrong?" asked Tsunade, with a blink. Jiraiya was broken out of his train of thought. "You've been acting strange for a while now, mind sharing?" she half demanded, addressing her husband in a fiery tone. Jiraiya smiled and placed both his hands on her shoulders. He looked directly in her honey eyes, easing her worry slight but not completely throwing her off her suspicion. "Don't worry, I just need to use the bathroom," he announced, earning a raise of an eyebrow. She raised an eyebrow in curiosity and discrimination. "Well, don't let me stop you from emptying your bowels," she shook her head, turning away. "Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it, Tsunade Heim," he winked at her, earning a confused look. With a casual wave he walked away down the steps and into the stadium. What? She thought, confused, narrowing her honey-brown eyes slightly. What's up with him? She wondered, turning back to the screen with the teens writing a summons. Jiraiya's demeanor changed as soon as the stone of the stadium casted a shadow on his face. A bead of sweat rolled down the side of his face and his expression changed to a serious one. After he descended a flight of stairs he took out a scroll, not before writing vigorously and succinctly over it. He growled slightly as he finished sealing it back up. It's time to grow up, kid. Unfortunately, you don't have much time to do it in, thought Jiraiya as he disappeared in a burst of speed. How many of these things are there? Shouted Hana. Her clothes were torn to shreds covering her decency, however her midriff was now in view and bits of her pants were torn revealing her creamy legs. Blood dripped down from the side of her cranial cavity past her right eye. A few paces away from her, Lee and Niji were worse for wear, same as her. 500, panted Lee as he dropped to a knee. Creatures surrounded him as he leaned back on Niji. The pair weren't in much better shape either, their clothes torn and blood dripped off them. 505, chuckled Niji as he slipped into his gentle fist stance. I'm gonna win, you'll see you won't win, said Lee, stumbling forward, his bloodied fist held up in front of him. Lee, look out, exclaimed Niji as a number of creatures jumped up from behind them. All of them converging to attack Lee. The handsome devil of the leaf turned but fell down, his body refusing to obey him. Holding his hands in front of him in an attempt to block. He closed his eyes as his body fell to the ground, facing the arrangement of swords and axes. Sanaijishu, a group of snakes wrapped around the creatures. With a whip they were all sent sailing out onto the rocks along the coast. Anko, said Niji as blood dripped from the side of his mouth. The Jonin landed behind the pair, her snakes retracting into her long trenchcoat. Anko's violet hair was styled in a short, spiky, fan ponytail. She sported newly fitted mesh bodysuit that stretched from her neck down to her thighs. True to her tomboy style, she wore a tan overcoat with a purple inseam and a pocket on each side, a dark orange miniskirt, a dark blue belt, and pale gray shin guards. In addition to the typical forehead protector displayed proudly above her eyes, she also wears a small pendant that looks like a snake fang and a wristwatch. Sorry I'm late to the party, she observed her friends who separately took on groups of mutants different quadrants along the coast. I bought food pills for everyone, she announced as she dug into her pocket, feeding Lee and handing one to Niji. What are you doing here? Asked Niji, ingesting the foul-tasting energy booster. I have a debt to pay back to Konoha, she said with a smirk. And quite frankly, you guys and that blonde moron would be lost without me, the snake mistress giggled sadistically. Plus these bastards, depending on type of weak points, intel you gather when hanging around an S-rank criminal is pretty useful, the Violet sidestepped an axe. She then swiftly delivered a chop to the creature's neck, breaking it extremely easily. Why couldn't I see that with my Byakugan? Questioned Niji in a mumble. That's because you've had no experience with these things. They were at once human, every one of them prisoners of war or a part of clans from the land of rice fields, she giggled. The chakra will fluctuate wildly in their weak points before they attack, which are mentally their necks, stomachs, or in long-range ones their legs. You'll get it, she disappeared in a burst of speed. Yash. I'm ready, once I attain their weak points they are all surely to fall, declared Lee with the nice guy pose. His teeth sparkling with confidence. Naruto flipped up onto the large building facing the gargantuan skyscraper. He breathed a heavy sigh before walking forward. The clouds around the platform on the building in front of him blocked his view. Without warning, a chuckle broke out above him. His head snapped up as he walked to the edge of the building he stood on. Karen, he shouted. The laughing grew loudly and more brash. Karen, he called again, slightly louder. The clouds began to blow away by a sudden burst of chakra, until the laughing chuckled out slowly. Naruto's face contorted in anger as he faced up to the root of all the evil that had befallen his family and village. On the platform stood Orochimaru behind his little sister. Karen was her knees facing down at the blonde ninja. She had dried blood on her face and her clothes were dirted and ripped. So you've come, Naruto-kun? Orochimaru pulled Karen's hair, roughly making her whimper in pain. Tears streamed down her face. You, growled, his metal-plated gloves tightening into fists. His attention moving across to the large figure next to him, who remained largely stoic for the most part. However, a small smirk was brewing on the large man's features. And you, the wind picked up around Naruto. I'd like you to meet your clone, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru smirked, whilst wrenching some of Karen's hair out of her scalp. Arrol, said the blonde, narrowing his eyes. Oh, that's precious, your brother Naruto knows you, pointed out Orochimaru, enjoying his game. Arrol stared at Naruto from across towers with a neutral look. Arrol's hair retained a golden appearance that Naruto's hair took on in second gear. his bulging muscles in plain sight at the absence of a shirt. He wore gold baglets around his wrists and a crown around his forehead. The common trait of these items was a red orb that glowed an ominous color. He stood several feet high, towering over Orochimaru and the rest of his minions. His dark blue eyes pulsed a lighter blue every few moments. His attire consisted of white pants and a red sash that stretched down past his kneecaps, which was held to his waist by a belt. His white pants tucked into a very large pair of black combat boots. "Niisan!" screamed Karen to be silenced by another jerk from Orochimaru. "Enough!" roared Naruto. At the sound of Naruto's name, Arrol's demeanor picked up and he licked his lips. "Naruto, Naruto," his voice boomed across the citadel. The blonde in question crossed his arms as his cloak whipped up in the wind behind him. He looked at the pair above him. His anger slightly calming, a testament to his features. "Orochimaru, Arrol, you freaks." He paused and narrowed his eyes. "You'd had better tell me that my little sister is all right," his calm voice growing more assertive with every word. His golden locks swayed to one side. Orochimaru licked his lips. "Of course, she's right here." Orochimaru held her tear-stained face up. "You've come to bring back this outsider? Is it because she's a Jinchuriki? Is it because she's from the Uzumaki clan? Is it Beck?" "You've got it wrong." Naruto shook his head at the snake's assertions. "Oh, you're here to play hero?" inquired the Sannin. To her, "No. I'm not a hero, I'm her big brother and I'm here to take her back," he explained confidently. "You're so sure you can defeat us alone?" On Q3, Blurs jumped up from out of the bottom of the tower up onto the platform that Orochimaru and Arrol stood with Karen on. The three warriors were influenced by Orochimaru's Jinjitsu. The experiment of the left of Arrol looked to be female. Much like Arrol, she looked excited to fight. She looked much like a tiger, given her silted eyes and feral teeth protruding from her upper lip. Her fingernails were sharp to a point and she crouched down, swaying from side to side. Her brown hair was unruly and untamed, it reached her lower back. She wore a tattered red shirt that covered her bust, it was cut judging by the jagged pattern below her sizable bust in the material. It showed off her trimmed stomach. She also sported a pair of short blue shorts that stopped at her mid-thigh. Her bare feet were also shown off, her long and serrated toenails on display. On her right leg she bore a black tattoo of the sound symbol that was as plain as day. To Orochimaru's right were another two warriors, the pair looked alike in that they appeared to be twins. The warrior closets to Orochimaru sported a pair of bull-like horns that sharpened to a point. His left eye was permanently closed. The horns were a platinum black, their origins in the man's skull were covered by his long blonde hair. Much like Arrol, he wasn't one for modesty, he didn't wear a shirt showing off his tan muscles. His hulking figure and intimidating look was a sight to behold. He wore black cargo pants, from the bottom of his spine protruded a black tail that broke through the material of his pants. It was of average length and finished at a point. He wore a purple apron with the symbol of the Sound Village proudly displayed on it. His pants were tucked into a pair of brown combat boots. In the middle of his chest he was branded with the sound symbol. The furthest to the right was perhaps the most unique of them all. The twin to the bullman on his right. A pair of wings protruded from his back, tucked in together they were feathered. His nose was sharp to a point much like a beak is on a bird. His right eye was shut off and closed, opposite of his brother. He was also slightly smaller than the others. His fingertails were also sharpened like talons. He carried a spear that stood proudly in his right hand. On his left cheek the sound symbol could be seen, tattooed in a place where it could never be hidden. "Who said I was alone?" he smiled as an explosion rocked the large building from below. Behind him dust flooded the space behind him. "So they all made it," said the bullman crossing his arms. "To have come this far is quite impressive, to take on an entire army of second-state experiments is quite amazing." The birdman stoically stamped his spear into the ground. "They look exotic," the tiger woman snarled. Now children," Orochimaru scolded. "You will all get to have your fun," he promised, narrowing his eyes at the cloud of dust beginning to disappear, slowing, revealing Naruto's friends. "Told you I'd get here first," boasted a Yugo voice. "Please, you only bet me here because you defeated the least monsters out of all of us," shot back another Yujo. "Does it really matter?" Itachi droned with a sigh. "No, I can sense very vile chakra above us." Samui narrowed her eyes. The dust cloud broke apart simultaneously 4 times. From the left stood Yugo, Samui, Itachi and Yujo as they marched forward in sync. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow as Naruto's face grew more determined. One by one they all lined up in a row, facing down Orochimaru and his pride and joy. "Guys, I knew you'd all come," said Naruto, his hair shadowing his eyes. A small smile gracing his lips. "Yujo, Samui-chan, I appreciate you coming to my rescue," he joked, earning a giggle from Yujo. Samui looked away, attempting to make the butterflies in her stomach disappear and the blush on her face to go away. Well, we're here to back you up. These guys seem to have it in their heads that you're gonna be the future Hokage, as the future Raikage myself. Perhaps an alliance is in order, she joked. I'm going to hold you to that, said Naruto turning to Samui. Samui, if you lose, that'll be really uncool, she said solemnly. Yeah, that would be really uncool, wouldn't it? He chuckled, his demeanor returning to its previous seriousness. Oh, this is just precious, laughed Orochimaru. Why is it that worms like you are always in my way, he said amusedly. A battle to the death is it then, Naruto-kun, he continued with smirk. By the end of this game, you will have lost everything, said the bullman. All or nothing? The snake Sannin grew louder. Are you willing to put your life and lives of your friends? Orochimaru let out a loud cackle. Do you really believe that you can take me on, boy? The man who will become a god, he challenged provocatively. Bring it, onnnnnnnnnnnnnnn, retorted Naruto in rage, shocking the Sound Warriors and Orochimaru. Just wait a little longer, Karen, said Naruto softly. He let in a deep breath. I promise we'll go back home together. Naruto roared toward her as more tears streaked down her face. Her bottom lip quivered and she choked out a sob. I want that, more than anything, Niisan, she cried as tears flowed freely down her cheeks. That's all I needed to hear, he said softly. Everyone, he breathed as the ninja around him looked to him. He turned and smiled at Samui. Thank you so much, he mouthed. His features turned serious as he turned up again to Orochimaru. I'm the only one who can fight Arrol. His clone from my DNA, and I'll be the one to take him down, he breathed out as the wind around him picked again. The dust on the building poured off the sides as a yellow aura appeared around him. He began to growl continuously as lightning began to dance around him. The aura around him intensified as he held up his fists to either side of him. The lightning became focused, disappearing into his hands as did the yellow aura around him. Third gear, he exclaimed as two yellow orbs of golden solid chakra enveloped his fists. Lightning danced around the orbs with intensity. Arrol grabbed Karen with a smirk, black aura appeared around him. Boy! A 13-year-old Naruto fell to the dirt, his clothes were ripped and torn in all manner of places. The young Jonin was struggling like he had never done before. The shinobi arts had come naturally to him a very young age, every taijutsu form, every ninjutsu, every sealing formula, swordplay and up until this point his swift release. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it, he bellowed, slamming his gloved right fist into the ground, cracking and splitting the earth. Minato stood in front of him with a solemn look, he had his arms crossed and a slight invert in his eyebrow. He himself, the Yondaime Hokage, hailed for being a shinobi among legends such as Tobirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi, had to admit, the concept of this new level of swift release was completely and utterly indifferent for someone of Naruto's age to master. However, Naruto was no ordinary boy, the odds were pitted against his young son to learn this new set of techniques. You need to focus on the point of fusion of your wind and lightning chakra. If you can't control your power, then there's no point in continuing, stated Minato, earning a growl from Naruto. He responded with a sigh. Maybe it's time to call it quits today, we've been at this for hours and it's getting dark, suggested the blonde Kage. And no, spat Naruto, sitting up and clenching his fists in front of him. I have to do better than I did yesterday, he declared, struggling to his feet. The third gear is about focusing your power then releasing it. If you have no power and no control, you'll never master it, said Minato, crossing his arms. You either get stronger or become quit, make your choice now, son, said Minato, flashing away, leaving an angered Naruto. Quit, fuck quitting, he struggled to his feet as golden chakra fluctuated wildly around him. Itachi, said Naruto with a growl. The Uchiha turned to him. Destroy that traitorous bastard, he commanded in a furious tone. Jinsaku no Impekudo. Naruto slammed his fists to his sides. The following explosion of power destroyed many buildings around them, including the base of the large skyscraper. You're coming with me, said Arrol, picking up Karen. Huahhhhhhhhhhhh, the electrical currents of chakra crept from the outside of the orbs into the air. The creatures and Orochimaru scattered. Naruto thrusted his right fist forward. A golden wave of concentrated golden chakra took the entirety of the building, was taken clean off its failing base, launching the entire building into the sea behind them. The team of Yakumo and Leaf Jonin gaped at him. Finish them off and let's get out of here, he gave them the thumbs up and disappeared. The ninja stood there for a few moments. Well, you heard him, said Itachi as the makeshift team disappeared at once. Oh, so you're not just a savage? Asked Karen, blood trickled down from her mouth. She grunted as she was dropped to the dirt. Of course not, Funny how you were so quick to judge me, he mocked looking down at her form. The external circumstances of one's birth is out of every person's control, he chuckled. It's not of my own volition that I enjoy killing, especially those with the last name Namikaze. He turned his hulking form toward her, holding his right hand out, his palm facing her. Third gear, he shouted with another laugh. A circular black orb enveloped his hand as wisps flowed into the air. Karen's hair whipped up and her glasses blown of her face. Arrol continued to laugh manically. Such a fragile creature, he declared as the gravity of his energy pushed her away onto her back. The chakra around his palm intensified to near insane levels, her senses were overloaded. Without warning, a yellow jolt passed through her head. She turned her head to the source of the chakra spike. Arrol's vile black chakra dissipating as her turned as well. She looked to see a ninja land to the side of her and Arrol. The ninja's foot hit the floor, the wind blew her and Arrol's clothes backward. He jumped back in defense. Took your time getting here, didn't you, dear brother? Karen blinked, trying to make out the person who had just appeared. The wind around her picked up again. A fist connected with Arrol's cheek, a sickening crack echoed throughout the abandoned citadel. Arrol struggled to remain upright, the gloved fist forced its way forward, launching the hulking clone through a series of buildings into the distance. Enni-san, she struggled to sit upright. Naruto's form became visible as he turned to face her. Leave this place, he said in a serious tone. I'll leave, but that would mean that you and Arrol are here alone. You don't know what he's capable of, she pleaded, her tears falling freely, finally managing to sit up. What if you don't come back, she asked as a large explosion in the distance erupted. He's coming, she warned. We have to run. She was silenced by a hand on her head. He ruffled her hair. If I can't be there, then you have to watch over Ren and Carrie, they're both too young to understand, he chuckled. You'll do a much better job than me. This isn't just about you anymore. They billeted the Leaf Village and Dad. Naruto narrowed his eyes forward as Arrol approached. I won't let anyone get away with that. He took his hand off her head. Do this as a favor to me. If he kills me, at least you would have gotten away. He smiled down at her. Live a good life, Karen. The blonde nodded warmly at her. But. Her retort was cut short as Naruto took off toward the black aura rocketing toward them. Naruto, she held her hand out as a shockwave rocked the area. She shielded herself with her hands as the rock and corroded pieces of building flew past her. Her hair completely on a standstill in the violent wind. Naruto and Arrol charged at each other. Arrol placed his large hands on Naruto's shoulders, making him sink a little into the dirt. His arms on the outside of Arrol's, he grunted and delivered a knee to his chin, slightly knocking the clone's head upward. A smirk suddenly grew on Arrol's face as Naruto's eyes widened. He lifted Naruto up, delivering a kick to his face, sending him sailing into a building above him. Second gear HA, he cackled as black aura enveloped him, spiking forward as his took off at the foot of the building. Naruto landed in the rusted insides, coughing as he wiped some blood off his chin. He made a cross sign with his hands. Taiju, Kagebushin no Jutsu, he said as the room was enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. Arrol appeared through the floor grabbing at Naruto, whom he enveloped in a bear hug. The hulking clone's smirk grew sour as multiple Narutos grabbed at every limb, which caused the giant to smile. The entire structure was blown to pieces as Naruto flipped out of the building onto the dirt floor. Moments later, the entire building was blown away. Arrol calmly walked out, slightly dirty and smirking. Arrol, you surprised me, said Naruto, slipping down into his stance. His right fist planted on the dirt as he brought his left hand on his thigh. The wind picked up around him as yellow aura circled around him. Second gear, he exclaimed as yellow aura exploded around him. But now it's time for round 2 he smirked. Chapter 29. Yugo's Belief. Yugo had her eyes closed. She jumped from building to building. She made the snake sign with her gloved hands as the wind wiped her. She was tracking a very nimble creature. Its chakra signature would fluctuate periodically, not before changing direction. It became very apparent that this thing was extremely fast, faster than her. The skyscraper that Naruto had forcibly launched into the ocean no longer stood proudly in the distance behind her. She stopped on top of an old circular building, giving it the appearance of a cylinder. She opened her eyes as a figure landed softly behind her. This battle was over before it even began, spoke a deep voice. Yugo blew a strand of stray purple hair out of her eyes. She huffed and placed her gloved hands on her hips. The feisty Jonin turned to the hulking biomechanical warrior. Well, aren't you an eyesore, she commented, dryly examining his wings, which were obviously poorly stitched together, grafted onto the creature's back. Your insults are about to come to an end. He twirled his spear around and stamped it into the rock, splitting the fragile structure on impact. So what are you supposed to be, half man, half pigeon? she inquired, cocking her head to the side. Put an end to that now. Take me seriously, purple-haired bitch, he shouted, making her eyebrow twitch. What was that freak? She asked angrily. I said. The Birdman was caught off guard as Yugo stamped her foot on the stone beneath her feet. A sharpened rock burst through the withering building. The warrior barely managed to dodge as the spike, the sharpened edge narrowly piercing his cheek. He flapped his wings twice, climbing away from Yugo. I was almost finished off, he gritted his teeth. I'll put an end to this woman's rampage, he twirled the spear counterclockwise. Yugo pulled out a kunai, holding it front of her, her features growing more excitable. My name is Yugo, and you'd better start showing respect, otherwise I'll be the woman to beat you into the ground. He jumped at him with an intent to kill. Throwing the kunai at the creature, he dodged it effortlessly. You can't even throw correctly, I'll end you in one fell swoop, he chuckled, thrusting the spear into Yugo's stomach. Smirking in triumph, left a bittersweet taste in the biomechanical man's mouth. As Yugo evaporated in a clump of water, effectively soaking him. The kunai that she had previously thrown disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing the leaf ninja. Fucking hell, you're annoying, she slammed her gloved fist into the creature's face, effectively disorienting the sound symbol on his cheek. With a sickening crack, the creature was launched through the air, flying toward the ground. The Birdman flipped in mid-air, extending his wings and stopping his descent right before he hit the ground. The dust flew along the ground on all sides as the creature planted its feet on the floor. He readjusted his jawline, putting it back into place. Yugo made the snake sign as earth engulfed around the monster's feet, trapping him. The water clone she used was to speed up the hardening process. She had already gauged how fast I am from following my movements with her sensory abilities. She's smart, he thought as he struggled against his bindings. Suetun, Debura Suryuden no Jutsu. Yugo finished a set of hand signs quickly. The ground beneath the creature began to crack, water erupted from the small openings as they gradually got larger. Twin water jets appeared through the cracks, destroying the earth below as they climbed in spirals toward the sky. They went opposite ways, gaining the appearance of a dragon each respectively. The bird creature narrowed his eyes as he wildly stabbed at the earth, covering his claws. The twin dragons crashed through the buildings toward either side of him, engulfing him in a torrent of violent water. The resulting explosion soaked a large quantity of the area. She narrowed her eyes at the waves below. Her eyes scanning every nook and cranny to the last detail. She watched as the buildings collapsed on the dirt below, effectively burying the spit where the creation once stood. Yugo's eyes widened as a sharp gust of wind blew her clothes back violently. She swiftly turned her body to avoid a stab from the spear. It passed harmlessly above her shoulder. Her senses were alerted as wind chakra began to rapidly coat the weapon. I underestimated you, but Orochimaru-sama gave me the power of wind. Surely this will end you, he shouted as the wind-bladed tip reached out below itself. Ripping at Yugo's flesh, blood erupted from her shoulder as she bit back a yelp utter agony. Doton, Iwa Shirudo, Yugo made the snake sign as rocks from the earth below gathered around her, forming a spherical shield around her. The bird creature swatted her away, sending her to the right. As she flew, the rocks all fell away. The purple-haired Jonin channeled chakra to her hands as she flipped onto the earth, skidding along the ground. She landed on her feet. She groaned in pain, biting back. Another screamed as she touched it. She put her right hand over the wound as green chakra coated the area. I can at least stop the bleeding, she said uncomfortably as the wound closed up. Will you enjoy the memento of this battle, I wonder, young woman, asked the creature as his soaked form entered the area. Landing gracefully in front of the injured Kunoichi. What's your name? Asked Yugo, standing up to a vertical base. Her shirt torn and ripped, revealing her shoulder, bra strap and some cleavage. My name? My name is Experiment 896, Biomechanical Model, he answered, eliciting a laugh from Yugo. Joke? I don't see what's so funny, he narrowed his eyes dangerously at her. That isn't a name is something that you take pride in, something that gives you your identity, she smirked. You sad pawn, she taunted. Pawn? I suppose in that regard, you're wrong, for I do have a human name. I am told that it's Manaru, he chuckled. For a human, you seem to know what you're saying, surprising given that a human could never be as intelligent as one of us, he argued boastfully. Does slavery make you intelligent, does it? That's like saying a fool's a genius for barking loudly. All you are is tool, used to torment and destroy. What say you to that, huh? She bit back rather harshly. Perhaps it makes me more intelligent, following someone who will change the world. Yugo laughed again, making the creature narrow his eyes. Existence without a purpose is pointless. But you're wrong about that, Orochimaru team won't change the world, she smiled. That idiot Naruto is the one who's gonna do things that'll turn the world upside down. I wanna walk next to him, that's why we all came. Because we believe Naruto is our village's next leader, like he'd ever lose to someone like that snake freak, she roared adamantly. He pointing his spear toward her. You are strong in will and body. To have such faith in a mere boy is adamantly the strangest thing I've ever seen. Before this battle continues, answer me this, Yugo. He narrowed his eyes. Would you kill an innocent person and forsake your precious ideals knowing that they couldn't possibly pose a threat to anyone, merely because your leader ordered you to? Or would you reconsider your loyalties, and betray the person who told you to kill? He posed this question to her. You're trying to trap me. She closed her eyes and the wind picked up. But the answer to your question is rather simplistic. The purple-haired Jonin's hair whipped up in the wind. I'd follow a leader with the same beliefs as me, she yelled confidently. Minaru smiled slight, holding his spear with both hands. That is where we differ. You truly are a strange creature, shinobi of the leaf, Yugo. He spoke slightly amused. Well, you're not wrong. She became serious, dropping into her stance. The Birdman threw his spear at her with both his hands. She sidestepped it, summoning some earth to her hand. Minaru appeared next to her, stanching the spear out of the air. He thrusted the pointed tip to the side of her. She brought her earth-covered hand, blocking the spear. Her heels digging into the ground, breaking it apart as she gritted her teeth. She redirected the blade to the left of her. It became embedded into the ground. She grabbed it with her left hand as the earth around her right hand disappeared. She slammed her elbow into his outstretched arm, eliciting a painful growl from the creature. She then kicked him away, grabbing his spear in the process. He was sent into flying but quickly recovered with a few flaps of his wings. Yugo snapped the spear in half on her knee. The stick dropped to the ground and she embedded the blade into the ground, covering it with her own earth justu, rendering it unusable. Uingubarito. Minaru's wings outstretched as he coated them in wind chakra. The Gloden pulsed with intense energy. Yugo gritted her teeth as the creature flew toward her. She channeled chakra to her legs and chakra dashed away for a few blocks. The purple-headed ninja then jumped up the side of a tall building. Minaru in hot pursuit, she flipped forward and slid along the side of the building with the help of her chakra. She pushed herself off the building, narrowly missing Minaru's wing. She twisted her body upward and threw a kunai with a paper bomb and chakra-coated tip. The kunai sailed past Minaru, destroying the top of the building. Rubble rained down on the biomechanical warrior as Yugo flipped away onto the top of a smaller building across the way. Minaru hit the ground hard, followed by a series of mortar that buried him. Yugo winced and held her shoulder, dropping to one knee. She let out a strained breath. The pain traveled up and down her arm. I need more chakra, I can't health myself fully and continue to fight him equally. As she finished her thought, Minaru burst through the rubble with his wings. Blood ran down his face and exposed chest. The creature let out a breath of exasperation. The ground beneath him began to shake as Yugo held on of her hands out. Kazan no Bakuhatsu, she thrusted her hand up as the earth exploded around Minaru. The entire area was destroyed. Yugo brought her hands up to her forehead to block the rain of dust that covered her. I'm almost out of chakra, she coughed and panted. But that's not really an excuse, is it, Yugo? She asked herself, standing up as her senses told her Minaru had already recovered. He clawed his way to the surface again. You know, for an overgrown pigeon, you're pretty tough, she joked, struggling to hold herself up. As are you, for an inferior species you are, persistent. I am unsure just how much more of those shots my body will be able to take. Unfortunately, I haven't been given the opportunity to test its limits myself, he smiled. I'd say you're on your last legs, commented Yugo as she looked to her left. Without releasing it, they had moved closer and closer to the ocean. On cue, the smell of the sea reached her nose. The water, she smiled as the morning sun shone down on the water, giving the look of sparkles along the top of the water. Minaru, the Jonin, turned to him with a slight smirk. You're not such a bad guy, she complimented, earning a confused look from the winged man. She then pumped the slightest bit of chakra, trying to conserve energy, into her legs as she jumped away toward the sea. He chased after her, using his wings to propel him upward. She gritted her teeth, running on mostly adrenaline. She landed down on the small sandy beach to the side of the island. The Jonin then collapsed on the sand, landing on her backside. She giggled. It's over, Yugo-san, I'll put an end to this right now. You were a worthy adversary. Minaru landed on the beach and wasted no time in charging toward her. He roared as he jumped up, coating his right wing with wind chakra. Yugo's smile never left her face. Minaru was suddenly upon her, his wing mere inches from her face. She mouthed a few words to him, making his eyes widen as the water from the wet sand around her right hand engulfing it. Suetun, Suijo no Jutsu, she leaned back. The wing passing over her, with a mere inch to spare. She then thrusted her fist directly into his face, blood poured from his mouth and nose as he was launched into the water behind her. A whirlpool formed around him, dragging him into the depths. Suitun, Koka Suijin, she ran through a set of hand sign as 4 pillars of spiraling water burst out of the edges of the whirlpool. They all formed together in the middle, directly on top of the violent surge of water. The chakra-infused seawater surged in the air creating a sharp blade. Around the blade of water was an extra layer of spinning water. Minaru fought his way out of the current, just in time for Yugo to call the drilling water blade down directly onto him. Minaru's eyes widened as Yugo's words echoed through his mind. "You're pretty good, Minaru-san, but this is it." The biomechanical man suddenly broke out into a smile. "Thanks, Yugo-chan, it is indeed the end." He closed his eyes as the water drill ended his life. The resulting explosion rocked the area as the aftershock of water rained down on Yugo, who breathed heavily on the beach. Her form now thoroughly soaked and her chakra reserves almost depleted. She smiled weakly as the rain of sun rays replaced the water. She giggled to herself. Not long afterward she broke out into a laugh. "Oh, that girl is something else," Rin observed, her only female student. She smiled when she saw the grin on the girl's face appear. "She's growing up, From beside her Kushina placed a hand on her husband's student's shoulder. "I'm very thankful that my son has friends like her," Rin giggled softly. "What's so funny, Databane?" The redhead's mood traveled from one end of the spectrum to the other. "You misunderstand Lady Kushina," Rin leaned against her hand. "It's amazing really, Naruto-kun has this way of making allies of his enemies and friends of his allies. A quality of a Kage, wouldn't you think, Kushina opened her mouth but her words died in her throat. Yugo-chan is risking her life to protect Naruto-kun. Because she believes in him, they all do, you just heard her say so. Rin placed her hand on her shoulder, standing tall. "Don't worry so much about him, she giggled again. "Mummy," Kushina felt a tug on her skirt. She looked down to see her youngest daughter who looked rather distressed. She looked over to see her son by her husband, not wanting to show weakness. Minato settled for rubbing his back. Kushina smiled and bent down and picked her up, holding her to her hip. She beginning to get a little big to carry, but if she wanted to be babied right now she wouldn't deny her. "It's all right sweetie," she kissed her cheek, rocking her back and forth soothingly. She couldn't offer the child much more than that, she really couldn't. If she herself, a seasoned jonin of the village, was struggling to hold her nerve, she couldn't fathom what her child of 8 was feeling. The spunky blonde cried silently into her shoulder. Kushina continued to rock back and forth, eyeing the screen with a stressed look of her own. Minato seemed to be having a similar dilemma with his and hers youngest boy. The boy of 10 wouldn't openly show weakness, taking after Kushina in that regard of stubbornness. The redhead clenched his fists and his lip quivered. "What are you thinking?" asked Minato, still rubbing soothing circles on the ridged boy's back. Ren sighed, gathering himself quickly. "I am just worried is all. I could go and help Nii-san, but I'm strong enough," he said sadly with small sniff. "You will be," said Minato with a smirk. "You have every resource available to you, Renchan. You're going to be a great ninja, one day. But for now just enjoy your childhood, okay?" The blonde Kage ruffled his hair, making him chuckle softly. "I guess I'm a little lucky then. Nii-san was already going on dangerous missions at my age, wasn't he?" The academy student's mood slightly improving. "Yes, Naruto was already a Chunin. He worried your mother and I all the time. But just between you and me, you're the good child who never makes us worry too much," joked Minato, eliciting a small chuckle from the boy. "Oh!" Explosion after explosion tore the large island apart. Black and yellow aura collided again and again, unrelenting as buildings crumble to the dirt and the earth crumble under the chakra pressure. The same could be felt below ground as well. Yujo ran through an underground passage, torches to either side of the narrow passageway lit her way. "I can't believe you've lead me down here. I'm searching for that freak in this labyrinth." "The word you're looking for is labyrinth," her tailed beast spoke from inside her mindscape. She continued her trek, her footsteps making a racket as she ran through the stale air. Her long braid swaying back and forth behind her. "You know I suck at this sensory crap, that's why I always like to bring Samui. That girl can do that freaky sensor thingo," she griped as she rounded a corner, inwardly growling. "This entire place looks the fucking same," she screamed inside her mind, earning a giggle from her tenant. "Just keep searching, kitten, I smell that foul chakra down here somewhere," reassured the tailed beast with mule. After a few moments more of running, Yujo's face contorted in confusion. She had ran into a dead end. A normal, average everyday door blocked her path. She held her breath, preparing herself for whatever lay ahead behind that door. The jonin of Kumogakure kicked the piece of varnished wood down with her heeled boots. The busty blonde gasped in shock and surprise. "I was not ready for today," she said as she brushed a stray strand of blonde hair out of her eyes. "You and me both," concurred the two-tailed cat. The was decorated with plastic aeroplanes and bird models, hanging from the roof. The walls were decorated with a colorful wallpaper, which consisted of clouds, rainbows, bubbles and oceans. The overall feel of the room was largely innocent in comparison to the dimly lit and muggy hallway outside. However, the trepidation that there was a group of young children, sporting white garbs, all stared at her with mixed looks of curiosity and fear. "What the hell?" Yujo questioned as the same strand of hair she previously pushed back covered her face again. There were 4 children in total, ranging from 7 years old to a mere infant who lay asleep in his crib. The eldest sported short orange hair, her features eyeing Yujo's with inquisitiveness and caution. Her bright round eyes studied Yujo, not before a smile broke out on her face. "Hi," she squeaked. Hello," Yujo waved nervously, having never dealt with a child before. There was also a timid-looking child who tended to the baby boy in the crib behind the first 2. He wore glasses too big for his face, his timid-looking expression tugging Yujo's heartstrings. He shakily stood in front of the infant in an attempt to protect him. His bright blonde hair and blue eyes gave him a striking look. The last child stood in front of the hyper-orange-haired girl with calm look. He wore a still expression. He also had black eyes and jet-black hair that reached just below his ears. "What do you want?" he asked her. Yujo blinked twice, unable to answer. "Are you deaf? I asked you a question," he pressed rather rudely, earning a growl from Yujo. "Just gimme a sec to process this," she yelled, scaring all of them. The baby started to cry, earning a sigh from the Jonin. "Look, I don't really know what to do, but what are you all doing here?" she asked, earning giggle from the orange-haired girl. "Knew who we asked you first," she laughed as Yujo slapped herself in the face. "You're funny," she stuck her tongue out. "What I want to know is what you're all doing here," she said, earning a confused expression from the girl. "Hey, you tricked me," she accused, pointing a finger at her. "You shouldn't point," scolded the boy next to her, grabbing the girl's hand and gently setting it down. "I am Ichiro, this is Aruna, the one with the glasses is Tetsuya and the baby is Yuji," he answered politely. "Now you answer my question, who are you?" he asked. "My name is Yujo ni, I am Jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village," she tapped her forehead protector. "I don't want to hurt any of you, I'm here to—" "Are you here to take us away?" asked the girl hopefully. Please," screamed the timid boy. The other boy remained silent, however his feelings of neutrality were betrayed by his hopeful look. "You see that?" They continued to stare at her. Yujo could feel her will breaking, they were just so cute. "Oh fine, but," she sighed. "Why are you here? I mean, what possible reason could 4 have to be here?" She shook her head and awaited a response. "We were taken away from our parents," shouted Tetsuya, gaining a blush on his face. "By Orochimaru?" Yujo continued her string of questions. "Orochimaru-sama said that our parents didn't want us anymore and that we're here to help make the ninja world a better place. He said that we were special." Yujo raised an eyebrow as Ichiro explained. "I'm guessing they're the catalysts for Orochimaru-sama's army." Yujo's head snapped up and she whipped around to see one of Orochimaru's biomechanical creatures step through, ducking his horned head to avoiding hitting the roof. "You," she growled as the bullman from earlier walked into the room. "Yujo-ne-chan." Aruna grabbed her pant leg, scurrying behind her. "I really don't think you should leave, children, you're safe here, with us." The tail behind the biomechanical creature's tail hit the side of the open door, sending it flying into the door. "You're not leaving this place alive, you're dead, do you hear me, worm?" he asked, pointed toward her. Ichiro grabbed her other leg, showing telltale signs of fear. "I am the driving force of Orochimaru-sama's army, Experiment 800, June." He let an evil smirk appear on his face as he stamped his hoof on the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. Chapter 30. Humble. "Come closer, come." Arrol slammed Naruto's head against a rock formation along the coast of Mar Citadel. The blazing hot sun heated the soft sand below their feet. Our blonde hero a bloody and beaten mess. Karen appeared on the beach, a chain escaped the palm of her hand and wrapped itself around Arrol's body. The city behind them was in ruins, the experiments running rampant as their friends tried to contain them. The rest of their comrades continued to hold off an army of half-human half-monster soldiers. They burned his skin with sizzling heat. "You know you can't stop me. You know you're done." He grabbed the chain and pulled her toward him. Catching her by the neck, she struggled as the chain disappeared. Naruto latched onto his leg, a bloodied and beaten mess on the sand. He bit his ankle, causing the clone to laugh. "This is done, now I am free." Naruto watched as Arrol pulled his sword back with a cackle. "Please stop. Please. I'll do anything. You can't, this isn't supposed to happen." He wailed helplessly as Arrol's sword impaled Karen's stomach. Karen gasped, she felt cold. Violet eyes slowly opened. Kushina stopped her thoughts from running wild as tears ran down her cheeks. She stood with half of the village situated below her. Her hand clenched the railing with the same intensity as her jaw. The higher-ups of the village stood behind her, her 2 children sitting with her husband. The Jonin chatted seriously about the situation. How are we gonna stop this? Lord Fourth has a plan. A hand touched her shoulder tenderly. It'll be fine, Kushina. Mikoto Uchiha comforted the Namake's mother, bringing herself next to her. Kushina remained unresponsive as her overthinking reached new heights. They're all criminals, she muttered, earning a solemn look for her friend. Naruto landed in a clearing, his white coat blowing in the wind. Arrol appeared in front of him with a neutral look on his face. Different but same. Arrol's raspy voice made Naruto raise an eyebrow. He pointed at Naruto with a small curling painfully on his face. I'm gonna kill you, Naruto Namakes. A black aura appeared around the clone, covering his body in a black veil. I honestly didn't think you'd be able to talk, spoke Naruto, rubbing the back of his head with a chuckle. Not a game. Orochimaru made me evolve. The clone cracked his neck and chuckled. I'm stronger and faster than you, Naruto Namakes. His tone gradually becoming more confident and fluid. Now you're talking too much. Naruto took his fighting stance. You're right, intelligent humans like you bore easily. Naruto dropped his guard with a confused look. Arrol's voice was refined, calculating. You're very easily to fool when your overconfidence is showing, remember I am one of you. The clone let a loud barrage of laughter echo throughout the area. Samui walked casually amongst the rubble. The floor littered with parts off buildings. Her calculating gaze bore over what was once a marvel, now battleground for this fool's errand. So then why did she come? Was she really that emotionally jaded? I mean, sure, that's what heroes do, they come to the rescue of those in need. She owed Namakes a great debt for saving her sister. Is that why she came? Who knows? Her emotions, she suppressed them as a child in favor of a stoic facade. Her trauma was something even she didn't fully comprehend. A life without love is no life at all. She loved her brother, sister, and her mum. Why does she feel the need to know this man? Naruto Namakes, he almost killed her brother and saved her sister in the same day. I'm gonna kick your head off your shoulders. Naruto's gaze intensified as yellow chakra formed a visible circle around his figure on the ground. Atsui planted his foot and went to charge the blonde leaf ninja. The ground around Naruto's feet was completely blown away. Before Atsui could react, Naruto's foot made contact with his face. So fast, I can't. Atsui's face became distorted at the pressure that Naruto's foot was exerting on his facial features. A sickening crack could be heard as Atsui's form was launched right into the wall. He hit the wall with a thud as the stone around his body cracked under the force. He was missing some teeth and his pupils had rolled back into his eyes. His nose was bleeding and broken. Blood poured down from his mouth. He fell to the ground in a heap and coughed up more blood, gasping for a breath. Atsui, exclaimed Samui, losing her composure. The winner, Naruto of Konohagakure. That would be a sight she'd never forget. Her brother almost dead because of his arrogance. He did rescue her sister though, why? Nobody does things just because they're nice. She was intrigued by him if anything else. She was surprised that the Raikage had let her go. But she was sure that he had some ulterior motive. Can I throw a punch? Naruto's facial expression turned to rage. Here's your damn punch, he said as the boy came at him with an outstretched kunai. Naruto slammed his fist right into the boy's cheek, which left a blood-red indent in Jin's face. His figure was slammed to ground, which cracked underneath the pressure. The boy was knocked out as his body whiplashed against the ground before settling down into the indent. If I ever see any of you again, the result will be very unpleasant, he said as he gently took the small girl's hand away from his leg. He walked up to Jin and kicked him toward the girl, who struggled to manage his weight, catching him. Wait, who are you? Asked the girl. Naruto turned around, showing her his Namake's clan symbol. The girl gasped. Take a guess. Naruto turned around with a smirk. She disappeared in a burst of speed, reappeared atop of a large building. One of the few remaining in the area. She heard screams and shockwaves in the distance. The breeze at the new altitude made her hair blow to the side. She stopped mid-step. An orange bout flew past her, it slammed against the building, destroying. A woman landed in front of Samui on all fours. She appeared to be a mixed with a leopard. Her clothes were tattered in numerous places. A dark orange and black patter adorned her body as she scratched the concrete below her. She had a purple tank top cut at her midriff. 2 rounded ears poked out from her long blonde hair. Don't you look awfully repressed? Commented the humanoid warrior. Samui remained still and silent, examining the girl in front of her. You always this talkative? She asked. You're awfully pretty. Those tits get in the way much? Chuckling to herself, she stood to full posture. Do you? A small lightning bolt zipped past the creature, running through a small part of her dermis. Blood began to trickle down the cheek of the creature. She brought her hand to it, taking it on her fingers and licking it. I should warn you. I find human meat the most delectable. She disappeared in a burst of speed, appearing above her with a claw outstretched. Samui flipped back on her hands, down the side of building. Her pale blue eyes looked up back to the top. The leopard woman jumped out of the smoke. Her claws glowing red as she dived after her. Reaching her quickly, she dug her heels into the building and bent back. The leopard woman raced past her, narrowly missing Samui's neck. Samui focused her chakra and sent a sharp burst of it toward her fore. It connected with the leopard woman's stomach, sending her crashing into the building below. Samui flipped down onto the ground below her. She disappeared in a burst of speed, not allowing her opponent to breath. She appeared in front of her in time to catch her wrist. The leopard woman was shocked as Samui brought her gloved hand up to her neck. Wait! Lightning ripped through her body. She screamed in pain as Samui's white lightning style intensified. The humanoid choked as Samui let go of her neck, her body lifeless. She dropped the body to the floor with a neutral look. The blonde let out a breath as she turned her attention to the shockwaves in the distance. A shrill scream alarmed her. Jumping back, the humanoid began to convulse rapidly. Samui raised an eyebrow as sealing jutsu appeared on her body. Letting another scream escape her mouth, the creature's body destroyed itself. Blood scattered across the area. Samui let out a sigh and turned back to the shockwaves. The sound of his heart against his cracked ribs began ringing in Naruto's ears. He stood, panting, his overcoat discarded, only his undershirt and pants remained. He held his sword in one gloved hand. The buildings in front of him crumbled. Arrol walked through the dust calmly. He sent his sword away into the seal on his wrist. Naruto appeared behind the clone with a kunai in his left hand. He slammed it into the dirt as he ran through some hand signs. The kunai glowed yellow as Funinjutsu appeared around the clone. Naruto then made the snake sign as an explosion rocked the area. He turned the kunai into a bomb with sealing jutsu. The clone was stunned as Naruto appeared again in front of him above his eye level. Arm outstretched and second gear active. He roared and swung his arm down anti-clockwise into Arrol's face. The clone's features became distorted as he was launched across a few buildings. Racing through the last one, before he could land on his back, he flipped backward and planted his feet into the ground. His sword lost in the last exchange. Surprisingly, he had landed in what looked like the ruins of a garden. Before he could analyze his surroundings, Naruto flew through the same building, his chakra a wild yellow. He disappeared as Arrol turned again to receive an uppercut to the jaw. Quickly running through a set of hand signs, he threw multiple shuriken from his arm seals at Arrol, who expertly dodged them. The blonde grabbed the air and pulled back. Arrol flew back against a large bit of rubble created by Naruto, destroying the building behind them. Invisible wire wrapped around the rock as Naruto set the cord alight. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu. The flame traveled with great speed. It enveloped the clone in a blaze of immense intensity. Nothing. The screen in the Chunin exams arena showed static as the populace watched on. Suddenly, all the cameras that had been broadcasting the fight had ceased to show them anything. Every screen from Kumogakure to Konohagakure viewed static. "We have to go rescue them," shouted one of the citizens on the arena's grassy plain. "Hokage-sama, please go save them," another screamed as a woman wailed. Minato simply crossed his finger below his chin and leant forward. "What are we going to do?" asked Kushina with a solemn look of concern. Her red hair blowing to the side, drying her tear-stained face. "Our hands are tied. Naruto and his friends will likely die in this confrontation. I want him to rescue Karen, but where will they all go? If they were able to rescue her, where would they go? They're rogue ninja now, and a rogue ninja could never be the Hokage." There was no point in denying it. He looked down to see his two remaining children attempting to console one another. He closed his eyes. "Great-grandfather, what would you do?" he thought as he clenched his teeth. The shinobi in the vicinity adopted sad and angry looks. Their look was right. Technically they had abandoned the village. Technically Naruto could never become Hokage now. He had jeopardized the village's future safety with taking his friends the next leaders of Konoha. But ultimately they had almost assuredly lost half of the Nine Tails chakra locked away in Karen. Things truly looked hopeless. Slap, slap, slap. His calculating gaze was drawn down to his feet. Carrie repeatedly slapped him in the knee as Ren watched on in horror. The young girl had tears running down her face. She sobbed uncontrollably. But he gave him a fierce look. A look that reminded him of himself. He cried. He started crying for her. He had wished that only Naruto had taken after him. The chances of Naruto making it to adulthood had been against him at the start. He had poured his pride, his goals and ambitions into him. Never really given him any other choice but to succeed. He had been the one to turn his boy into this reckless monster. A monster hungry for blood and battle. The last of their kind. For male Namikaze left in the world, prideful, cursed and destructive clan. Carry. He watched as his mother came and scooped her up in her arms. Tsunade held her close but she continued to look at him. She took her to the side. Ren didn't understand. So much had happened, and he was overwhelmed and not coping. His father looked down at him with a neutral gaze. He was expecting some words of encouragement, but Minato simply put his hand on his head. The Konoha ninja looked on as they watched their leader contemplate the future of their home. All the while Kushina continued to stare at the screen. She had cried enough. She had thought of running after them but then she'd be a rogue ninja just like her son. She couldn't abandon her two youngest children. What are you going to do? Rin put a hand on her shoulder. She brushed it off. Tell me Rin-chan. Was Naruto did he always have such an arrogance? I raised him to be a polite and gentle young man. She bit her lip making it bleed. He was never like your other children. I thought he'd grow out of it. That he'd be humbled and well, it looks like. She trailed off as Kushina shook her head, the citizens below growing more and more reckless. He wouldn't make a good Hokage, would he? People follow him, but he's reckless. She asked, earning a shake of the head from Rin. He could be a great man if he stopped trying to be his father. Everything. Almost everything of Naruto is of sensei. His fighting style, mannerisms, hairstyle and his love of fighting. She looked to her feet as Kushina remained silent for a few moments. I truly am a terrible mother. Finally she sobbed, quietly. Why didn't I notice? Jonin at 13, that's insane. She held back her tears, not looking at Rin. He's not power hungry, he believes he can shape the world rather than the world shape him. Naruto has been given so much, you're a great mother. But that's his weakness, he doesn't believe that anything is impossible through his own power. Rin shrugged uncomfortably as Kushina swallowed the saliva in her throat. Holding his right hand out, a black flash enveloped his palm. A large sword appeared, plain, merely a red hilt and a black blade. He marched toward the blonde, his features growing more serious with every step. The rubble around them remained still as Arrol stopped a few steps away from Naruto. I thought you'd be stronger. He said, earning a chuckle. You don't seem. No, I see your glaring weakness. I see what great pride you take in your strength. Swiftly his hand shot forward and 5 rings of chakra latched around Naruto's wrists, neck and ankles. He flew backward into a building as the tightened around him. Arrol appeared in front of him to see Naruto drop his sword. Not once in your short life have you been challenged. He slapped him hard, drawing some blood. You have such a misguided sense of pride in your abilities. He punched him in the stomach, causing him to gasp. You think because you say it makes it so? You think I don't know that your biggest fear is having no friends? Your biggest insecurity is that you're afraid nobody will ever love you for yourself and not your power or name. You're unsure if you could ever master the swift release and live up to your father's name. Arrol tightened the chakra rings around his neck. Who do you think you are? You don't know me. I'm so confused, just what the fuck are you? Naruto struggled against the restraints as Arrol bought a knee into his abdomen. He growled in pain as the clone shook his head. Just what do you know about Orochimaru? He asked calmly, crossing his arms. That my grandpa should have killed him a long time ago. Naruto continued to struggle. Genius. He held his arm out and a black blast of chakra destroyed the camera filming. That's the closet thing you've said this entire time to what I'd say would be genius. Arrol destroyed another building with his chakra. Of course I'd be a genius. I'm you. We are from the vilest clan in all of history. In all the world's history, no other clan besides ours could have destroyed the village hidden in the whirlpools. He cackled, punching Naruto in the face again. The shock spread across Naruto's face as his blood dripped to the floor. That's a lie. The words seeping past his lips like venom. Arrol grabbed his forehead protector and ripped it off him. Naruto gritted his teeth as he watched Arrol drop it on the floor. He began stepping on it with utter disrespect. He laughed as he grabbed it off the floor. This is what we do, brother. He threw it up in the air and destroyed it with a burst of chakra. Naruto's hair fell onto his forehead. I'll kill you for that, freak. He struggled against his restraints. Orochimaru studied the Namikaze for decades. The Toad Sage, then your father and then you. Each generation growing more powerful until the swift release manifested in you. You. Imagine the burden. Do you know the secrets of the past? I wonder if you'd be proud of it all if you really knew. He asked, earning a growl from the blonde. Our clan started the second great ninja war, our clan assassinated the second Kage of the Stone, we almost destroyed our home in the land of waterfalls, and lastly, for a quick profit, we wiped the Uzumaki off the map. I wonder if your mother knew. Perhaps you'd cease to exist. He grabbed Naruto by the throat, choking him. Orochimaru got a hold of your DNA. A memento from your trip to the land of snow. He laughed as he continued to choke Naruto. We are the mistakes that were created to hold up the wheel of this world. To ensure chaos and death. He laughed as Naruto stopped struggling. You're out of your depth, a leaf caught in the wind of a storm. I know you Naruto Namikaze, because I am you. I am your blood, your brother, and I will not cease to exist because you inferior model exists in this world. Naruto remained silent as the clone punched the wall next to him, holding his neck tightly still. Nothing to say. You've lived a very arrogant and selfish life, haven't you? Bringing your friends, leaving, trying to be a hero and making your friends rogue ninja. How do you expect to go home? You've broken the law, do you think things through? Naruto let a tear roll down his face. A battle between strong opponents doesn't usually last long. I feel like we've been at this point for years. And here we are, ready to finish what would otherwise be such an anticlimactic battle with your blood all over my hands. He chuckled, summoning his sword up to his mouth and licking the blood off it. I don't care. Naruto strained as Arrol ripped him out of the way and threw him across the ground. He stood on his head repeatedly. Naruto remained silent of cries of pain like Arrol expected. Naruto's fist began to clench as the thinnest bit of golden chakra enveloped his body. That's it, no more, I don't care. He grunted as he summoned his sword to his hand as Arrol stood on it with his other foot. Naruto did react as he continued to build power. Even if you're right, I don't care about any of it. He screamed as his second gear ability erupted from him. Arrol jumped away on top of a building. Their blades made a screeching sound. Both disappearing from sight, loud shockwaves periodically appearing without warning, destroying buildings around them. Arrol appeared behind Naruto in midair and kicked at his head. Naruto disappeared and reappeared behind his sword, passing through Arrol's torso. Black and yellow flashes covered the ground below as they reappeared. Arrol charged at Naruto. His black blade emitting a mist as he channeled his chakra through it. Naruto did the same with his lightning chakra, blocking Arrol's strike. Arrol's blade cut through Naruto's cleaning, his eyes staring directly at the cut. Naruto gasped at the loss of his most prized possession. Arrol backhanded Naruto, sending him into the ground with his sword falling to pieces next to him. He grabbed his leg with his free hand and lifted him up, slamming him into the concrete, making the earth break. The golden aura disappeared from around him. Naruto's muffled cries of agony echoed through the empty city as he repeatedly did this. He laughed, tossing him through a building. Naruto came out embedded out amongst the cliffs along the shoreline. He coughed up blood as the remainder of his shirt fell off him. He coughed again and opened his eyes to see Arrol standing in the distance. Atop a fallen building overlooking the beach. Third gear. His left hand was enveloped in lightning and wind chakra, a lot less controlled than Naruto's form but much more violent. Poor Naruto, still uncomfortable with the idea of dying. He laughed as he appeared in front of him, driving his fist into the blonde's face. Jinsaku no. The cliff around them broke as Naruto was enveloped in a ray of black chakra. He screamed in agony. His eyes closed over, his senses dulling. He began to lose consciousness from the pain. Heiken. Arrol jumped back before he could complete his attack as the black chakra disappeared. Arrol jumped back to avoid the flames. Uchiha? I thought Orochimaru would have killed you by now. Itachi stood in a similar state to Naruto, his clothes torn away with just an undershirt. His Sharingan spinning angrily as a blue veil of chakra enveloped him. His pant legs were torn, revealing his knee and upper leg. I am much too weak to fight Orochimaru. But then again, I wasn't fighting Orochimaru. Itachi stood his interceptor fist stance as Arrol charged at him. Naruto's right storage seal began to glow, his hand ignited and he disappeared in a yellow flash, his Raikiri driven into Arrol's chest. Naruto's body fell limply onto the floor as Itachi watched his friend's hand exit Arrol's chest. The Hiraishin. He said in shock as he ran to his friend's side. He grabbed his Naruto and pulled him away as Arrol clutched his chest. What are you talking about? He roared as Naruto let out a loud gasp, regaining consciousness. Arrol screamed as he grabbed him by the throat and lifted him into the air. Blood dripped down into the sand as the water washed it away. Little bastard! Roared the clone as Naruto chuckled. That's for breaking my sword. He coughed and wheezed as Arrol tightened his grip. The sound of the waves hitting the shore and his heartbeat was all Naruto could hear. Arrol threw him onto the sand as he clutched the gaping wound in his chest. Sensed his dwindling life force. Did you? Asked Arrol as a pair of footsteps raced across the beach. Arrol dropped to his knees. You're crafty, you drew me in. Now who's the one being arrogant? Arrol laughed and coughed again. Naruto found himself being dragged up the shoreline. His form was almost unrecognizable, beaten so savagely. A gloved hand cupped his bloody face. He chuckled as he felt chakra being pumped into him. Almost dying, so uncool. That statement made Naruto laugh. Samui, how are you? Samui Kato leant beside him, her cold blue eyes examining him. You lost, that's also uncool. He's so much stronger than me. I can't fight him alone. Commented Naruto. We can beat him together though. All three of us. Itachi turned and gave an uncharacteristic thumbs up. Naruto coughed as Samui lifted him up off the sand. Stepping forward, the three of them watched as Arrol stood to his feet. Black aura erupted around him as he stared at the three of them. I'm going to kill you all and you stand together in one spot. The clone sent a small burst of chakra toward the trio. Itachi held his hand out. Catching the ball of black chakra, his eyes shot open as the Mangekyo roared to life. He crushed it in his hand. Chapter 31. Alliance. Underground Complex. I was not ready for today, she said as she brushed a stray strand of blonde hair out of her eyes. You and me both, concurred the two-tailed cat. Are you here to take us away? Asked the girl hopefully. Please, screamed the timid boy. The other boy remained silent, however his feelings of neutrality were betrayed by his hopeful look. You see that? They continued to stare at her. Yujo could feel her will breaking, they were just so cute. Oh fine, but, she sighed. Why are you here? I mean, what possible reason could four have to be here? She shook her head and awaited a response. We were taken away from our parents, shouted Tetsuya, gaining a blush on his face. By Orochimaru? Yujo continued her string of questions. Orochimaru-sama said that our parents didn't want us anymore and that we're here to help make the ninja world a better place. He said that we were special. Yujo raised an eyebrow as Ichiro explained. I'm guessing they're the catalysts for Orochimaru-sama's army. Yujo's head snapped up and she whipped around to see one of Orochimaru's biomechanical creatures step through, ducking his horned head to avoiding hitting the roof. You, she growled as the bullman from earlier walked into the room. Yujo. Aruna grabbed her pant leg, scurrying behind her. I really don't think you should leave, children. You're safe here, with us. The tail behind the biomechanical creature's tail hit the side of the open door, sending it flying into the door. You're not leaving this place alive, you're dead, do you hear me, worm? He asked, pointed toward her. Ichiro grabbed her other leg, showing telltale signs of fear. I am the driving force of Orochimaru-sama's army. Experiment 800, June. He let an evil smirk appear on his face as he stamped his hoof on the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. I didn't come here to fight you, she said as a blue aura began swirling around her like fire. You're going to die here, retorted the Solider, slamming his hand into the concrete, breaking away some drywall. Okay, well, you can skip the long monologue. She clenched her fist as she narrowed her eyes. Why are the Cloud here now? Why help Namikaze? He asked, earning a cough from the blonde. Seeing as you're about to die, I'll humor you. We aren't here just because Samui wants to smash our favorite power-hungry blockhead. This is a mission. The soldier laughed at her explanation. Suddenly two tails of blue chakra enveloped the children as Yujo's features began to grow feral. Power and gain, no doubt. He chuckled as he prepared to attack. The Raikage has his reasons. She opened her fist as her eyes became silted. The container suddenly closed her fist quickly and the entire area, including a sizable amount of land above, was engulfed in a blue light. The Raikage's office. The Raikage sighed as he crossed a leg and leaned back in his chair. How could you not tell me about this, yo? You formed an alliance with the Leaf even though we got beef? Killer Bee had a muscular build, as well as blonde hair and a goatee. On his right shoulder, he has a tattoo of the kanji for iron, which is the iron armor seal that was used to seal Gyuki into him, and on his left cheek, he has a tattoo of a bull's horn. His top lip also has a slightly darker hue than his bottom one. Killer Bee wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector. He also has his village's standard one-strap-over-one-shoulder flak jacket, and a long, red rope belt tied around his waist, the standard Kumo hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. This is not the time, B. I replied with a sigh as his office fell quiet for a second. Opposing an alliance during these times would be foolish. These mountain ranges are harsh and our growth and power to remain at the top of the world in political and military standing requires this. I explained, and B sighed in his chair. This fool, you foolish. No pain no gain, so what's the pain? He asked as I brought his hands up to his chin. Minato's daughter was kidnapped by a band of rogue ninja, to which we believe are called the Akatsuchi. B adjusted his glasses as his brother continued. Naruto went after his sister with a band of his friends, putting Minato into a predicament. If they were to die, then their village would lose an incredible amount of potential and power. It's in Minato's best interest to preserve his power and not seem weak in the eyes of his enemies. He coughed and cracked his fingers but clenching his fist. But why though? It makes no sense, no flow. B crossed his arms and crossed his legs. I have been in contact with Minato for a number of months. Until an accord was made, we agreed to meet in secret. This alliance was made for a number of reasons, B, and I need your backing to gain the support of our people. B nodded, slowly leaning forward. My reasoning behind this is because strength is something I value above all things. We must keep our friends close and our enemies closer. This alliance benefits us in a number of ways: trade, deter aggression, provide some predictability, and restrain our allies from destabilizing postures. We don't need those fools, bunch of hidden leaf tools. He expressed his viewpoint through his rap. Just listen. Despite Samui and Yujo volunteering to back up Namikaze, I would have chosen them anyway. Why, yo? He asked. Because I want Samui to succeed me and become the fifth Raikage. I leaned back in his chair again. Minato has designs on his son as well, which works out well in our favor. The outcome of this battle must be won by them with ninja from our separate villages rallied around them. He cracked his neck. Mabui stepped into the office, a look of shock on her face. I know, yo. Beside, turning to her and then back to his brother. I take it you heard all of that. Before you ask, yes. We are forming an alliance with the Leaf based upon a false sense of crisis. No, we did not anticipate that Namikaze's daughter would be kidnapped by a breakaway group from the Akatsuki. Namikaze waited for my reply. Of course, if I had said no, he would have had to most likely contend with that old fence-sitter and the Sound Village. He chuckled as she shook her head. I'm not questioning your leadership, but what are we gaining? She asked. We have gained a lot. The trade, extra military strength and wealth are important. However, in return for assisting his village with the old man, I have asked a favor of his son. Furthermore, I have given Samui a very special mission. He explained. You want her to seduce him? Asked Mabui, pushing her glasses up. And what favor? I shook his head. No, I have not instructed her to seduce him, and he will take a SS-class mission from me as a private contractor. Mabui sighed. You can't tell us, can you? She asked as she took the seat next to B. Minato's people are trusting, and I need to inspire our people to trust Samui like that. The relationship with the Leaf will have many benefits. He explained. You're crazy, bro, this I know. Going into something like this ain't great. Let's hope Namikaze isn't a fool. Hidden Leaf. Naruto might be flawed, but he went with good intentions. Have some understanding, he chose family over duty. That takes courage. Minato stood from his chair for the first time in hours. The Jonin stopped talking amongst themselves. We should go and get them, Lord Fourth. Guy pleaded. This created another sharp burst of conversations, earning a small chakra flare from their Kage. Silence followed as Tsunade cleared her throat. I don't understand why we'd wait any longer. We have the power to wipe out the Sound Village. Her anger evident in her voice. No, we won't. Jiraiya and the third Hokage appeared behind them. If you want your son to succeed you, Minato, then you must start shaping him, teaching him to see the world for what it is. Minato watched as Hiruzen took a puff of his smoke. You know this, don't you, Minato? So what are you going to do now? Your son, your family and your village are in a mortal coil with death, and you sit and do nothing. The third Hokage challenged his predecessor. I know what's important, said Minato as watched the former Kage shake his head. That's because I taught you what's important. If you had acted quicker, then this situation could have been avoided. He chastised as Minato cleared his throat. You're pacifist, you could have acted and stopped Orochimaru from leaving. I admire your need to share those ideals, but not everyone will extend that courtesy. The blonde Kage crossed his arms. Don't speak to me like a child, old man. I'll tell you how we're going to fix this situation without having my son, my daughter, our ninja and our dignity disappear because we acted too rashly. He walked forward, the group of ninja watching him. Glad to see you're using deep breathing there, kiddo, joked Jiraiya, patting his son on the shoulders. Dad, did you deliver the note for me? Has I accepted our proposal? Asked Minato, earning a nod from the Toad Sage. He sent those two ninja from the exam and he requested something more. He explained, earning a sigh from the Namikaze. I figured he would. But he accepted nonetheless. The Toad Sage nodded again. Good, then the kids won't be declared missing, ninja. He walked over to his wife, placing a hand on his shoulder. I'm going to get the both of them, he stated, earning a nod from the red head. Why did you wait so long? She asked in a quiet voice. You could have stopped this. Her voice trembled. I secured the future of this village before I ruined our sons and our daughters. He turned, earning a sigh from his mother. Would you care to explain yourselves? She asked, earning a shake of the head from her son. I'll explain when this is done. He disappeared in a yellow flash, leaving a wake of confusion. Jiraiya, she protested. Somebody had better explain to me what's going on. Suddenly the screen showed a picture again, stopping all conversation in the box. The citizens below began cheering as the picture revealed the bloody and beaten trio of Naruto, Itachi and Samui. "They're alive," spoke Kushina. "Of course, they are." Mikoto smiled at her longest friend. "They're about to kick some ass, my boys," shouted Rin with a laugh and a fist pump. Mar Citadel Beach. The fighting in the distance had stopped. The sun had begun to set and the end was near. The wind below the four warriors tattered clothes around. Sandals sunk into the sand as the water washed over them. "You guys, thank you." Naruto breathed out a heavy sigh. "Arrol, for what it's worth, I'll remember you. I'm sorry your existence hasn't been your own. You've been given power by an experiment that's not yours. Every cell of that body was built, copied from my DNA. The blood, name and power don't belong to you." Naruto and Itachi stepped forward as Samui took a supportive position. "I've taken my power for granted and bought my friends here because I felt helpless and that made me act rashly. I could have started the fourth great ninja war." He sighed as the pair dropped into their fighting stances. "There's a big difference though. As Hokage, I do things differently. But despite this, I'll bring my friends, my clan and my power and I'm going to go to the Sound Village and I'm going to burn it to the ground." Yellow aura enveloped him. "You've shown me that there's still glass ceilings that I need to break through, and the gap was wider than I thought." A trickle of blood fell from his lips. "I thought that I was strong because of my name and the blood limit that I've been blessed to have. I was arrogant to think I could take on a small country by myself." Itachi's evolved Sharingan spun wildly as he was covered in an orange glow. Samui clamped her hands together as white lightning danced around them. Arrol stood to full attention on holding his bleeding body up. His black aura spirit roared at life. "Without your friends, I would have killed your sister and I would have come for your family." He spoke in a low tone. "Naruto." Itachi turned to his friend with a warm smile. "Let's fuck him up." Naruto and Itachi let out a battle cry and Arrol followed as they charged toward one another. Meeting together, the Leaf duo kicked Arrol back together, staggering him back. The pair dug their heels in the sand and launched at him. The trio engaged in a fierce exchange. Naruto and Itachi began pushing the clone back up the beach. Naruto ducked a punch from Arrol and Itachi leapt up to deliver a spinning heel kick to Arrol's face. A fierce crunch resonated throughout the area as the pair broke apart. Samui's white lightning erupted from her hands. It traveled into Arrol's chest, knocking him up the cliff in the background. "I've got a plan, both of you push him toward me." Itachi jumped back, his eyes beginning to bleed. Samui and Naruto took off together, side by side. The pair disappeared in a sudden burst of speed, appearing to either side of the clone, delivering elbows to either side of his face. Letting a burst of his chakra out, Arrol pushing them both back, he pushed off the wall with a hand on Samui's leg. "Samui!" Naruto took after them as Arrol attempted to slam her into the sand. The blonde disappeared in a burst of speed. He thought as he appeared to the left of the clone's arm. He kicked it away before he could complete his assault. He summoned wind chakra underneath her, keeping her from hitting the ground. Moving quicker than his mind would think, time seemed to stop as he reached for her hand. They gripped each other tightly as he swung her around behind the clone. Samui delivered a kick to head, staggering him back. "Now!" Itachi channeled his chakra. It is sheathed in a sake jar. The blade is unlike any other. Rather than a conventional form, the blade is the liquid inside the gourd that is released and shaped into a blade. Mid-motion, the blonde pair channeled their chakra together. Bright blue and yellow aura erupted around them as they charged Arrol again. The sand being blown away as Itachi's Susanoo hand released the blade from the jar. Samui and Naruto pushed Arrol into the jar with a final roar. The pair used their chakra to strengthen them. Itachi's eyes spun wildly as he ran the clone through with the blade. Naruto quickly grabbed Samui and jumped out the way, rolling onto the sand together. Arrol watched in horror, his pupils fading. The blade then dragged him into the jar, sealing him away. Itachi dropped to his knees as the weapon disappeared with his Sharingan. "We did it." Naruto stood to his feet, helping his companion up. "Thank you for your help, Samui." He gave her a hug, which shocked her. Thank you for coming." He smiled. She didn't hug him back, remaining still. "It's fine." She gave him a small smile as the pair separate. "You did a really stupid thing coming here and I was foolish for accepting this mission. Naruto, our presence here was conditional." He blinked as Itachi stepped forward. "That's fine." He countered. "I figured as much. Tell me what it is the Raikage wants?" he asked. "The price for such assistance will be steep." Itachi wiped the blood from his eyes. "We were lucky that the person who created these creatures wasn't Orochimaru," he explained as Naruto put his hands on his head. "You're right, it wasn't." The trio looked behind them to see the fourth Hokage. "Dad." He stepped forward with a serious look. "Akatsuki. The organization responsible for creating this mess. An organization that Orochimaru happens to be a part of. When I defeated him, he turned into one of those creatures and his body destroyed itself. Explained Itachi. He told me some very troubling things before he died. We will discuss those things in private. Reassured Minato with a small smile. Then what was this? Asked Naruto looking to his father. Why Karen? Rogue experiments who claim to belong to Orochimaru. We still don't know why this whole mess was created. However, I know your sister is safe. She along with all your friends are on their way home now. Itachi, go and catch up with them. He ordered, earning a nod from the Uchiha who disappeared. Son, you've learned some valuable lessons today. However, this road of life you've been on requires you to grow more. I'm afraid you'll not be returning home with your sister. Naruto blinked in confusion. Why? He asked. He stepped forward again and looked toward Samui. You've done well to complete your mission. What's your name, Cloud Ninja? Asked the fourth. Samui Kato, sir. She bowed her head to the older man in respect. You can call me Minato. He spoke softly, turning to his son. The terms of their help in this conflict was an alliance. He coughed, rubbing his head. The Raikage has never been interested in an alliance. Questioned Naruto. Very true, the situation does call for one, at least for now. I wants the best for his people, and so do I, son. Their involvement means that you are to be our ambassador in the formation of a new Cloud and Leaf alliance. Naruto coughed and pointed to himself. Me? He asked, shocked. Yes, and this young lady here, Samui. I would like to request you'd be the other. The next generation leading the way to peace. He tapped both on the shoulders. Naruto, the voice of change, and Samui, the voice of reason. Together you can both help our villages form a new era. He encouraged, earning a sigh from his son. So you used my recklessness to create an alliance with the Cloud Village? That's some deceptive shit, Dad. Minato laughed at his son's comment. I guess that's what Hokages do. Samui shook her head. It's what they all do. She commented. You'll learn soon enough, the political dance. Now I meant what I said. You've been hurt pretty badly. I take it that you'll have some internal injuries. Samui, do you have the means to return to your village by teleportation? He asked, earning a nod. Good, take care of him. Naruto, the Raikage has requested you meet with him to discuss this alliance. So, I leave its future in your hands. Naruto shook his head. I almost died and you're sending me off to a foreign village? One might question your parenting skills. He shook his head, crossing his arms. If this is the thing that knocks you off, well, it would be embarrassing for us all. You're a ninja of my village who's been given one of the most important missions in history. Go to the hospital in the Cloud Village, receive your medical treatment. Naruto, this is an SS rank mission, I trust you'll look after yourself. He nodded, earning a confused look from Samui. Minato laughed and gave her a smile. Samui, I leave him up to you, take care of him. She raised an eyebrow. How's Mom? Asked Naruto, earning a shake of the head from his father. I thought as much, but you can tell her we're both safe now, right? Minato chuckled. I can safely say Karen is safe, however, you're going to have a bit of an issue there. He disappeared in a yellow flash. Naruto sighed. You're really sarcastic, aren't you? He asked, and she shook her head. You aren't as smart as I thought you were. He laughed as she shook her head again. The two began walking up the beach. Say, where's your friend Yujo? He asked. I can sense the two tails chakra up ahead. He pointed out. She saved a group of children. She stated flatly as he nodded again. I do love these chats. He laughed, causing her to sigh. I should have never accepted this mission. She pinched her nose. However, I have aspirations of becoming the Raikage, and this was the next step to that. She explained as they walked up the beach. I'm hungry. He stated. There's food in the village. She snapped as he whined in protest. Can we not stop on the way for some ramen? He asked as she sighed again. She let out an uncharacteristic giggle. 2 days later. Hidden Cloud Village. It's windy, commented Naruto as he strolled through the streets of the Cloud Village. It's always windy here, we're on a mountain range. His blonde counterpart explained. The village hidden in the clouds was the hidden village of the Land of Lightning. The ninja from this village specialize in lightning release. It is located on a high mountain, hidden in the clouds. The standard attire for Cloud Ninja consists of a long, gray top which gathers just at the waist to give a sash-like appearance, with a matching colored bottom. Naruto had spent a few days in hospital, his injuries had been taken care of with only minor medical intervention, and he continued to be on rest. Samui walked with Naruto in her normal attire, whereas Naruto wore a pair of black pants, white top and sandals. His headband destroyed his long hair hung over just above his fringe. The village was bustling with all manner of activity. His presence turned a few heads. The pair made their way toward the Rakage building for the first meeting of their newly formed alliance. "Are you feeling better?" she asked as he rested his hands in his pockets. "I think the high of winning isn't hanging around as much as I would have liked. I lost my sword and headband." His casual attire was that of a civilian. "You can replace those things," she stated, earning a chuckle. "They aren't just things you can replace. One was a family artifact from the land of snow and the other was a something very special to me," he explained as they crossed a small bridge. The wind blew upward from the valley below. "Holding on to sentimental things doesn't bode well for ninjas," she countered as they moved into another street. The Rakage's office building coming into view with groups of different people, ninja and citizen alike. "You have something like that, don't even joke." He shook his head. "What about your sword?" "It's a tool that I use," she stated quickly. "Okay, well, once again, good chat." He chuckled as they walked casually. The Rakage's office. "My shinobi saved you, as far as I'm concerned you owe me," said I, looking at Naruto from behind his desk. It had been a few days since the incident in Mar Citadel. To avoid a war, the Cloud and the Leaf aligned themselves with one another. With the impending threat of the movement of the Akatsuchi, it was more important than ever to protect their own interests. "Oh, joy, thank you for saving me, Lord Rakage," he said sarcastically as Ice eyebrow twitched. "I saved your spoiler ass and you speak to me with such disrespect." Samui coughed quickly. "You'll have to forgive him, sir. Don't let his attitude affect you," I growled and pinched his nose. "The next generation. We're surely being led to our deaths, hopefully I'll be dead before that happens." He grumbled. "Your alliance agreement seems reasonable." He liked to the black folder in front of him. "One loose end remains to be tied up, so out with it." "What do you want from me?" he asked, leaning back into his chair. "You and Samui are going to retrieve an artifact for me that my father left in the village hidden by whirling tides." He smirked.